so much promise, and it'll be really fun to see who comes out on top of this, because Impact was very confident that Sniper wasn't really going to be able to do much of anything against him last time, but Sniper came out on top. So Impact definitely is not going to be wanting to lose again.
Yeah, it's the exciting contrast, and it shows how long our esport has been around for. The fact that you can have someone like Impact with such a tenured career now playing against someone who has been a hyped up prospect that we've known about since he was 12, 13 years old, first hitting Challenger. And upon making his debut, guys, he picked Riven against Impact.
And won.
And he won. Now...
It refused to elaborate.
You know what? You're right. Refuse to elaborate. Let the results dictate.
But it's definitely wild. It's been interesting, right? Because I think that when we've talked to a lot of the top laners, they're like, Sniper's not that good. They're not that impressed by him. But his stage results, I think, have been speaking for themselves. I think he's doing a lot better than people were expecting. Most people that I was talking to, prior to the split, were saying, he's going to have a rough start. He's not there yet. We think he could get there, but he's not there yet, and it's going to be a tough beginning of his career in the LCS. Maybe he should have taken another split in Academy or something like that. But here he is, and he is performing on stage. Has been doing well. Yeah,
and I'll put myself on blast. I was in that camp where I was like, man, they are bringing in Sniper a little way too early. I'm wrong, guys. I put 100 Thieves at 7th in this preseason power rankings. I was also wrong. My bad. Also, shout out to David Shynock, who put me on blast as well. It's like, it's okay. 100 Thieves came with a vengeance, and they are really pulling a heist so far in this first round robin record.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also fun, just talking about the top lane, there's so much to talk about because they have such a different style, these two players, right? In the shared champion pool, very little shared between these two players, just like Asante, in fact. Impact has been, very much back to the tanks. A lot of talk about how strong tank itemization is in this season. Gaining Rooker and Frozen Heart, Plush's Bomby, that has become kind of the big three that every tank is rushing for. And Impact has kind of been, having that recipe for success, where over on the other side, it's very clearly more towards that aggressive play, different style of champions coming out from Sniper. That's the style that he has kind of made his own, and what he really wants to be known for.
First 5 minutes have passed. Both the little grubbies as well as the first dragon has spawned, and neither jungler has made an inclination to really play for it quite yet, but most of the push has been favoring 100 Thieves so far after this last shove-in. But there's a moment where they're looking for a reset. Do Team Liquid want to try and find a dragon here?
It looks like they are going to, especially if that bot lane does reset. I have to say, though, Yon is basically tapped on mana as well. River now has info that this is going on. And it is 100 Thieves with the bot lane push right now. Core is going to make the first move over here. But again, Yon basically out of mana completely. Mid is in parity. This might just be a bit of a flip, but it does look like 100 Thieves have made a decision. No, APA is going to be moving down, and that will force them to back off.
Yeah, APA getting that first shove was super crucial for Team Liquid because, as you called out, Yon was not high on combat power at the time, but having that 4 versus 3 potential advantage secures them the dragon. And because River committed that time over, wait a minute, they might look for something here in the bot lane. If he wants to look for Q into flash, not going to commit it, just going to play it cool.
Yep, and River is there to cover, so, had he overcommitted like that, trying to go for a Q/W, likely would have been really heavily punished here. Quid trying to push up, potentially going to look for an angle to stop that recall, but APA far enough back that it won't be able to happen. And Quid just going to be trying to clear out this wave as fast as possible. He knows he needs to hover his bot lane. They know River could be around, and River's going to show.
River is still charging up the Q, but as soon as shows, River decides not to engage. This is really tricky, because as you already called it, Azael, once either Vi or Sejuani commits, if they cannot get out, as there's a flash already in the top side, Sniper popping the ultimate as well, Impact going all out as well. A lot of damage. Sniper wins the 1v1.
What a flash there from Sniper as well. Impact tried to knock him back into the tower and tried to look for that ulti to go all out and pull him under the turret, but Sniper early flashes, and it means that the Cassante ult pulls him away from the tower instead, and Sniper just pops the ulti, turns it around. We can watch this one more time. We've seen it 1,000 times if you've seen it once. It is E forward, Q3, try to W him back in the turret, then look for the all out. But that flash meant Impact is going the wrong way. He's low. He doesn't have the assistance that he was counting on from the tower. And this is just great stuff here from Sniper. Slams him down for the isolated first blood there in the top lane, and he is looking happy about that.
He's almost shocked. He's like, oh my god, I just did that. Viper, if you're watching right now, I cannot imagine how proud you are watching your little bro go from week 1, super nervous on the LCS stage, now solo killing the same opponent now in week 4.
I mean, their whole family is just insane at League of Legends. The Viper, you know, former LCS pro, Crimson, Challenger player, Sniper, now LCS pro. All three brothers are Challenger. Those parents just need to have 2 more kids, then they can have a full LCS squad themselves.
That could definitely be the angle, as Team Liquid are able to secure the grubs for themselves. Still forward in the front line. Massive Shockwave tries to bring them all in, but that unraveled over from Quid. Did a lot of damage, already taking down APA forced the flash, but the flash committed as well. Quid is just cooking up Team Liquid on a platter, as now Core, JJ, and Impact are forced to run, but Core's not getting out. 100 Thieves are running away with the game on this one.
Yeah, they are crushing him. It's a 3-for-0 on that top side after already getting the solo kill up in the top lane. Look at Sniper now, picks up another kill, 2 assists as well. As TL, we're trying to commit very heavily to this, but they don't have a lot of damage here. It's really just APA and 3 tanks. So all 100 Thieves had to do is keep APA out of the fight. The Shockwave was big, but at the end of the day, this is an early game Orianna, and then you see this turn. As soon as the APA steps forward for that Shockwave, he just gets ulted by River. River had held that the entire time, waiting for him, knowing that Orianna was the only true threat. With him eliminated, there's nothing the rest of the squad can do. And they're looking happy about it. 100 Thieves cruising early on in this game.
Already a quick replay of both of the young solo laners from 100 Thieves popping off and having a good time. And I just have to say, it might have been a mismanaged. I'll hold up. Another fight on the top side. Sniper now 2v1. I don't think he's getting out of this one. With a little bit of help, Impact gets the shutdown.
Yeah, nice gank there up on the top side. Going to get up towards top lane. And this time, as you say, they're going to be able to burst him down. I think Sniper likely was sitting on a fair bit of gold as well. We'll see if he does actually have a buy. Yeah, he's sitting on 1,100 more gold, so close to that one item completion. So even though, you know, he is up a lot in gold, he's not at that full combat power.
Or JJ and Yon still have flash, so they're still safe. I thought it looked like maybe River was going to try to all-in with that cease and desist, but they have enough distance to get away.
Yep, going to be able to just cleanse and walk it out. So the Profane Hydra now completed. You know, that's the item that you're kind of waiting for. It is so powerful on the Aatrox. Really on a lot of champions. We've talked about it a lot, but because it has that bonus damage on the active below 50% HP, any champion with a lot of upfront burst, it's very easy to knock your opponent in these trade patterns down. And then try.
Uh-oh, APA doesn't have flash from that grub fight before. Easy combo for the Taliyah to follow up. Shockwave tries to pull them back, but he's still dead and gone.
3 straight kills now for Quid. 3-0-1 on the Taliyah. Looking good. Showcasing the power of this combo. And that is something I want to say, you know, River is so good at, is punishing missing cooldowns. If you think back to that last game, as there's a skirmish here, I think Core maybe could walk it out.
He might have the flash here. It's the Fate's Call from Yon that keeps him safe and keeps the Summoner spell intact.
That was actually so close, though. He really held that ultimate long. And another flip in there from Quid. He is just kind of on fire right now, but you know,
I don't think he's missed a single one here so far.
It feels like it. Oh, God. Okay.
Ayla igniting his former bot lane duo, just saying, nah, buddy, you can't back there.
When did Hillsong come to LCS? That's crazy. I didn't even know he was here.
Well,
oh, man.
with that priority, 100 Thieves are just going to be able to get this second dragon of the game.
Absolutely, but I really want to touch back on the first game that they played against each other. It was River on Vi, and it was APA on Ziggs, and he punished him so badly on the missing summoners. Quid may have to be flashing out of this situation. We'll see.
Already using the prison there. River engages. Core JJ flashes back, but the Cosmic Radiant pops. But Team Liquid don't have another way to engage, so 100 Thieves just get out.
Yeah, exactly. And again, this game, you know, River now on the top side, they fight over by the Herald. And back in trouble.
Oh, but nice from Impact, using the all-out to dodge that last Q3 from Sniper. He's able to survive for now. Oh, pulling him back in the tower, but no turret shot, no punish.
Man, this is a really scrappy game. You know, anytime I try to talk about it, another fight breaks out.
That's the life of the color caster.
There you go. But yeah, River's just insane at actually punishing missing cooldowns. So that's kind of the TLDR. He did it in the previous game between these two teams, was able to do it here again. You know, forced out the flash from APA with his ultimate at the Herald fight, got the kill anyway, then immediately goes back mid, kills him again before flashes up. This is something this guy is really well known for when you're talking to these other pros. He is so frustrating to play against because he really understands the gank timings very, very well, knows exactly when he can drop camps, when he can actually make these moves to make something happen here.
With that priority both already gained from mid lane, you get the grubs for free on the side of 100 Thieves, so it denies Team Liquid from getting all 6. So we're going to get a chance to look at our Kia multi-lane on both mid jungle and bottom lane. Yon and Core having successfully pushed Meech off of the tower because Ayla went for a roam to cover mid lane during that time. So it looks like they at least get one turret play out of it, but the grubs are awarded over to 100 Thieves.
Yep, going to be able to trade the grubs to that, so not that big a deal. You lose the plate on bot side. Yon has not really been accelerated too much. He's actually going for a pretty defensive build here as well. Did go for the early tabbies, knows that it is going to be, likely Varus, Vi, Aatrox all kind of rushing down towards him.
Engage from Ayla. Do they really want to take this one? Chain of Corruption's already used as well, but it's the teleport coming in. It's double teleport as Zale. Both Sniper and Quid are arriving to the party. A 4v2 on bot lane. Yon tries to pull in Corjay. The flash, it's not enough. Quid takes him out.
Both 100 Thieves youngsters, they're flashing forward to follow Sniper and Quid. Instant response to that flash out from Yon. They're able to burst him down and going to be able to get a nice punish here, take at least one plate away, and there could be an angle for a redot, but they're not going to risk it because it is that Sejuani, very tanky with the Frozen Heart already completed. Small victory on the top side as it will be a plate going the way of Impact to punish that TP down towards bot side from Sniper, but 100 Thieves again going to be feeling really happy about this. To the carries from TL just feel like they can get no purchase in this game. It's 0-2-0 for APA. The Kalista on the bot side has not really been able to get the kind of prile that they wanted, has not had that lane dominance that they wanted. So both these guys have been put pretty far behind.
And now this Rift Herald fight, Team Liquid are down cooldowns, whereas 100 Thieves, the only one that could be exposed here is Quid, which is already why he's taking a defensive posture on that left lane.
No flash Yon, so that's who they may be going for. He's going to have to position well.
Let's see, Yon is already stepping up, trying to see if he can stack these spears to help for that spear. But as you called it out, Ayla is flanking around. APA has the guard, and meanwhile, Rift Herald is secured by Team Liquid, but now they're pincered here as long as APA can guide them out safely. Ayla is still looking for the flank angle. CoreJJ popping the Cosmic Radiance all on the Sniper. They cannot take any burst, but now the Cosmic Radiance is gone, but they're still doing enough damage as they take out Meech. Sniper in the middle of all five, cannot get anything done. River's gonna be next. No one falls from Team Liquid. They survive.
Man, the Taric ultimate from CoreJJ was massive for TL in that fight. Ayla had the flank angle, but the ulti lands from Core before he can actually get the combo off. They keep him alive, and it bought so much time for Yon in this fight. APA does a good job marking Ayla on the bot side of the screen, but then watch the timing here as it comes down. The shockwave is there. That CC's up Sniper. Yon survives right before that combo comes through. He's able to cleanse. He's able to kite back. He's able to burst them down. On the other side, Impact as well was going crazy in the all-out. It's all down to that Taric timing. If you hard engage with Taric having that ultimate available, you have to be certain that you're going to kill them before the Taric ult does fall. In this case, 100 Thieves not able to do it, and TL from a deficit punished them hugely, getting a couple kills there for Yon. So not only does he complete that Blade of the Rune King, he's now got some extra gold to boot, going to be working towards very likely Rage Blade.
Yeah. That first grub fight, 100 Thieves thought by taking the fight at Rift Herald, it was just a thought, thinking it was a rehearsal dinner for them, but Team Liquid showing what happens when you actually have your ultimates available for that fight and how the composition is supposed to be played out. So now, having experienced the brunt end of that side, 100 Thieves have to be a little bit more calculated of when they are choosing to go in and waiting out those cooldowns.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to be perfect with those engages. If you can nail it, there's not that many threats over on the TL side. If you get that perfect initial engage, you kill off Yon or you kill off APA, there's probably not enough damage in the tank, from that TL squad to be able to win through. Impact and Sniper trading heavily here.
River's gonna find CoreJJ, looking for the dazzle, the flash, the guarantee right on top of it. Quid is in there as well, Weaver's wall, but Ayla is buying time onto Yon and APA. Yon calls over CoreJJ with that face call, gets the two-man knockup as well, looking for the dazzle stun. River right on top of Yon, no damage to follow up. Sniper's looking for it, but Yon is kiting around, he's safe. APA is also safe. Team Liquid running away with the fight once again. Quid's in trouble, he's gone! Team Liquid are smurfing on 100 Thieves.
Yon is starting to take over these last couple fights. The cooldowns haven't been there from 100 Thieves, but it feels like they're kind of haphazardly forcing the play anyway. We saw River going in with the ulti, but there's no flash on Quid, there's no flash on Sniper. Sniper didn't even have his ultimate to try to follow up. They can't get to the back line and actually get these kills, and things are really starting to fall apart here for 100 Thieves after what was an incredible start. Out of nowhere, they're now down 2.5k. They're down a dragon here, and it's starting to look pretty tough for this 100 Thieves squad, who had a brilliant beginning to this game. We can watch this fight one more time. This flash for the stun from Core was a little bit surprising to me, you know, looking for that dazzle stun because Yon isn't really in position to follow up. Quid comes in with the ulti. They try to just kind of zone him out, but then look at the kind of miscoordination there. Ayla is flashing over the Taliyah ult to try to get the combo on Yon, but Quid is going for someone else. He's not ready for that. He's not going for the flip in for that seismic shove. They have to be on point with this. Then, when Sniper arrives, he doesn't even have his ulti. He used it down in bot lane when he was scrapping with Impact. So these core cooldowns that you're dependent upon as his burst composition are missing, and the coordination, the communication was not there. You know, Ayla and Quid of two different minds in that fight. Had Yon been flipped in off that flash combo from Ayla,
yeah,
it could look completely different.
Yon being unchecked in this fight. We talked about it in the draft phase that you have to look at this Kalista to being the most consistent damage dealer. If he's gone, if he's taken out early on, then it's an easier win for 100 Thieves. But the fact that Yon remains alive now puts more onus and agency for 100 Thieves, like really execute these combos together.
Yeah, you have to be perfect from this position, especially because, you know, Yon, if he realizes the only way that they can actually lose is him getting 100-0, he can just go shield bow next. He can start going really kind of more tanky defensive itemization. Doesn't have to necessarily maximize DPS because everyone over on the 100 Thieves side is pretty squishy. You don't need a super high damage build to deal with any of those teammates. So I do think you can start to look to go pretty tanky. You know, just make sure you're not getting 100-0. Look for those sorts of plays. We could see things like Knight's Vow coming out from Core. We could see things like Locket coming out from Core. You just build towards making sure they can't one-shot Yon. And TL, I think, are going to be in a pretty good spot. So 100 Thieves are going to have to make sure that they are absolutely on point in these next couple fights. When it does happen, they've got to be crisp with the engage. They've got to make sure that they're communicating ahead of time to know when someone's going to go in. You know, Ayla has to be saying, I'm going to be looking for Yon in this next flash. Hold your seismic shove.
Yep. Almost 20 minutes into the game. Gold lead in advantage for Team Liquid by 3,000. Looking for Yon. Oh, he tried to perfectly cleanse it. Not quite. So the root is enough time for River to get in range and look for the cease and desist. Yon just might be in trouble here. Still at the flat. Waiting until the very end of the Cosmic Radius. It's going to keep him alive. Ayla tries to punch him in. They finally take out Yon. Can this fight be won from 100 Thieves at this point? It's now up to APA to see if he has the damage to be able to last longer. But Quid already falls. What can APA do here? He's being kept back by Sniper as he is marking him and preventing any more damage from Team Liquid to come on in. River now isolating Core JJ. Doesn't hit the Q, but Ayla's there to follow up with the knockup and Core JJ will fall.
Yeah, and the question is, do they go for anything more here with this? Do they try to push for the tier 1 top? Doesn't look like it just yet. They are just going to be taking the scuttle, reclaiming some vision. We can watch this one more time as Yon stepping forward, looking for an angle for the 1v1 here against Meech, but he gets slowed up by the Herald of Arrows slightly early on the cleanse. Honestly, didn't make much of a difference. I think that River is going to get in range regardless here with the ulti, but then you can see the Bastion shield with the W, flashes forward, gets the Q heal as well from the Taric. It does come down. That has got to be like 10 HP. Okay, 45 HP is what I see there in the bottom left. But at the end of the day, Ayla headbutts him back into the team. Meech gets the shutdown. Sniper is there with the ulti. They have the cooldowns. You know, Quid getting locked up by that ulti from was really well placed. They do get a kill back on the other side, but at the end of the day, they're just too light on the damage. It was only APA to really be able to put out any pressure, and he wasn't going to be able to do it at this point of the game.
And you can just see, we've already talked about it before, but this fight, the state of this game has been so hinged on whether Yon is alive or not at the beginning of the fight. As Impact might be picked off here.
See if he can get out.
Already popped a ghost, trying to speed on out. Maybe he gets out of this one. Wow, he is a tanky boy, so Impact is going to survive this one. But that is down a Summoner Spell now in the next couple of minutes, actually under a minute. This next Dragon will be spawning and not having that cooldown. Maybe it doesn't hurt Team Liquid at the most, but it's going to make him less mobile.
Yeah, it is definitely, you know, impactful in some of these fights. At the same time, they did get Meech's ult out. You know, had he died right before Baron or right by Baron, maybe they go, but Ayla in trouble.
Ayla right onto Yon, but the Cosmic Radiance is there to guarantee no burst will come through. is front-loading all the damage as well, stunning up Quid. Meanwhile, they find Yon onto the back line, but there's no damage to follow up. Yon is still alive. Ayla's trying to keep him busy, but APA is winning the fight for Team Liquid while Yon is being kept busy. Sniper wins one onto Impact and River now still alive, barely blink on an HP. This one not really going convincingly to either side.
I mean, it looked like it was going to go heavily to TL, but that seismic shove from Quid gets them 2 kills there, catching both and Impact, and now they're going to try to go for Baron.
Yeah.
They're just starting it up on the other side. Does TL actually make the move? They're starting to move, but it's very late. They're going to leave Yon to finish off the Dragon.
Oh, Sniper dies to the Baron! River is also super low. He might die to bear too. No, River's gonna on this lead fight. The shield, the healing is gonna be enough. One more on they get it. It's a heist, baby, and 100 Thieves are out of there.
Oh my God, I thought they were gonna have to bail out for sure, but they had good enough vision spotting APA. The APA could not get there in time to punish. They do lose Sniper to the neutral, and TL are able to get a Dragon on the other side, so they're gonna be one off Soul on Soul Point now. But it's a good risky move here from 100 Thieves to be able to get something back. And let's watch this one more time again. It's all about, can you coordinate on the initial play? Flash forward there from Ayla, but there's no seismic shove available because is marking Quid. Really good tank play here from you know, recognizing it's not the threat of the engage I have to mark, it's the threat of the follow-up I have to mark. So he goes forward, he gets the ulti down on Quid. Quinn can't land that seismic shove. That one's not on him. This one he does nail, which was really a bailout because TL, look at their health. They were crushing this fight. They would not have been able to get that Baron without that beautiful seismic shove. Gets them 2 kills. They go to top side. They do lose Sniper, but they get the Baron, and they keep themselves very close in this game as far as gold. Obviously, if you give over Ocean Soul to a Sejuani, Taric, as well as that Cassante, you're probably going to lose the game. But at least they have an opportunity here to look for those fights.
Ayla might be caught here, no flash available. There's the stun from the Permafrost into the Glacial Prison. Ayla using the ultimate to damage, reduce all of it. River coming over the wall. Quid, can he find the seismic shove onto the priority target? It's on the core JJ, that's not really ideal. River's gonna be falling for that one. Impact making sure that Sniper can't get into the fight either. All out still available, but not needing it, as he's gonna be able to kite this one out. Team Liquid taking away the advantage that they already took out River. 5-on-4 strong in the map.
I mean, River is just way too far behind to be any sort of a solo threat onto Yan. So there he finds the Q onto Yan, but there's an immediate lock, an immediate W shield there from the Taric as well, plus the heal comes through. They're never going to be able to 100-0 this guy before the ultimate comes down, so he has to use the ultimate actually to retreat, to try to get back over the Talia wall, to try to get out of there. But there was no ability to really follow up, and if they can't threaten Yan, they clearly cannot win these fights. We've seen it time and time again. You know, Quid had a pretty good angle over the wall looking for that seismic shove, but it was still into that Taric ultimate, so nothing really came of it. And TL are going to be able to win another fight, as Core JJ passes Xpecial for 9th most assists all time. Xpecial definitely one of the early legendary players in the LCS. You know, his days with TSM remembered very fondly by many.
And even for a brief time too on Team Liquid. It came over when they were still Curse and then rebranded over to Team Liquid. Shout out to Alex Chu. As Team Liquid gonna be posing up here, ready to see what waves they can catch and see if they can look for another pick here. Ayla still doesn't have flash, and he was an easier target for them to get last time, and that baited 100 Thieves into that fight. Every single time Team Liquid have been playing so well around the Cosmic Radiance timing his impact. Ghosting in, looking for an engage. Was ready to go for Meech with that all out, but Ayla there just making sure that he is marked, and Impact does not find the pick.
Yeah, Impact knows there's no point in going for anything too risky. The game really is going in their favor, so you don't need to roll the dice on something like that, right? You know, take only the high percentage plays. You can see this is pretty questionable, I'm not gonna lie. Going for a heel cut here.
Oh, the Executioner's calling.
The Executioner's Sejuani is a little bit sus, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, the W does physical damage, so it's not the worst thing. Impact, though, might be in trouble. The all-out brings it right back with the Infernal Chains. That's a pick for 100 Thieves and gonna barrel down mid lane.
Yep. Well, we'll see. On the side here, poking away. It's a great pick. You can see 100 Thieves pushing up top lane with the Talia, pushing in mid lane after that kill on Impact. Impact feeling a little bit too confident, you know, sitting alone against 4 under that tower. Yes, you are tanky, but you are not that tanky. You're not really ahead in gold. In fact, they are now down a couple thousand gold after these couple towers did fall, 400 Thieves. So it's going to be all about the setup here, you know, trying to prepare themselves for this big fight potentially. You know, you look on the mini-map, look at all these wards littered in this entire area. TL trying to dominate vision in that section of the map, really making sure that they are the ones who are going to have all this info around this next dragon fight. It is going to be coming up here pretty soon, and we'll see if they can dominate that area. Because they get Ocean Soul, they probably just straight up win the game, and 100 Thieves are going to have to try to reclaim vision.
And shout out to the observers showing that it's pure darkness for the side of 100 Thieves. Walking in could just be face
They have to wait for Quid. They can't just walk up because even if it's someone tanky doesn't get one shot, you need your whole team there to follow up. So they're waiting for Quid coming out of base. They saw APA bot lane, so now I think they're going to feel confident to push through mid, then walk down to the river and try to reclaim vision that way. You can see that Impact is trying to hold that mid lane wave, but if he's shown there, again, you can try to walk in with this 5-man squad.
Yeah, and you have the number advantage for the moment. You just have to wait on Impact to be able to collect that wave. Let's see here. Ayla gonna get engaged on by first. Seismic Shove catches core. River trying to front load and mark Impact on the other side. Yon and APA are separated from the rest of the front line, so not much damage is being traded right on back. Quid maintaining this posture aggressively as tries to get back into this banana brush. Impact walking back on over as the Dragon stacking has begun with these Ren stacks from Yon. Impact trying to see if he can look at, oh, Quid. Weaver's Wall comes in too late, as you called it, Azale. They already used the Glacial Prison as defensively, but here comes Sniper trying to look for a flank. But Art of War dictates flank on the weakest side of the flank here. Cosmic Rain is going to be popped up as Yon can now dash aggressively in. Meanwhile, they're trying to turn on back, but Sniper is going to be waiting in the wings as well. But Yon turns right on back once again. But they've already lost in the fight. Team Liquid just have to pick to a side and commit. They cannot be just getting pulled apart in both of these sides as 100 Thieves have now marked up for death. River might go down to Impact. It's one back over to Team Liquid, but Quid with the flash finds APA. Ayla disengaging and being able to find APA as well on the back end of it as well. 100 Thieves take a fight in their own.
Yeah, Quid is going to be able to find a big pick there on APA. They get both the carries. They were too slow on the engage here. They were trying to buy so much time. They were waiting for Sniper, who was coming around from below the fight, but it was very difficult to fight past the Orianna ball. We see the Snipers trying to come in from the bot side, but it's all about Orianna zoning people out on the other side. Once APA moves back into this kind of area, you can see everyone from 100 Thieves is able to pile forward. Ayla stepping up, Meech is stepping up, Quid is stepping up. They no longer have that zone control, and then this flash in so good from Ayla, catches out Yon. They burst them down. They know they need to get more. They gave up Ocean Soul, which is massive, and that Ocean Soul regen paying dividends for Impact already. But then this flash forward from Quid, APA trying to sidestep it, can't quite get it. Earns them another kill, so they still have a chance in this game, but they know it is going to be really difficult from this point. 3 tank items completed there for Impact on the top side. 2.5 done for and Core JJ there as well, you know, going to be getting tankier and tankier. It's going to be so difficult to actually punch through not only the initial kind of damage that they have to get out, but now the Ocean Soul regen. Like, if you don't kill off Yon right off the bat, he can heal up a fair amount in that Ocean Soul during the Taric ultimate. That's extra regen. That is all more health you're going to have to be dealing with. And he has the Wit's End now, so he has the additional resistances from there. With that BF, very likely could just be a BT last, you know, really just trying to make sure he's staying alive.
100 Thieves, a huge obstacle that they have to overcome against Ocean Soul Team Liquid. They are ahead in gold, yes, but as you already pointed out, Yon is going to be so tough to kill the raid boss. But Quid, this guy has leveled up so much since his first split in the LCS last summer. So much more confidence from this guy as he is flashing aggressively in these fights. He doesn't have flash up for this next potential fight, but if there is magic that can be made, it will be from this guy's hands.
Yeah, absolutely. And he does have that Morello's, so they do have some sort of heal cut at the very least. Morello's obviously a pretty cheap buy now, so you can kind of tech into that more easily. But that really is their only heal cut right now. And River does get stunned up, but Umtee's in trouble.
Ayla finds an engage onto Umtee. Meech has already done a decent amount of damage. Cosmic Radiance prevents further burst coming in as Impact marks Sniper. Here comes Ayla looking for the engage on APA, but the stasis, there's the flip from Quid. He finds it once again. Shockwave is going to delay time, but APA still goes down. Yon is on the left side. Quid turns tail. They got him! 100 Thieves! They got both of the carries! And now Team Liquid are running for the hills, but Impact is pinned against the wall as Quid finds him once again. He surely will take him out. Impact maybe gets out alive at this point, but 100 Thieves still have 5 members to push down for the Nexus.
Yeah, that should be it. 100 Thieves, I think they've done it. The tanks are hard to crack, but they catch APA. They catch Yon and they burst them down.
100 Thieves in their first match against Team Liquid at the beginning of the season. So many were skeptical that this team would not make much in this season. They said it was a heist in the first week, but 100 Thieves just might show that it's not a heist, it's a promise that this roster will deliver in the spring split as River and the rest of 100 Thieves carry forward this momentum, looking for the last Nexus tower. They're running out of minions, but they will persevere through. A few more auto attacks will do it. 100 Thieves take the game!
100 Thieves Another win for this team. 2-0 now against TL on the split. Starting off week 4 here with a bang. Both their games, eerily reminiscent of each other. It feels like they start out strong, they dig themselves into a little bit of a hole, but then they're able to come back through their playmaking. They're staying confident, they're staying aggressive. And I've got to say, what a game from Quid.
Yes.
I think he was incredible today on the Talia. This guy has leveled up massively from last year. We are seeing the promise that people have been talking about with this guy. And we are seeing.
When I was playing against Energy,
Yeah.
I was winning my lane,
Yeah.
but I realized how bad I was outside of lane, And I put all my intention into solo queue, just focusing on the mid to late game. I guess you could kind of see it on stage that I'm starting to play more consistent. Yeah, I think that's mainly it. Just getting completely in the mid to late game. He was just side laning against us the entire game.
Yeah.
And I just felt like I couldn't do anything. I've never felt this hopeless before.
Actually, I did realize.
It was so mind-blowing.
I was like, I wonder when they're gonna swap lanes.
What's up, guys? We're in another episode of Pros. I've got here Tactical, Sniper, and Palafox. Welcome, guys.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for being here. You guys just actually came out of a game, and we were just talking about, the game somewhat. So, first of all, you don't remember much.
I just looked at my screen and just focused on what I was hitting, yeah.
But for you, just overall, just thoughts on the game, because you guys went LeBlanc Jhin, which we haven't really seen. It was pretty low damage, but still a good pick comp, and side lane in general. I kind of felt like that would kind of be a hard comp to run because they had Nocturne as well for sides, but you didn't really get to play sides that game, it felt like.
So I think the most important timer is I should have just kept splitting top instead of rotating mid at 15, 16 minutes or something.
Yeah.
And it would have made our future rounds better and our Dragon rounds better.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I think we could have won it if we played it a bit slower. We're a very slow comp, we don't do much damage. It's burst.
Yeah.
Let Viego pick up somebody, let him do his thing, and then another burst, right? And then we're just playing slow. I think we just went way too fast and just kind of.
A lot's been happening so far this Super Week, so I'm just gonna ask for you first, and I'll just go across. Super Week is a lot. Just feel about how has Super Week been for you in general? Because 3 games in 1 week in general, it kind of feels like even if you make mistakes on day 1, you can't really go back and really deep dive on it. So you guys kind of had a bit of a struggle for Super Week, or just feel like some of the easier games felt harsher. What was your feel on it?
This week was a bit awkward. I thought the first game's draft was pretty bad for us. We're outranged. We lose side. We lose front to back. So we need to be very creative or win very early. Juan ended up playing really well, invading. Because he's invading, I'm just gonna fight this guy to the death throughout my entire laning phase.
Yeah.
And then hope we win from there for the first game. The second game, that one didn't happen. Third game, what is this one? I just thought draft is pretty even. Can win, can lose if we play it well.
Yeah.
So.
That makes sense. Is the team environment just been okay overall? Because last split, you guys were the argumentative team. I'm imagining that that's still the case.
I would say we probably argue a bit more now. So.
Yeah.
It's a good thing, T1 is arguing is good. We argue all the time, so it's probably for the best.
Same with you. Tactical. How's the team environment overall?
I think we're chilling. We're vibing a lot, have a lot of fun. For today's game, sorry, Palafox, but from my perspective, at least playing Varus, I was like, wow, this game's a free win as long as their LeBlanc is not fed.
Yeah,
I'm like, wow, they have 3 champs I'm just going to hit fucking whack over and over and just kill.
Yeah.
We lost yesterday versus 100 Thieves, and during draft, our brains exploded. Our brains exploded, and that was the end of it.
Wait a minute.
I knew going into the game when all 10 champs were picked.
Yeah.
Wow, this is gonna be a rough one, guys. Yeah. Obviously, you don't say that.
Yeah.
We're trying to keep hopes up, but I'm sure a lot of people were thinking it was kind of awkward because even the vibe was afterwards we kind of messed up a lot. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And honestly, I don't remember who I played versus this week. Oh, it was C9, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a heist and a half. we take those. We take those. Yeah.
Well, get to C9 a little bit, but same thing for you, because you guys have been ramping up Sniper. So like
Yeah.
it started a little slow. I mean, you guys had like that one Seraphine comp, but overall, like the games were scrappy. It's your first split, but like overall, how's the vibe on your team? And yeah, I mean, you kicked your teeth in, so.
Yeah. I mean, the vibes have been very good, I think. Everybody's been just like very patient with how I'm developing.
Yeah.
Because at the beginning of the split, I was like turbo boosted, you know? I didn't even think I was like playing at like an LCS level.
Yeah.
I was playing at like an academy level or even below that, you know? But overall, as I was like progressing through the split, we were scrimming more and I was just like starting to regain back my confidence in a way. I guess started learning like a lot about just how I'm playing the game and just playing the game in general, you know? So then that kind of, yeah, now I'm just like slowly trying to get back on track and I'm trying to just become like a good top laner, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been going very good for sure.
That makes sense to me. Like, I feel like confidence is probably the biggest takeaway. Every time I ask a player what they're working on, it's a lot about just keeping consistent. Like, of course, personally, but I think people say that a lot just because I'm sure scrim environment is generally pretty hectic. But like for you guys, in terms of confidence, is it easy to get, like, especially because you guys, people say you guys, tactical, like IMT has been having a lot of scrim bucks. You guys win a lot of scrims. Maybe not this week. I don't know. It's kind of been up and down. But like, talk about how you guys handle confidence in general. Especially with coming off of like a bad scrim week.
For us, at least, last week we did really well. The record was like pretty high.
Yeah.
This week we kind of ran it down. Not gonna lie, it was a lot of awkwardness and like just like we weren't meshing this week basically compared to last week. But we talked a lot just together as five and coach as a team after our last day of scrims, and we just yapped a lot about the game, and we finally came to some understandings and conclusions. And after that, it actually felt a lot better, because by the time it was stage match day versus C9, even though the results weren't good from scrims, going to the game, I think everyone felt pretty confident, and you know, we were just talked everything out, so it was good.
How's it been with specifically Mask and Castle?
Their English is way better than I thought it was gonna be. Mask, he's not much a talker always, but he got understand everything we're saying basically. And Castle's been improving quite fast in English.
Yeah.
When he first came, he even understands like some memes now. Like we said the word yap so much, they know it now. Yeah,
hilarious.
yeah. It's really good. So we have like our own memes, like, so it's fun.
That makes sense. That makes sense. For you guys as a whole, like, it's the halfway point of the split, kind of going by pretty quick. What's a topic that you guys feel like is the one that you want to talk about the most? Because I have one that comes to mind immediately. I'll just say it, C9.
Oh yeah,
So,
Yeah.
it's banger.
yeah, like,
A little rough for them, for sure.
expectation coming into this split was that they'd be the super team. But now I'm hearing people like APA on stage, but just generally people didn't really feel that to begin with. Who wants to take this one? I guess you. You're the one that's grinning. So.
That's all you.
I don't know. You heard it in that one interview I gave, right? Where it's like, it feels like they don't really like mesh together too well. When I'm watching all their games, it seems like JoJo's out there trying his hardest. And the Tristana game is an example, like against IMT, right? Yeah, actually, in the Tristana game that he played, Armal walked mid, shielded Mask like 10 times throughout the laning phase, and JoJo is just sitting there, like doing his job, going even CS, like after Ivern's like spending so much time, right? I think that probably just seems like some of their players lost their identity, and when you look back to Blabber's, like, I guess like his best play style, it's like when he's able to like invade, maybe not necessarily like play such a rigid play style, except on Olaf. Like that play style was just it was very rigid, camps, dragon.
Yeah.
But I used to think like Blabber was like invade jungle, Vulcan was like a tempo player, and Fudge was very like consistent at like knowing his job in the game. I think they're a little bit too lost in the sauce on draft, and they're not actually working as a unit to like get wins. They're just playing their own champions and hoping the game works out.
Like, are they still a great team? Like,
Well, no, they're not a good team.
Yes.
They're great individual players.
Yeah.
So, or Yeah, they're good. They're good individual players, but they're not a great team.
What was your thought, Tactical? Because you guys ended up taking the win over them.
Yeah, I mean, even before this split started, when I thought of C9, I was thinking like this team's main strength is probably going to be the individual skill of other players.
Yeah.
And hope if they mesh well, it's great for them. But I still wasn't sure if they would like mesh well. And I think they have shown that definitely it's not the best teamwork they have.
Yeah.
And I think they rely a lot on their individual skill to win the games right now. And it
makes
has
sense.
been working out recently, especially this week.
This last game that we just saw on the last day of Super Week, the one that was kind of curious to me was on 4-pick they went Lilia actually. They went Lilia against like multiple range, like when they had a chance to go Orianna and Rel. It's like basically another tank jungle, but they didn't end up going for it. And I thought it was like a really bad case for like Lilia jungle in general. So whenever I see that, I always ask the question because like obviously we don't see a damn thing. Like we don't see what's happening in scrims, in comms. Like, so for me, it's a little worrying when you see something, them walking away from a pick that is ideal, I feel like. Maybe it's them having, like, not really having faith in, like, the process or, like, other players or something like that. Like, have you guys had an experience like that where you were on a team before? Like, once again, you've been on teams prior coming into this. It was, like, amateur teams and all that. But, like, you've probably had examples of you guys are not a unit, you guys don't see eye to eye, and it's starting to impact play and draft. Like, have you guys had that moment, and do you guys recall like something like that happening?
Sorry,
No, you can go first.
Okay,
It's all
okay.
good. Yeah.
No, something that can happen, I think, is when a player that is used to like maybe carries, for example,
Yeah.
or put on a tank, they can't like visualize or like visualize the game like winning, like because for example, there's some champs that individually if you put in just one champ alone, obviously they're gonna suck.
Yeah.
But if you put 2 champs or 3 champs together, it's gonna be really strong as combos. But I think what might happen is if you don't really see the angles, like let's say Rel, say you're playing Rel,
Yeah.
and you don't really see the angles where it's really winning because you're too focused on like you yourself can't do much.
Yeah.
Then you're like kind of like it looks whatever. But there are times where if a different player might think, oh wow, it's such a free win. I have Orianna when I'm playing Rel. It's like so easy to play the game, team fights, stuff like that.
So just not on the same page
Yeah,
on what is
yeah.
good as a team. Because like usually those tough conversations, like the arguments, clear that up. Like, so,
100%.
so what about you, Sniper? Because like, I guess a lot of the times when you're on like academy teams or amateur teams, a lot of times that's when those conversations should happen. Because a lot of it is also just kind of like knowledge gaps. So maybe one person doesn't know it as much as the next. Like, I guess I'm asking like, in the teams that you've been in the past, how many tough conversations have you had to like just be a better team?
I mean, the teams I've been on in the past,
Yeah.
like the only thing I could really do, to be honest, was just like focus on my own self.
Yeah.
And I mean, that was just like always translating on stage, you know, or like just
Okay, that's fair.
whenever I'd play my amateur matches or academy. But I think, I mean, the important part is to just have a decent relationship with your teammates, you know? So you can just like talk to them about whatever you want to talk to them, you know, too.
Yeah.
And I think that like, yeah, I mean, you just gotta talk to your teammates and like see what they're thinking.
That's fair.
Just everything.
Palafox, you're smiling over there.
Yeah.
Bro, I don't think academy players know, like, they don't got the clear mind about it, you know? Like, if an academy player has that in them, they're either an LCS player or they're a coach.
Yeah.
Like,
People as well, though, you know? Yeah, I mean, that is pretty fair.
there's a lot of LCS players that don't even have that. So,
Yeah.
like, I mean, what you're asking about is literally just, most of it is about the jungle role. I think Juan in specific is like really good at seeing like, you have to trust your team to carry on these champs, right?
Yes.
You're like, I'm not gonna pick a dog champ into like a Brand or a Lilia because I'm gonna get ran.
Yeah.
But then like as an AD carry or like a mid laner, you're like, well, it doesn't matter. We're just gonna carry the game. Like,
Yeah, I mean they can't play ball lane or something.
yeah, exactly. So it's like, let's say I'll use the Shopify draft, right?
Do it.
We're Nico against Sion. I get perma push. We're Kalista Ashe. They get perma push and they can set up dives. And we have a Nocturne, right? Honestly, I think the draft could have been a bit better. We could have just picked like Rel, obviously pretty low damage, but their ball lane should be O10.
They get permadove.
Yes, they
Yes.
literally can't play from like minute 1, right?
Yeah.
And this could just be something in draft, right? Maybe it's something that like we didn't see in draft, that we didn't see this was an option. But realistically, there are some games that are just over if your team is willing to play like dog jungle or dog like dog mid. Like Insanity is playing like Scion mid for fucking Boogie.
Yeah.
You know, like it's just that's just how it is sometimes, and not so many players have that. Props to Insanity for playing Scion mid. I don't really like it too much, but like maybe I'll pull it out if it's looking good. You know?
Yeah.
Who knows?
That makes sense. I mean, like, also, I guess so much has actually happened, it feels like, in such a short time, only because, yes, Spring Split, a lot of changing rosters. So I feel like a lot of teams kind of have to get on the same page, and that's already going to be hard. And then you have the patches that came out, so it feels like the meta being so unstable is also making the game qualities feel really rough. So, like, what would you attribute it, like, the gameplay so far we're seeing from a lot of the teams? Because I think Cloud9's playing worse, yes, because they changed players, but also you're trying to chase a meta. Like, has it impacted you guys? Like, I would actually go for you, Palafox, because it feels like week 1, support bot lane meta. And then you guys were trying a lot of different things out. And then week 2, it feels like, how difficult has it been to kind of come together and play a strong fundamental game and learn on that when the patches are changing so often?
I don't even remember what I played. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, all I can say is that in the first week, usually we have like other regions to go off. Like, what is the OP pick, right? Yeah. We went through like 5 days in a row where we're like, this is the OP pick, and then we're like, wait, actually, like you can just draft this against it. It's not that OP. People obviously had insanely high Corki prio in every region, and now this champion is like dropped off a cliff because people realize that with more team coordination, more like better diving, or like maybe like with Orianna and Ivern, you can't just throw rockets and poke people out so easily anymore, right?
Yeah.
It's just like, it's so early that people just don't know what the fuck's going on, you know?
That makes sense. And I mean, you got Ole as support, and a lot of times it feels like you guys are trying new stuff constantly, or at least like thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, we literally played Maokai support because he literally went to OPGG, saw the highest winning support. He's like, wow, it's 57% win rate. It's so high. I'm like thinking in my head, I don't know why it's so high either, like so randomly.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, we just start picking. I'm like, wow, it feels pretty good. like, wow, it feels pretty good. So we start playing it. I do think the ball lane meta in the games can be severely different based off the bans. Like, maybe one game it's Lucian Nami versus Phyllis Milio.
Yeah.
But if one of them is banned, all of a sudden is like Kalista versus Varus, or like some other random matchup. Like, and maybe there's drafts where it could be Ashe, Varus, Kalista, and Lucian are gone. I mean, hypothetically.
Yeah.
And then like, I don't know what the fuck I'm picking. I actually don't know. Like, I'll pull something out, like cook something up.
Yeah. And I mean, you guys kind of, at least you guys said in your interviews, I think it was in week 2 when you guys were starting to play comps around Jace, you guys just kind of looked like you were focusing on what your strengths are.
Yeah. So, kind of going back to the point about confidence. Confidence. Like this week, I said earlier, we had a bad week of scrims, or like, it could have been way better, right? But at the end, we were talking to each other, and we were being like, we wanted honest talks, like being honest about our strengths, like what we actually want to do. That's how going into this weekend we have better confidence.
And with you, talking about comfort picks, you guys came into this, but like you first picked Riven. So
Literally just
Wait,
picked
really?
it.
I didn't see that.
like in his first game, he went Riven, so it was like,
Oh, it was
yeah,
the Seraphine comp, right?
It was with the Seraphine
yeah,
Senna,
the Seraphine comp. And
Actually a
also,
banger.
Yeah.
also, same thing happened with Quid, where he was picking Yone, which I see him playing a lot, and solo queue in general, and Aatrox, which I heard people said, oh yeah, I played against him on his Aatrox mid.
Yeah.
So I feel like confidence when it comes to picks is a big thing, at least for you guys. Is that the kind of conversation you have with Golden Glue as a whole when you guys are thinking about drafts?
I honestly think it's the exact same thing as what Tactical was saying.
Yeah.
About just like coming into the week, just like playing what we're comfortable on, and kind of just like drafting what we're comfortable on as well. So I think, yeah, like during scrims, we were like just trying out. Actually, I'm not gonna say too much.
Yeah, no, hold on. I mean, we can always cut it, but go on, yeah.
Just yapping my head off, but yeah, like just playing what we're comfortable with, and then kind of just just like sticking to that and trying to become just like better at other things as well, you know, while we're like doing that.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, how do you end up balancing that idea of just playing what's comfortable and what you guys know you're good at with the new patches that are coming out? Because next patch, I'm sure you guys haven't seen the patch notes in general, but like a good example is like Smolder's already getting played.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So like that's going to be a pick for you, because like actually this is a great question for you.
Us.
Yes, for us. You'll be involved in the conversation, I'm sure.
I'll play top lane too, don't worry.
No.
Top lane, maybe.
But actually, true. I feel like Smolder mid is a pick that is looking good.
Yeah.
Maybe a little better than. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
But like, who's played Smolder so far?
I saw Insanity played Smolder and solo queue a lot.
Same with Kumo. And
Yeah.
he's like a top laner too.
So you played Smolder. Like, talk about Smolder just a little bit. Like your vibe check on the champ.
I tried to lock him in jungle like 6 times. My team dodged every time. And then I tried to lock him in mid 3 times, and then I got 3 people trying to hit me. So then I was like, well, it's fine. I ended up playing Zeri mid. They banned out my Smolder, but
Jesus.
I did get 1 game in.
Okay.
And then I got flamed for the entire game. But I was doing good, so it was. Yeah.
Honestly, you might get flamed a lot picking the champ because you
Yeah.
can't do much, honestly, early game.
Yeah.
And people just fight and just int, so.
Oh,
Yeah.
shoot.
Yeah.
That's the big thing. Like his win rate last I checked was like 36 or whatever percent. It's
Really?
like it was pretty bad.
so
It's probably
so
changed.
trash.
It's probably changed.
That's so trash.
Yes.
That's like disgustingly bad.
Yeah, it was pretty bad the last I checked. But it's really hard when it comes to those champions in general. Because like remember when Yumi came out, trash win rate, being broken on competitive. Zeri's another one. So like it always feels like this champion is not going to be a champion where you judge it based off solo queue.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
So like, did you have any thoughts? Did you even like
I
look
played
at the champ?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I like the champ a lot.
Okay.
There's obviously the base tech of going Comet. Most people already know about this, but you just go Comet and you put like a few points in W, and you literally just you can start Doran's Ring, and you can W the wave twice, and the whole wave is dead basically. Your W does half the HP of the range minions level 1.
Yeah.
So if you're able to pick a lane in the bot lane where you can just push and not be punished for it, for being like too weak in terms of all-ins, then I think it's great.
Yeah.
Because it scales well. It scales insanely well.
Because that's my biggest fear, man. I mean, you're an ASO player, but dude, infinite scaling champions are the weirdest thing to balance around, especially when it comes to competitive. And you're like, okay, is it easy to stack up? Because like, if it's easy to stack up, then yeah, it's gonna be probably trash in solo queue, but then broken in competitive. So, what do you guys feel about just like that design in general? But at least with Smolder, because you played it. I've had 1 game where I played it, or at least played against it.
It's a really simple champ, honestly. It's easy to understand once you play it. And once you understand it, it's actually really easy to play versus. You just have to, the thing that might be bullshit about it is the damage. If you don't, you have to constantly look at the Smolder's items and know the damage, because you might get caught off guard really easily. Yeah. But you have to keep your tabs on the champion, or else you're just gonna die randomly, I guess. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay.
And you said, have you played Smolder top? I feel like it's trash top. Like it's not even something you should probably play. But I'm just putting it out there. If you've already tried and thought about it, then you can start talking about it.
I mean, I personally haven't tried it out yet, but I've seen like just some top laners play in solo queue, and I mean, it just looks disgustingly bad.
Yeah.
So I think we're gonna stay away from that champion for until people start playing it.
That makes sense. And even though this pick has not been changed at all going into the next week, Lucian has just been a constant conversation because it's not been good. I think it's 1-7 so far in the LCS, with the 1 win being the Team Liquid.
0-2, right? He was 0-2 and he won the game.
Yes, yes. So it wasn't even a good game to base it off of. Do you think it's a good pick in general? Because just go for it.
Well, in the LCK, in general, Asia looks stronger. But also, I do think the Bloodfang item helps it with the damage a lot more. And obviously, we're playing on live patch, so we can't do the double support item attack anymore. Yeah. I'm still not sure, honestly. It's like maybe in scrims they'll randomly win lane, and then all of a sudden it's just running over everyone in mid lane. Yeah. But maybe on stage, a lot of times whenever I see Lucian on stage, it's just farming, and that's it. Literally, that's it. Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't feel, because I think it was the Team Liquid game today. They just basically played Aphelios Lulu, and just in general, scaling has just been a little bit better. In the LCS, yes, but also the games just feel longer, both in LEC, LCS, on the new patch, because ever since they nerfed Storm Surge and then buffed a lot of I guess more scaling champions, the game has just really stalled out. Do you think it is because of just teams not closing properly or all these things, or do you think it's mostly just how the game state is right now?
I mean, today there was a lot of get me out games.
What does it get me out game?
Just fucking keep fighting until it's over.
I feel like that's how every game's been, to be honest.
Yeah?
Besides, there was like one game earlier today that was like just really slow. But like for the rest of the games, like ever since LCS started, I feel like everybody's just been fighting to the death. Really, just 24/7, like just fight.
Well,
or our team at least.
Yeah, exactly.
Not IMT. Not IMT.
No,
Dude, we had a game versus C9. It was 0-1 to kills in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Honestly, I couldn't even believe it was after the game finished and I saw like how long the game was. It said 37 minutes. I'm like, what do we do for that? I mean, it was just AFK.
Yeah.
Both teams were kind of AFK that game, honestly. So, yeah, just blame both of us.
But so like, why weren't you fighting? Because that game yes, it wasn't long. So explain it a bit, because I heard at least Ole in the interview he was like, yeah, Karma, that lane's gonna be a pain.
Oh yeah, I knew. I mean, the drop was in. I'm like, oh my god, I hope we could just lane normally. And we lost tower at like 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it took a long time afterwards. Is it just because like your comp really can't do much at that point, or?
Well, they should have pushed the lead more, especially with Tristana side laning, but
Yeah.
they literally forgot side lane existed, so luckily I was able to get 3 items. Even though when I got 3 items, I was not playing as aggressive as I should have been.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna be honest, I straight up didn't play that much Ezreal and scrims that week. So like, I was not as confident, just even though in my head, I know I'm strong,
Yeah.
it just wasn't showing. Also, I missed a fuck ton of ults and Qs, and that didn't help
Yeah.
progress the game, so.
Okay, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, especially for, there's not been a lot of side laning, I feel like.
Yeah.
That has probably been the one thing that, because teams are a little bit too worried about the fights keep happening.
I mean, I was doing that today. I was
Yeah.
like side laning quite a bit,
Yeah.
actually, for like the entire game, besides like 1 or 2 fights.
Oh, wait.
So I guess like,
So your team just wasn't like forcing fights? Is that like the thing you were focusing on scrims, or did it just happen naturally in the game?
I mean, it kind of just happens naturally in the game. You just have to adapt to like whatever situation you're like thrown in, you know?
Yeah.
I saw the opportunity that I could just like take a bunch of towers.
There's no fucking playing safe in scrims. The other bot lanes
that's
are
fair,
just
yeah.
running it mid, and if you're not there,
In scrims, but like on stage, at least, like you just need to learn to just
Yeah.
adapt like a human, you know? That's like kind of what I was
Adapt
doing
like a
today.
human?
Yeah, adapt like a human. I don't even know if that makes
that's a
sense.
good way to put it.
That is a good way.
You just gotta adapt, and then like, I was like doing that against the guy I was playing against, and then, I was just farming a lot, got like 2 items, and then I guess I just did my job in team fights. So it just depends.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Actually, I wanted to ask this. It's a pretty big topic, but focusing on you a little bit. You're starting off in the LCS.
Sir?
And at least in the NBA community, whenever they ask like players, they ask like, what was your welcome to the NBA moment? Which is like, you go into the big leagues and you get checked by someone that you just didn't expect it. You realize like you have to work 10 times harder and all that. So what was your welcome to the LCS moment? It could be scrims as well. Like, it doesn't have to just be on stage. Like, when did you realize like, oh, actually, I'm getting my ass kicked?
I mean, that's pretty valid. I think it was kind of against when I was playing against you guys, when I was playing against Energy.
Yeah.
Like, I was winning my lane.
Yeah.
But I like realized how bad I was outside of lane, you know, at that, like during that game. So as soon as like that game finished, I was like just super mind blown, and I put like all my intention into solo queue, just like focusing on the mid to late game because I already knew that my laning was good.
Yeah.
And then from then on, like I guess you could kind of see it on stage that I'm like starting to play more consistent. But yeah, I think that's like mainly it. Just getting completely f***ed in the mid to late game. Like, he was just side laning against us the entire game.
Yeah.
And I just felt like I couldn't do anything. I've never felt this hopeless before.
Actually, I did realize. I
was
was
so
like,
mind-blowing.
I wonder when they're gonna swap lanes. Going into the pregame, I was like, I'm just gonna Dokla, just go against Akali. You'll be fine. Take Vi over there. I'll 1v2 whoever goes bot.
That's really important, I think.
Yeah.
Like, and we didn't know that during that time.
Yeah.
You know, so they were just like completely out macroing us.
Yeah.
It was so disgusting.
It was kind of funny because I remember like you guys tried to like TV behind me and like you ghosted on me.
Oh, God,
And I was just like,
don't
what are they
remind me of
doing? I just EQ'd out. I was like, I walked away. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna. My Jace pushed bot. I'm like, let's swap again.
Like 5 or 6 times during that game,
Yeah.
by the way. Like they
It
did
was
that
so
a bunch
funny.
of times against us.
That's hilarious. Actually, Palafox, I'm interested now. What was your like welcome to the LCS moment? Because when you came in through through FlatQuest. Because I remember seeing a lot of your games in Cloud9 Challengers. People were calling you Pala Faker. You're actually probably the only Academy player that played sides, I'm not gonna lie. Like played side lanes in general. But then you were on FlyQuest and like that was a pretty tough time in general. Like, you can just talk through FlyQuest or whatever you want to like talk about in that moment, but like, what was a moment where you're like, this shit's gonna be harder than I thought?
Yeah.
My team was bad. The second like 3 weeks in, I was like, damn, I'm not really playing that well, but I'm not getting shit on. And then I was like, my teammates don't really know anything either. I was like, damn, I don't know what to do here. But it was just like nobody has the knowledge to push anyone else forward, you know?
Yeah.
Like one of those.
Gotcha.
We only kind of, it was more like a dragging down situation, you know?
Whenever you get into moments like that, I always feel like, at least people say greater sum of their parts whenever a team is like, okay, we're not the greatest team, but at least if we are on the same page, we can get better. Was there any moment like that on that team?
No, we were just individual players. That the greater sum was if I was on Yone and Jose was on Lilia,
Yeah.
we'd win every game, and that was our strategy.
Yeah.
That was it.
And how do you like stay motivated in a situation like that? Because like you've been in the tactically, you were literally
Better question.
I'm just saying, last 2 years have been rough, guys.
How do you stay motivated and pushing yourself when you're in a team that feels like you're trapped, and on top of that, you know, the community's gonna say whatever the hell they want.
You have to gaslight yourself. In order to not lose your mind, sometimes you have to gaslight yourself. We're doing good. We're doing fine. This is okay.
Yeah.
And sometimes, I mean, not like completely gaslight. You don't go like Delulu mode. You go like, okay, we suck. Just hope like, for example, I think if you're a weak team overall and you're kind of just hoping on picks to like win the game, like he said, like Lilione.
Yeah.
For me, in my head, that's Zyrocon. I'm like, just pick Zyrocon. They'll never punish because it's on stage, and just I'll carry the game because people suck at laning on stage, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Even until this day, Zyrocon is still your.
yeah, I mean, I can still pick it whenever I want.
All right,
I'll pick against Bears Ash, and no problem. Zyrocon on stage, pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you just like basically you just try and convince yourself that like everything will be fine, right?
Yeah, just hope for the best.
But like, what was your, I guess, like welcome to the LCS moment? Because like you came in with Core JJ, kind of honestly like halfway through the year, right?
Yeah, I was.
Go for it.
Honestly, I don't remember.
You don't?
I can't think of one. Yeah.
Because at least like I guess that was like quite a long time ago. But then I'm sure like it got a little bit tougher because talking about like when you were on TSM, because I feel like that's when it started to get a little harder. You were on a worse team of that instance.
Okay, maybe it wasn't necessarily a moment, but I think when I first came to League, I wasn't like smurfing or anything. I was just doing my job.
Yeah.
I think at the start I struggled in the laning phase a lot, like especially against Sven and was it Vulcan CN bot lane at the time?
Yeah.
I think they were way more. I could tell they're just way better consistently at a higher level. And at the time I struggled, but now over time, like after a year, I think I was able to keep up better.
Yeah.
I was able to pick up on some of their ideas. Like for example, a classic Sven is like if they have a push in ball lane, he'll just make you think he's about to recall, but instead he'll just hide in the bush for 5 seconds and you'll recall, and then he'll push the extra wave, so you lose like a wave maybe.
Yeah.
That's like a classic thing he did all the time. I'm sure he still does it to this day.
Yeah.
Like, but stuff like that you just learn and pick up on, and I was able to just recognize it more and just also realize his strength was like, oh, he loved to gain dragons. I'm pretty sure.
To
That
gain
guy, yeah.
dragons?
Like if he's winning bot, he's gonna get dragon no matter what.
Okay.
Like stuff like that, you know, like
Yeah.
you just pick up on it and you learn.
Yeah. What like tactic did you feel like you picked up on, or what player specifically? Like did you get a swift kick in the ass? Like it had to have happened one time where you're like, okay, I need to like learn this matchup.
Okay, the biggest like welcome to LCS moment was when I was in academy. Like this is the most like biggest gap. It was when I was on CNN Academy.
Yeah.
We were playing against C9 in scrims when they were like turbo dominant.
Yes.
We played them 5 days in a row because it was like leading up to playoffs for them. We had like one win. We had one single win, and it was like even if I won lane, it didn't matter. Even if I was like hard stomping or someone else was hard stomping, did not matter. Like macro and like team play was just always the most important thing. And, like that's kind of where I got the whole like I started understanding a bit more like you need to play with your team a bit more. I think at the time. Blabber always did like Raptor invades for Niski, so if Niski was losing lane, well, Blabber's right there getting an advantage, and he's just right next to mid, so you can just help him out.
Yeah.
Or it's like, even though I'm winning 1v1, I can't push my advantage because there's a jungler here, and now he's just pushing and going bot, right?
Yeah.
And it just felt like absolutely unplayable, like absolutely unplayable, like can't breathe type levels.
Oh my God.
And then we threw out the academy team, the enemy academy team fast, or like 3-1 or something. So
Oh yeah, in the finals.
yeah,
Yeah.
it was really easy. It was like we were all like going into it like, oh my God, we're gonna lose. Like there's no way. And it's like it's fine, you know, we'll just play our best. And then we're like, oh, those games are easy.
Oh my God.
Actually, like
Yeah.
just before that, because actually I always forget about on the scrim conversation. There are some teams that just like really drive themselves in scrims, even when the mental is reeled down. I hear you guys. So you guys, you're still doing 2 blocks, right? You guys are doing 2 blocks separately, but you're not. You're doing a 3rd block.
Yeah, I think this going to Super Week, we night blocked every night. I think night blocks are generally 2 games for us. So you do your regular 2 blocks, and after that you'll eat, and then just play 2 more games. Honestly, we're a team that tries pretty hard in scrim to put a lot of effort in. So honestly, it's really draining at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Because there are some teams that try a lot, like, or there's some teams that obviously like there's stage team or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you feel like the triple block helps out? Because I've had players when I was coaching where it's like the 3rd block is just useless. Like they're completely drained.
I think we make good use of it. At least we try to use it as a means to clarify like a matchup, for example, or like if we think the champion is strong, we try to use it for that purpose. I think we're pretty good at setting goals and like putting focuses on certain concepts. So I think Immortals as a team, we make good use of it.
That makes sense. How about you guys? Do you guys even like the concept of like just triple blocking in general?
I mean, for me at least, I get like too drained after like our 2nd block. I kind of just want to eat.
Yeah.
And then just like chill for a little bit, and then play solo queue after that. So in my eyes, it's like, oh, we should just never 3 block, or sorry, triple block.
Yeah.
At all. So that's what I think about it.
How about you, Paolo?
Yeah.
I'm tired.
Yeah. It's pretty tired.
I don't want to triple block. That's
Oh, actually,
like a bit much.
after day 1 of Super Week this weekend, we almost had a night block. We almost played 2 games against another team. But that didn't end up happening.
Okay.
I was kind of low-key kind of grateful.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So yeah, that almost happened.
Because I feel like every player will have their different processes of like getting better, of like improvement.
Yeah.
And hitting their goals. Like there was quite a few players who just like will VOD review instead of just or like just think about their matchup or solo queue. Right. Actually, you grind solo queue and you'll stream it. So like
Occasionally.
Yeah. So like what I say for Palafox, like what's your thought process and like how do you generally improve as a player overall? Like what do you think is your best way of improvement?
My best way of improvement is just like, I don't really take too much from scrims other than like how something can potentially be played out. So like, let's say when I was talking about like the Nico game against Shopify, it's like we should just pick a dog jungle and dive bot permanently.
Yeah.
I put a lot of thought into that, and that's not really thinking about like my role.
Yeah.
It's just thinking about how like we can amplify other roles, right? So like, let's say is the Nico pick, I should just involve myself, right? And I think that's kind of where I put my efforts towards. On top of that, like I do play solo queue, and I just kind of think about what I think would be strong against the meta picks all the time.
Yeah.
So from that, I just tell my team like, this is how I'd want to draft, or like this is how I want this pick to like shape out, and like we can do these types of things. And I think that's kind of where I put my energy towards.
Okay. As for the AD carry and top laner, I feel like a solo queue a lot of times is hard to get conclusions off of it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
So like I'll start with tactical. Like what's your processes of improvement and growth?
I played the lane until. Okay, the problem is with bot lane and solo queue is first there's a lot of random matchups. Like my support locked in Soda and the enemy support locked in Straka, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on, guys. Just hope one support plays better and we win or something. But like sometimes even when they pick like more meta style champs, they don't play it well. I'm like, we like for example, like someone will pick Ashe for. I'm like, oh my god, we're gonna shit on these guys in lane, right? And my support just literally AFKs behind me or something. I'm like, oh my god, like I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this.
Yeah.
So it's really a flip when it comes to is a game useful or not, because sometimes you'll get a human support,
Other times.
or sometimes you'll just get someone who logged in Sona and they're just AFK, and I'm like, this is so. One is boring and it's lame because you're like just playing the game, hoping that enemy doesn't do anything as well.
Yeah.
And then eventually you're gonna group mid, and then nothing's gonna happen. Both teams are really bad at team fighting, and then it's just fiesta.
Wait, so how do you improve? Because I've seen there's a lot of games in teams where it's like bot lane will just ruin games in scrims because they're trying to figure out matchups.
I mean, personally,
Yeah.
I know my matchups pretty well. I think because I've played a while, like I have some experience now, so like I have like a general idea. At this time, this side wins. At this time, like whoever else kills, blah blah blah. So maybe solo queue isn't where I give them that match information. It's just where I practice the champs and just make sure I can execute well.
Okay.
But maybe for someone who's more of a rookie, it could be rough to use solo queue's data at all. Because one, people don't use the champs to like the full like strength, or like they don't push the limit sometimes. But in scrims, like you can't like it feels bad to completely grief a game because like you don't know how to play this champion versus the matchup. It feels really bad because you waste the game.
Yeah.
But it is what it is, and just learn and try not to make the same mistake again ever.
Sniper, as the rookie, it's usually pretty hard to, I guess, efficiently learn in your first year. But like, what's your general like thought process on growth, and like, is the coaching staff or any players you have like helping you out, especially with River on your team?
Yeah, I mean, everything I think Tactical said was like very valid. Starting off as like a rookie, and I think like scrims are like just super important.
Yeah.
So just treating every single game like it's kind of like your last, is like kind of the mindset that I have when it comes to scrims right now. So I'm just putting like full intensity into that. And yeah, you mentioned River as well. He's also been like helping me like a crazy ton.
Yeah.
I don't even know if crazy ton makes sense, but like he's been helping me a lot.
Yeah.
In terms of like my lane matchups and just like just the mid to late game, So I do think that my way, like the best way for me to improve is kind of just putting so much intensity into scrims and just taking like, I guess, a lot of information out of that and then translating that into solo queue and kind of just like, just focusing on the things that I do in scrims to solo queue. And then it just like goes both ways.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
That makes sense to me. And I think the reason why I feel like this matters a lot is because this is the first time in a long time where I'm like, I look at the standings and every team is pretty close. Yeah. Like FlyQuest is the one team that I think is like doing really well right now, and it's probably just the best team at the moment. Like it just depends. But like you guys, a lot of people, I think I had you as last place in my power rankings.
It's based.
My bad.
Based.
Like Dignitas feels like they're improving. So overall, like just for you guys, who are you guys like looking out for as a team, like for the next half a split? Like at the team that's probably not where they should be, but you think are stronger. I'm looking at you, Palafox. You guys just lost to Shopify. In fact, Shopify not only beat you, but beat Cloud9, so they only beat the top teams, and they have a really weird play style.
I think that there's just a lot of players that, all right, let's say IMT, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking at Mask specifically. I think that our Mal is not too comfortable on engaged champions. Even the Nocturne today, he built pretty herbivore, I think that generally IMT aims for scaling. I think that Mask aims for Orianna and Jace as his like comfort picks. Outside of that, I don't think he's really too confident on much. So you can kind of like break teams through draft, I think. And I actually think 100 is a little bit harder to figure out. Quid has more options, and I think you have a lot of options too. And it seems like Meech is Meech, right?
Yeah.
It's Meech.
He's like willing to like try stuff, is what it seems like, right? Whether or not it'll work, it does make it like harder to like see a clear path of like, oh, we can draft this and just win against them, right? And it just depends on like individual strength at that point. For C9, they're not meshing, so obviously I think if C9 meshes, they'll be higher. If C9 doesn't, they'll be lower.
Yeah.
FlyQuest, same thing as IMT, Jensen, Orianna, Azir. Azir has a lot of counters right now, so really it's just ban Orianna, counter Azir.
Yeah.
I think Inspired is an interesting one. Brand Lilia, OP. He's really good at them. Jensen won't play dog jungles for him, so here's a little hint if anyone's playing them. So you can either ban out Jensen's Ori or ban out pairings with Brandilia, force him into a bad draft.
He played Tristana today.
Yeah, but like,
Maybe that might be his only pick,
dude,
honestly.
just force him on Tristana. Dude, he's not good at the champ. Hopefully your mid laner can punish it, you know?
Yeah.
If he can't, then it's whatever. So that being said, I think we test out a lot on energy. I think we're kind of placed like fairly. I think at the end, I feel confident that we'll be like in finals anyways. Outside of that, I think if you guys open up your draft identity a bit more, you guys could be pretty good. And
What about our team? What do
I'm ready for this one.
Talking about
Yeah,
your team is like wild
I mean,
card.
Squid played Aatrox mid today.
How good can you guys be is like the question, like individually and as a team.
I see.
Got you,
right?
okay.
I think
That's very fair.
it's like a super flip. Like I actually have very bad read on your team.
Got you, okay.
But actually, sorry to interrupt you.
No, go for it.
Yesterday versus you guys, oh my god, the draft, I had a headshot draft, but we didn't do it.
Yeah.
What was it? Oh,
No, I can't say
you
it.
can't say it. You can't say it. I mean, the game is over.
Yeah.
Because it might affect what happens to me in the future.
Okay, okay.
Similar
That
situation.
is true. I think we're going to be playing against each other one more time.
Okay, yeah.
There it is.
We
That's
just,
fair.
Probably
That's
just
fair.
better to say
My
that.
brain.
I mean, it's a BO1. We gotta cheese them when we can. Like,
Okay.
Not even cheese. We gotta headshot them when we can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty true.
But like, okay, that sounds good. You talk about your own team, because I had you guys as like, you know, third last team, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I'm definitely wrong.
Yeah.
But you guys will. It's just hard to predict based off of like Meech. I feel is consistent, is like playing well like every time. You and mid lane, I think, will have fucking crazy games.
Yes, sir.
So like, it just depends. Like what is your thought process on your own team so far this split? Because it feels like you guys are you're better than where you expected to be.
Expect to be, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good question, to be honest. I think River and Quid are like really, really insane, by the way. Like going into the split, I didn't think like Quid would be like, I guess up there with the other mid laners.
Yeah.
But like he's surprised me so much. And same with River. Like this guy's just all over the place, you know? He's just like completely carrying our games. And I'm just like trying to be as consistent as possible. So like, or just because of how just good like everybody's playing around the map, you know? It's not only River and Quid. I think like Ballion's also like very consistent in their role. So the next step is like whether I can also, you know, be consistent as well, like everybody else. So I think my team is really insane, and we're only going to get better from there.
All right. Looking ahead, I have just like the kind of matchups for like I think the standout matchups for all three of you for next week. You guys, okay, both NRG and 100 Thieves face Cloud9. Okay, so like you guys face Cloud9 on Saturday, you on Sunday.
Sunday.
It'd be really funny if you guys beat them.
We will be.
It's just really funny to see some teams lose, you know?
Very fair, that's
It's
very
like,
fair,
it's just funny. That's all.
yeah. Especially Cloud9.
Yes,
They're,
yes,
like
yes.
superstar. Oh my god.
Yes,
So
exactly.
And you got FlyQuest. It'd be really
good luck,
funny if
bro.
you
Yeah,
guys
it'd be really funny if we won.
It'd be really funny if you guys beat FlyQuest.
Yes.
Any final thoughts? We kind of just pretty much wrap up. Any final thoughts for the podcast? No?
Just I appreciate you for letting us be in this podcast, or letting me be here at least.
All right.
It was a good time.
I appreciate you guys being here. That's going to be it for pros, guys. Of course, if you're on YouTube, thank you. If you're not, check it out on YouTube. Appreciate you guys.
Bye.
Now he's gonna try to tank it up. Senna ult over the top, who he's still at about half HP. Fudge coming in, looking to complete the dive as Berserker goes on a rampage. Joe Clay is thrown back into the team. All out goes Fudge, all in goes Contracts, but he's 1v5. He ain't alive. Everybody died at C9. 3 for nothing.
And then that'll cost.
Ending the game, guys. Maybe we can get a win here.
Wow, C9 is
Maybe we
back.
can win, maybe?
C9 is back.
Nice!
We're back. This feels weird. What? I'm not used to this.
Mortals regroup. They're going to be healed and shielded by Armeo's Ivern, but now Rich wants to drive in. It's Ole right in the middle of everybody, but Tomo's ready to counterattack. Castle wants to smolder, but he ain't going to find him. Tomo's already killed off 2, and now Immortals, where can you even go? A triple kill back to Smooth.
Nice.
Let's go.
I actually didn't even do anything.
Nice.
Yeah. If we even farm, it's so good.
Not fighting.
Look at this clear this, guys.
Wow. Sniper.
Sniper! Tarek might pull it, but no choice. He'll heal up. He'll be like 50.
He'll be forward
Stay
turret.
here. Stay here. Is Oriana vault or did he out?
Aatrox tank, Aatrox.
Yeah.
Can you guys
Ping
hold
for
on?
us.
I think we can.
Wait, I'm getting one shot by this. Just do it. What the heck?
Good smite, the shield, the healing is going to be enough. Wolverines, they get it. It's a heist, baby. And 100 Thieves are out of there.
How did I die? Good.
They're very kind of strong.
Moss is able to deal the finishing blow alongside Bwipo. Here comes Boogie. Cyclone finds the baby dragon, as now Bwipo is left to scraps. But
armor.
Azir don't push.
I'm tipping now.
Okay.
Let's keep stalling.
Fight
Okay.
right
Let's stall.
Nice.
Ball
Nice,
played.
Nice.
Can we Baron?
We should have gone. Standing, guys. We are first place killer.
First place killers. I mean, that's all of their wins.
Yes.
All of their wins are against first place.
It's actually insane.
So you didn't pick them to win today.
No, they're not playing first place. Welcome to the waiting room. We have to say hello to Kelsey. Welcome to the show.
Hello. Thanks. Happy to be here.
Kelsey, you've worn many hats through the past few years. Do you want to tell the audience what you've been up to?
Yeah. So obviously I haven't been up to much lately, but I was on stage coaching for EG last year. And then before that, I was producer for NACL. I worked a little bit with you guys as well on that capacity. And then before that, I did a lot of stuff with Academy in North America. Currently, I do some LPL co-streaming because I'm also a big LPL fan. Like Emily, Raz, and I kind of go back talking about that stuff. So
Yep.
It's true.
Good times. There was China Talk. There was LPLEN. There's a whole bunch of that.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Jat, for appearing on the special revival episode of China Talk.
There we go.
I know.
Actually, yeah. Wow. Okay.
Well, I know on Making the Rounds, you have Emily give a take, and then you coach her how to make it a hot take.
Yeah.
What is your hot take about the LCS?
Oh, my hot take about the LCS, putting me on the spot. This is usually not how this goes.
Yeah, usually I'm the one put on the spot. Dodging.
I guess my hot take about the LCS right now is that we're getting to see a lot of the faces that we sort of always knew were good get like an amazing shot, and that this makes it so that the big unexpected thing with Energy and C9 not doing well has a lot more to do with the players that we always knew were good finally getting the opportunity to show it. So
Nice.
That's a very good take.
Yeah, that's a good
like
take.
it. I mean, it's a positive take for sure.
Yes, it's not a flaming take.
And it's almost a little unfortunate that like the esports winter is, I think, part of what accelerated this. But like literally the fact that 100 Thieves is like, well, I guess we're not playing with Doublelift and Bjergsen anymore, and they retired.
Yeah.
But I think they would have just ran it back with Doublelift and Bjergsen if Doublelift and Bjergsen didn't want to retire. Yet it feels like this roster here, Quid, Meech, Ayla, Sniper, River as the veteran, and they're second place.
Yeah.
When they were nowhere close to that with their superstar Hall of Fame roster.
It's actually crazy because I know it's been a running gag where every start of year we'll put out our preseason like power rankings, and then it's just one team that makes it astronomically wrong, and it's immediately, we already know it's 100 Thieves. Like, we already know.
absolutely.
Because we had them as like either 6th or 7th, and now they're tied for, no, they
They're
have
actually
sole
second.
position.
Yeah,
They're
they have
second place
For now.
So kind of disgusting from us, I'm just going to say.
Yeah, they're going to be the first game. We're going to preview them closer to the 0 on the 24-minute clock right now. But we have to talk about Smolder because we were the first major region to have them available. We got Smolder appearances in 50% of the games. And in this one, he popped off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's surprising that Tomo was the one to pull out the Smolder just because he has been spamming it in solo queue. I was wondering how much of a trade-off AD carries especially were going to consider the laning phase, but it sounds like they don't think it's as bad and or they feel like they have time to scale up regardless.
You can push the wave with W. I think that's the biggest thing. You're just like neutralizing the laning phase as much as possible.
And a lot of times it feels like, depending on the team, of course, like it's pretty easy to get stacks, like as a whole. Not only is it like we've talked about being able to farm up Krug, specifically Tomo talked about being able to just cycle Raptors if you end up getting that. So like that front, if it's like a standstill game, you can get that. Also, if there's just constant scrapping, if your draft is good enough that gives you space, then you're just getting stacks off of just champions. So there's a lot in which you realize, okay, the game is slow enough apparently where you're just going to be able to get to your like 225th stack, so you can do that.
Yeah.
So it feels like Smolder's a lot stronger than it is. And it's funny, we talked about 100 Thieves. They're the one that started the day by banning it.
Yeah.
So it seems like it's much stronger than people expected.
Cloud9 also broke their streak. They didn't lose 5 games in a row. Kelsey, what do you make of C9 so far?
C9 have been very interesting to me. I think on paper, their players don't immediately work together well and or don't immediately have a strong footing in the meta. Obviously, all of their players are individually strong and flexible, so I think it's a matter of time before they sort of figure that out. For me, it's interesting just seeing Blabber and JoJo work together because I think their playstyles are both like kind of, I'm Blabber, I'm going to farm, and JoJo, I'm really, really going to hard focus on the lane phase. So finding them an opportunity to get that synergy down, I think will be when we see Cloud9 really open up and take over again. So.
Do you think this is more like the stuff that will be their best, or do you think it's a different combo?
Yeah.
It's a very traditional Azir Sejuani.
Yeah, Azir for sure seems like the easiest pick for them because it's a JoJo pick that also, you know, gets like wave push to an extent, lets Blabber farm like pretty easily. So I'm expecting them to have more iterations of things that work for them as time goes on, but for now this is like the obvious one. Right?
Yeah, and I think just talking about energy, which is super tragic for them.
Yeah.
Like yesterday they were the first game of our day, and they were on a 2-game losing streak against like bad teams, and they are the defending champions. Yet all of us were like, "What's wrong with C9?" And then like C9 beats Energy, and Energy falls to a 3-game losing streak further in the standings. And we're like, "Wow, C9, what a game!" But again, Energy is kind of just this enigma. What do you take, Raz?
It's funny because I like the fact that we're talking about both of them in a sequence because C9 won off of NRG's mistakes. they had a failed dive bot lane. They had another weird play in the jungle as a mistake. Also, their loss to Shopify Rebellion was another failed dive as a 2v2 bot lane that really doomed their lane. I think their decision making at times is just poor. Yeah. And it's like it's happening pretty early on in their games. And I think right now the 2 players that I think are playing really well are FBI and Palafox. Whereas I think Dokla's been having some tough times in lane. In fact, versus Fudge in that last game, I think he had a pretty rough laning phase. And then also got killed off of Cassante ulti through the terrain, straight into Sejuani's lap. So I just think certain members have to start playing a little better. And if they're trying to look for a dive bot lane off of what I'm expecting to be a constant, which is FBI and who he wants to scrap as much as possible. Like if they can get an advantage in lane, that's what they want to do, then Contract should just be pathing towards it. And I think that's been failures in certain parts of their games.
Yeah, also production has told me that we have another secret exam.
Okay.
So, we did this last year, we're doing it again. So today we'll be guessing pro solo queue accounts using their yearin.lol page. So we're gonna have 30 seconds to guess each one, and the time starts as I finish reading this. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm ready.
All right, where are we looking? Oh.
I need to see it. Oh, it's so small. Okay, so 2023 stats, 1,600 games.
16.
Yeah.
163 Jace, 115 Kennen. Okay, are these
I think this is
LCS?
Dokla.
Are these LCS
I think
players?
it's Dokla.
I think it's Dokla.
Yeah.
They're all going to be LCS players.
Yeah.
This,
It is Jokla.
Yeah.
That's Dokla.
All right.
Final answer.
Boom!
Oh, nice. Okay, next.
I watch enough of his streams.
We didn't
to know
even
that
need
one.
30 seconds. We're going to do this in 15.
I know. Let's go.
Give us the next page. 2 at once.
Two
Whoa.
at the same time.
A bot lane duo.
And
okay.
they better be on the same team, otherwise this is trolling.
So I see Aphelios, Zeri, I'm thinking Yon Ophelia's very.
The Silas one is a little bit interesting.
I was
don't
thinking
think
Meech.
Core's most Pike.
I was thinking Meech and Ayla.
Yeah, it's the.
Yeah, it could be. Oh,
No way. No way.
Is it Masu? It's not Masu Busio, is it?
I think it would be.
I mean, Ayla has been playing a lot of Pike, but he didn't last year.
Pike
Masu
Blitz.
Busio
Pike
or-
Blitz, Masu Busio, yes.
Yes.
Pike in
Let's
there.
go.
Yeah, you have
There
to
you
go
go.
off the Pike. Next.
All right, another bot lane duo.
Only 80 carries. Rel Ash. Okay, this is Core Young.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
Lock it in.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Yes!
There's the
Okay,
Ophelia
last
right
one.
there.
We're 3 for 3.
We can do this. We can do this.
Okay, okay.
We got this.
This one is.
Oh, this is
Lucian top lane. Oh.
14.
Wait, is this isn't Raz's solo account again, is it?
We're gonna have to lock this in. Are these players or not?
Oh my God! Again!
Yes!
It is.
The
right.
moment I see
knew
most
it.
play
I
Lucian.
knew
Hold on,
it.
let's stick on that one for a while.
What?
I want to dig in. We're going back to that later. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
like,
the
there's no
Lucian
way they
Lee
do
Sin
it
for
to-
sure is
they-
Raz. No? Lucian Lee Sin.
There's some gold there. Let's look at the standings through just over half of the games in the regular season. FlyQuest alone in first, 100 Thieves in second, C9 Energy TL tied at third, fourth, and fifth, depending on how you like to say it, and then a three-way tie for sixth. The biggest shocker to me is the fact that no one has fewer than 3 wins. It really makes things feel so unknown. I know yesterday the LCS Discord ran the predictions down. They were 0 for 4.
True.
All of us were 1 for 3.
In fairness, we also ran our prediction.
Yeah, at least we got a game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Turtle.
At least we got a game.
Turtle bumped the aggregate guest average up by 1 game by picking
Yeah.
his own team.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice. So basically you're saying that there's no pressure on me today.
No.
To be correct.
Kangas
Yes.
already, I think, ran it down pretty
Yeah.
hard.
Let's check out the schedule. What do we have on the docket for today? Game 1, 100 Thieves Cloud9. That is suddenly a very big game.
Yep.
And honestly, you never know what's going to happen with the Mortals at the end of the day versus FlyQuest. FlyQuest thought they had an easy week going up against Shopify and Immortals, but currently sit at 0-1. And Shopify have only beat teams in first place.
True.
Yes.
And
What are you
they've
trying to
lost
say?
to literally everyone else.
Oh my God!
Wow. That
going
is
on a journey.
amazing, actually.
I feel like they could have even.
Good.
Yeah, so our producer, I believe Emin, photoshopped this. I
Yeah.
feel like he could have gone even harder by putting like Jason Wild Turtle's face in the
shell?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Or Tomio or Revan, like one of those.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of good hangers on, so we're good.
Yeah, this is going to be a good day of LCS, and also because it is Sunday, it is time to bring up the fact that there is a very big game today.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh,
talk about
okay.
Okay. I'm interested.
Sunday, February 11th, the most important day of the year in American sports. A day where rivalries are born, legacies are forged, old stars fall, and new ones take their places on the biggest stage. A day where we find out who will triumph when the lights are brightest and lift the trophy in front of a roaring crowd. With a chance to claim ultimate glory and become the undisputed greatest team in North America. A day where a team from California takes on a team with a red logo, all played on a beautiful green field. I'm talking, of course, about Week 4, Day 2 of the LCS. So grab some friends, grab some food, sit down on that couch, and watch the LCS.
Oh, hey, Jet.
Hey, Emily.
You excited about the 49ers Chiefs today? I think it's going to be a really good game.
Who the are they? What is a 49er?
It's like a prospector.
That doesn't make any sense. It's just a number. Cloud9 arriving for the big game. They're here to play 100 Thieves. 15 minutes, 45 seconds until
Started the tailgate
Champ
early.
Select starts. Well, actually, Champ Select is starting right now. It's just going to be pre-recorded.
True.
We're going to play it on stage at exactly the top of the hour. And now we got a good bit of time to talk about it. So one thing that Kelsey talked to us about in the pre-meetings was River and JoJo.
Yeah. So obviously I was a big JoJo for MVP candidate last year, not biased whatsoever. But when you're talking about JoJo, River was, in my opinion, kind of like his ultimate antithesis. You know, we talked about Blabber, kind of like Unifarm. River likes to gank, especially mid. So whenever you're preparing to play against Golden Guardians last year, it was very much like JoJo versus River was like the biggest things. Like JoJo's gonna constantly push the lane, River's going to be there, you just take it. And then when we did scrims, of course, as well, what people don't know about JoJo is he doesn't just banter all chat, he takes it to Discord DMs after. So it's definitely one of those like Golden Guardians EG days were always just super fun for probably the wrong and less productive reasons, but we definitely had some like fun, like what JoJo all chat, where are you? River says, you know, I'm mid already, like things like this, and then they would always like talk together on Discord afterwards.
Was he excessively mid against JoJo in scrims?
I don't know if it was excessively, because we would always watch Golden Guardians games, and it just felt like River liked ganking mid in general. And I remember like the GGTL game, it was like one of APA's first games where River just went mid, I think like 3 times in the first like 6 minutes or something, and JoJo was like, yeah, my jungler should play like that.
It's actually insane watching River play last year because he would just Vi Q or Jarvan EQ into the mid lane bush just so he can dodge a ward and then gank mid. You're like, all right, man, you're committed.
Yeah, and I think we have one game against them from last split where there was just an absolutely disastrous level 1. So we're gonna play this clip to set up the story.
Yeah, so it wasn't like the level 1 was kind of like, I think Golden Guardians afterwards, like River even said, they didn't necessarily expect us to invade, and then our invade just went wrong, but then we went for these bot dives, right? Yeah. And this play just got completely stalled out because the entire time, like, all of the EG players were like, oh my gosh, he's on the ward. Does he know that he's on the, he knows, he's mind gaming us, like this kind of situation. So we just like didn't go for the dive, you know? Wow. It was, so for me, like River JoJo is just iconic, no matter what teams they're on, it's gonna be a good time, so.
River just lived rent-free in their heads. That's kind of amazing.
It's insane.
Yeah.
He's a landowner.
But I mean, it was great because we had like some back and forth. We won a lot of the games against them. They won a lot of games against us. So it was a good time. Yeah.
That's awesome. And then fast forward to now, River switched teams again. He's in second place, even though the roster at the start of the split didn't look like it was going to be that much. And Quid has been someone who got a ton of talk yesterday, but has also been getting some talk throughout the split of like the massive improvements that he's made. And then it's kind of a question of like how much of that is because of River and how much of that is because of his own improvement. Like this is a clip from last year when Quid was playing against JoJo.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing for me though is this play is just really crazy because JoJo is like, I won lane level 1, right? That's the story, and then Armeo and they set up a dive, but in scrims, Quid was actually always like doing pretty decently in lane. Like I don't think he was ever like too terrible or anything like that, or he didn't like get completely gapped. And obviously this was his very first game in LCS, so you gotta imagine there was like jet lag, etc.
Right.
And since then we've seen Quid improve, especially like in his games against JoJo over time. So.
Yeah, I think we're gonna hear it later from Golden Glue when I talk to him going into this matchup. And one of the things he actually did cite is the biggest improvement for Quid was not in his actual play, but it was mental, because his scrim performance was so disparate compared to his stage performance because he did have a lot of nerves. And Golden Glue actually addresses that in talking about it's not just River, right? Because obviously having River on your team as a mid laner, we just covered, is going to be really great. But it's also kind of this mental shift that apparently he made from last year to this year.
Hi guys.
There we go. Hello.
Nice.
And that's the thing. I think with this team, there they are. I think with 100 Thieves, what surprised me, specifically with Quid, because I remember when he first was coming in before that split, there was a big conversation about like, okay, how good is he going to be? And from a lot of players that played against him in solo queue, they were speaking him up. So it definitely does feel like, as you mentioned, a mental thing. And I was just looking into the stats. It's really funny. Both of these players, they get a lot of jungle attention from the opposing jungle. Both of them lead in terms of opposing jungle proximity. Because of course, people want to gank JoJo.
Yeah.
And with how often you are seeing Quid and River play amongst each other and looking for ganks, looking for plays, they usually play through mid. That's also where the enemy jungler is targeting.
And I think Quid has improved. It's hard to ignore, but I'm Team River in this situation. Because to me, last split, there were so many games where I thought, man, this gory guy, he really shuts down the enemy mid. But then the more you rewatch games, you're thinking, no, it's this River guy that's actually destroying the enemy mid laner. Like, of the, I think if you were to try and break down junglers by like which lane do the opponent teams hate the most, I might have messed that up. Enemy mid laners probably hate playing against River more than any other jungler in the entire league.
Yes.
And that will make his own mid laner look so much better because there's just like this extra man that he's playing against more so than when he's with other junglers. So like if 100 Thieves keeps this up, I'm thinking like River MVP because it like from expectations to reality, how much this team has improved. I think so much of that has to be attributed to the veteran presence of River, but it's hard to say without being inside of it all.
That's definitely the case, and even just hearing from players that are on the same team with River, they always credit him with just how much he does, even just like out of game. Like when they go into review, a lot of the time people always speak up River. I will say for Quid, once again, it makes it easier if you have some like a team that you can play off of and a team that has like a pretty clear identity. Because, hey, he's the kill leader right now of mid laners. I mean, a lot of that, comes from his champion pool, but there's the confidence of how often they fight.
And the 100 Thieves drafts have also been something that has stood out as being particularly successful.
Yeah, I really love 100 Thieves drafts. This is kind of a spread of some of the drafts we've seen from 100 Thieves thus far. Some interesting flexes. We already pointed out the Aatrox flex, and again, it's worth reiterating that this was something that Quid has actually spammed in solo queue a lot, so they felt really comfortable in flexing between those two lanes and then taking the Olaf top instead. Obviously, everyone knows about Sniper locking in Riven in his first stage game, but this is kind of just a cool example of 3 very different drafts in my opinion that also showcase how well the coaching staff seems to be communicating with the players, asking them what they want to play, and also finding things that are cohesive but lean into their strengths.
I think that's incredibly important when you said the fact that it leans into their strengths, and they just, a lot of the times when you bring in young players and your scrims are really scrappy, it doesn't translate into stage because you're just scared on stage. You're unwilling to bring that out.
Oh, this team ain't scared.
No.
They ain't scared. They bring that out, and they are the bloodiest team right now in the world. That's the craziest thing. So for combined kills per minute, it's insane to see how often they fight. And even just hearing from Grayson Golden Glue, he was here earlier, of course.
You played him in basketball.
Yeah, he kicked your butt, I heard.
Conveniently ignoring that.
Yeah.
No! Look, I lost by 1 shot. By 1 shot.
Okay, all right.
I lost $20 out of it. I need it. But he told me, he said the funniest thing too is that when players are asking, he's like, oh, are we playing for Herald or are we playing for Drake? River would be like, we must fight. We must.
Yeah.
So like it leans into, hey, if it's something that they're doing in scrims, it's actually translating on stage, and now they find themselves second place in the league.
And we have so much to talk about. We haven't even talked about Vulcan versus Ayla. There was a huge beef with Vulcan versus Ayla when they were in the FlyQuest situation, and crazily enough, it's a really close career head-to-head with all the team bouncing these two guys have done actually across the last 2 years. Ayla being FlyQuest to EG now here, and Vulcan with FlyQuest now to Cloud9. So we don't have time to necessarily get into that rivalry, but I imagine there could be some beef on social media when the two of them finish this game.
Even the score.
We have the coach interview. Emily caught up with 100 Thieves coach Golden Glue ahead of this game, so take a watch.
Hello, I'm here with 100 Thieves coach Golden Glue before your match today. So thank you for taking the time to join me. One of the most impressive things about your team has actually been how you've been drafting for them. So I want you to take me through the draft process for 100 Thieves as much as you can.
Yeah, so I think relatively to the other teams, we actually have a pretty short draft process. I feel like a lot of it is me and Sam Spooks, the strategic coach. We kind of like figure out what locked bands we don't want to play against for certain teams. And then we just run through what we think the most likely scenarios are. A lot of times it's just reacting in the moment. And I feel like usually the good drafts, like we already have our set plan, but usually it's just like catching mistakes I feel like the other team is making. And a lot of times, like when we're drafting versus ourselves, it's actually harder than when we're actually drafting on stage. So it's just that different teams have different priorities and they have different opinions. So that's kind of like the gist of our strategy.
Thank you. Did you know, so today you're taking on C9, did you know that JoJo has kind of a thing against River? They have a little rivalry.
No, I was totally unaware. Can you enlighten me? What's the beef?
Do you think that River is aware of this?
Honestly, I have no idea. Maybe he hasn't mentioned it. So, but I don't know if River would have mentioned it anyway. So I'm very curious now. I'm very intrigued.
I think it's more that River is a jungler that other teams find difficult to play against, especially mid laners, considering how he tends to target mid lane. He and Quid have been working really well together this year. So talk to me a little bit about them, because I think Quid's improvement has been astronomical from last year to this year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy to see Quid performing so well. And in practice for the whole first month, he was just like, honestly, obliterating all the mid laners. And I could kind of tell from the beginning that he was going to have like stage issues at the beginning. And he has done a really good job of, like, I guess, conquering his fears and kind of relaxing. It feels really good too, because it's like the same problems that I struggled with as a player, was like getting over that stage anxiety and be able to play as well as you can in practice. And it kind of just like overnight clicked for him, where he was just like, one morning before our match, he was just like, Grayson, like, I figured it out, like, I just don't care anymore. and then ever since then, I think that was the morning of the Aatrox vs Sion game, where he was just like an absolute demon. So it's really happy to see that. Yeah.
That's awesome. Did you have any like specific advice you gave him, or it was just he figured it out and it clicked?
I did give him the advice that I thought was useful of, you know, there's actually a book I read a while ago called The Subtle Art of Not Giving an F Word. I don't know if we're allowed to curse here. Yeah, and I think it's a pretty like pop psych book, and it's pretty easy to apply. That just like, sometimes when you try to control things too much, you end up like not being able to get the outcome that you want. And sometimes you have to like relax, let things go as they be, I suppose, and like let things flow. And it's really worked for Quid, so I'm happy to see it. I don't know if that's what caused the change, but he's doing a great job of applying it.
All right, well, thank you so much for taking the time, Grayson. It's always great to talk to you, and we'll send it back to the lounge.
Love hearing from 6 year ago Scrim God Golden Glue.
There we go.
on the way
Yes.
Quid's been able to progress. But let's look at the predictions for today. We're going to be tossing it up to the stage in a minute. So, do we have any differences? Kelsey with the spice.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to make it a bit interesting, but I mean, really, I think 100 Thieves, like, they have been playing very coherently together, and I feel like C9's missing that a little bit. So I'm even though C9 won yesterday, you still saw a little bit of that coming out. So I think 100 Thieves have a real shot to take it home with the momentum today, especially if they make it a bit spicy here and there with the jungle angle. I think especially also for TL's Shopify. I mean, I think this one is probably the most surprising, but like I need them to break the curse. You know?
Shopify is really hard to predict.
Yeah, seems like you're a shop-a-lever.
I think they played very well yesterday when they just went for the simple Zyricon, Orianna stuff. They're really going to comfort. Like, Fake God Aatrox was his absolute comfort pick, so.
C900 Thieves in 2 minutes. Let's send it up to the stage to get us in the game.
Welcome back to the LCS. It's week 4, day number 2. We're starting things off here with our second place team, 100 Thieves, looking to give the Cloud9 Doubters a little bit more ammo. After that, Dignitas are looking to make it a perfect week as Energy try to bounce back from yesterday's loss. Then, Team Liquid, sitting at 4-4, are staring down a Shopify squad that just took down first place FlyQuest. And rounding out the week, that FlyQuest squad will look for a rebound after their upset loss yesterday, and Immortals will look to replicate navigate Shopify's success. I'm Captain Flowers here with Azale for the first couple of games, and my good buddy Raz joining us for the TriCast in game number 1. How you gentlemen doing?
Doing real well. I mean, this one's going to be exciting just because at least the momentum shift has been there for Cloud9, for 100 Thieves. Just pure confidence, the fact that they've come into second place, no one has expected that, and they've done it as the bloodiest team in the world with the highest combined kills a minute so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy, I think, how well 100 Thieves has been doing. And even talking to 100 Thieves, talking to Golden Glue, he's like, yeah, I'm surprised too, Like, hey, what can I say? They weren't expecting to be this hot out the gate. There's a lot of young players on the team. There's a lot of players who they thought were going to need time to actually be able to adjust to the LCS stage. It has not really been the case because they have been so good, so fast. And I do think it's going to be a good test here for Cloud9 because, yeah, despite the fact that they won yesterday, was not the cleanest win from Cloud9. It was not the most dominant win. It was more, I think, capitalizing on their opponent's mistakes than really kind of enforcing their will on them.
Exactly. Like, the first thing that comes to mind was that bot lane dive that was botched by NRG. I mean, Blabber was a little late to it. And also, if it had gone a little bit cleaner from Huhi's side of it, then Cloud9 would have started in a deficit. That didn't happen, though, and they were able to get a lead. Honestly, felt like Fudge had a great game in that one versus Dokla. He was able to get an early game lead, was able to then alley-oop Dokla straight into his jungler's lap and get a kill. So my eyes are on Fudge. I remember his interview saying that he's focusing on lane, just kind of realizing that he's kind of walked away from that for the past year and a half or so. So love to see that from him. Udyr's been banned, so I'm sure he's happy about that.
All right, we get the Udyr, the Orianna, the Callista all banned away by 100 Thieves. C9 banning out Poppy, Cassante, and Senna. Now, I'm not going to get too excited for this yet, even though he already played it once. Yeah. I will not be bamboozled.
It probably won't be blind. I'm going to be interested to see if we're seeing more Smolder here. Obviously, we saw it a couple times yesterday. I'm still in the more tanky build Smolder waiting room. I think that is so much more powerful. So I'd love to see that coming out today. But a lot of key picks here. Things like we haven't seen a lot of Rumble in the LCS, but Rumble is still very high prio around the world. And on 14.3, I still think it is pretty solid. So it would be interesting to see if we're getting any of those kind of picks here, coming out.
Well, powerful early laner there in the Varus for 100 Thieves in the bot lane. So what does C9 want to answer that with? We've seen a couple of different hovers. Generally, if you go for something like the Zeri or the Smolder, if Varus has an aggressive lane partner, he can try to take early control, take early prio, punish that a bit. So C9 might be looking for something a little bit more early game flavored. Or no, Berserker going back to the Zeri.
There it is. I mean, off the Zeri buffs, it makes sense that Berserker would want to go right back into it. We were so successful on that pick last year. Meanwhile, Meech going towards the Varus, which was the first pick that they had in the last game, makes it easier for them to counter pick a little more for Quid and Meech, or at least Quid and Sniper, that is. So interested to see what 100 Thieves start responding to now seeing the Sejuani pick there.
Yeah, Zeri, I mean, that is really, I think, the signature pick, for Berserker. Did get buffed on this patch, obviously, so it would be interesting to see how he's going to perform on it. He did play the Varus yesterday. That was obviously taken away. Zeri not expected to really kind of win a lot of lanes against the Varus. Is dependent upon the support matchup, but generally speaking, you are going to be a bit on the back foot. River on the Vi, I feel like this is kind of more so than the Jarvan lately becoming his iconic pick. He is so good about how he plays around enemy cooldowns, really punishes missing summoners, really punishes missing, ultimates and things like this so effectively on it. We saw him play this exact same combo yesterday with Quid, who I thought had probably the best game I've seen from him in the LCS yesterday. His Taliyah game was incredible, and really a big part of that is his coordination with River.
Absolutely. This Wombo combo of Vi and Taliyah working together is awesome on its own, but remember that Vi initially started being picked as an answer to Zeri during the great plague upon society that was Zeri meta for a full year. This was one of the answers. She can't kite you forever if you just point and click, blow her up before she gets the chance. That's the strategy. That's the play for River and Quid.
Akali being locked in for JoJo is going to make it a little easier than it was yesterday. I swear that guy was sweating when he was going up against this exact same combo from NRG. I felt like it was so close where he was just going to get one shot. I thought JoJo was playing out of his mind until he finally got stopwatch as his third item. So I was like, thank God for that. So he doesn't want to be put in that same position.
I will say, though, you've drafted 3 champions with dashes into Taliyah.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, the rocks are pretty powerful here. And, like,
the unraveled earth.
If you're trying to surf over them, it's not going to go too well for you. Obviously, Akali is going to be stunned if you're using the Shuriken Flip or the ultimate ability against Taliyah's unraveled earth. So, I do think that is something to watch out for. But, if you use the E for wave clear, then Akali can find windows to really go aggressive in this matchup. So, you can't just be spamming the E on cooldown trying to push the wave as easily, I think, against Akali, because you can get punished for that. Obviously, Akali plus Sejuani as well, that is one of those melee pairings that can work pretty well, helps you stack up the passive, gives you that early game power in the 2v2s, so could be looking to play pretty heavily around that, knowing that River is going to be very likely targeting JoJo in mid lane to try to play around Quid.
Well, with 80 carries, junglers, and mid laners picked by both teams in the first half of the draft, it means we still need to see top lane from both sides. We still need to see support from both sides. It's Riven and Gwen both fanned out. C9 respecting the fact that Sniper's the type of player who's not afraid to lock in these carries.
Yeah, I mean, right now he's currently tied in solo kills with Whippo. Sniper's been having a really great split thus far, and it's been off the Aatrox. So I feel like Aatrox is the value pick that's probably expected for 100 Thieves. I'm wondering what it's going to be for Fudge. If Fudge fourth picks it or has a good counter pick, that's what I'm interested in.
Well, and I think you wouldn't be banning Riven if you're not going to be blind picking on 4 for top lane here. It's kind of my assumption. I think that they do want to play, support counter pick on 5, try to get a winning lane down there. So I'm expecting that Fudge is going to be blind. Otherwise, I just don't see why you would have to ban Riven. Most top laners that I talk to aren't really worried about it if they have it, a pick that can answer. They're only worried about it if they are blind. So we'll see what the choice is going to be here for Fudge. It's going to be Olaf coming through. So Olaf blind is pretty bold. But it is pretty strong into a lot of the meta picks, things that we're seeing these days. It is something that can go really, really aggressive. Again, it's another melee pairing with the Sejuani, so Blabber's going to be focusing very heavily on the top side by all expectations that I have.
Right, and when you look at carries like Talia, like Varus, they really need Peel to be able to survive. It's not going to work against Olaf. If he gets ahead of the game, Fudge can just run over both of the carries locked in there so far. So let's see what the response here from 100 Thieves will be. Looks like Melio down there in the bottom lane paired with a Varus.
Okay, so Melio going to be down in the bottom lane. I'm going to be interested to see, what Sniper is willing to bring out. Would he be going for something that is kind of maybe something that can kind of answer power with power? Try to go something aggressive in the top lane. There are some really spicy counter picks for it. Things that people used to play, like Kled into it. Is considered a pretty good matchup. But it is going to be Aatrox, so it is going to be one of those more standard picks that you were expecting, Raz.
Yeah.
And so C9 definitely should be expecting it as well. And we'll just have to see, because, in my experience in this kind of a matchup, it's very much about, can the Aatrox kind of keep the Olaf poked down to the point where the Olaf can't actually attempt an all-in? Or, can the Olaf find these windows where you are high health, where you can look for those kind of 100-0 plays? Because I do think it can really go heavily in your favor. You're going to be immune to the WCC. You're going to be immune to the Q knockups as well. And if you're actually just full health to dead, brawling with this guy, I think Olaf should be able to take him down.
That's why from 100 Thieves, you have to think about playing towards bot lane a little bit more, because Varus and Melio, I think, makes a lot of sense if you want to start scrapping. It's going to be Vulcan's Bard, so a lot weaker of a laning phase. So if you can set up for a dive, that's where my eyes go. Because I think if you look for a 2v2 top lane with both Sejuani and Olaf, you are going to die. I think it's going to be hard. So for Cloud9, to me, it makes it easier for them to actually want to start looking for grubs and perhaps actually focusing on trying to dive Sniper a little bit more. So going to see how that goes for 100 Thieves to try and play around it.
Yeah, it's really interesting because with the Bard, as you say, it is a weaker laning phase. But at the same time, if they can just cover Berserker on these stacked waves, cover any sort of dive timings, he can get out on the map and be really, really active because they really want to scrap on the rest of the map. Like, the top side 4C9, I think, is really good at fighting as soon as they get those ultimates online. And if Vulcan can get it on the map and be a part of that, it could be really effective for them.
So who do you guys think got the edge in the draft now that everything's said and done? We got all 10 champions locked in.
Like, you may be named Sniper, but I think C9 got the headshot with the Olaf pick. I'm a big fan of it, so I like the draft. I think it's a big thumbs up. It really depends on, as you mentioned, if Cloud9 can cover the dive opportunities. I think Blabber was slow in the 3-minute dive last game. I think that's certainly something you review going into this game.
Nothing happening at level 1. Okay. I was kind of hoping maybe we could get some death ball, maybe we can get some craziness. Sejuani with a bunch of melee buddies, but not quite. Looks like we're just going to make sure that nobody's doing any late invades here. Sniper and Fudge staring each other down in the top side as everybody else just positions around where you would normally expect to see those early wards dropped on Raptor camps. And sure enough, there it is.
Yeah, and I think if I'm afraid of either team going for a level 1, it would be C9. Not only do you have Sejuani stun, you have Olaf Qs. That's the only thing I'd be worried. I think Fudge wants to go for an early ward to at least get vision on where River is starting.
I think something that's going to be really interesting for this game is, how these junglers play around their mid laners. Both of these guys, do like to play pretty heavily with their mid laners. They're strong players, in that duo. It's one of the reasons that Cloud9 wanted to get JoJo was to be able to have this really strong mid laner to play around. And it kind of is a focus for them. And River has also been very heavily focusing in a lot of the successful games on playing around Quid. You can also see that Vulcan there did a W start, so that's why JoJo went for that early trade there. It was what looked like a losing trade, but there was 2 Ws there stacked up for him, and you saw Fudge just pick up another one as well. So it's about a full potion's worth of health that JoJo just gained for free. Yeah. Because Vulcan is starting W level 1. It of course means on bot side, you're not going to be trading at all level 1. You're just going to accept the fact that you're going to be pushed in. You're going to be kind of sitting back. But those health shrines are actually very, very powerful for your soul laners.
Yeah, it's insane. Honestly, if you're ever part of those scrims where sports like, all right, who wants the Cocos? Because it just makes it so you can win your lane that much harder. So you don't want to make it a debate.
Quid and JoJo, neither one of them afraid of getting scrappy here early on level 2. Both of them popping those potions down to only a couple hundred HP. But you can see Blabber coming around, moving into his top side jungle there as the ward placed down by River earlier on expires.
And as Azael said earlier, something that we do have to focus on is mid. Blabber gets caught in the ward. Great timing from Quid as he's pushing the lane out. That's my biggest fear, as Akali is just going to be a demon with Sejuani if she can hold the wave at her turret, but as long as Quid can get the shove in, that's great. The opposing jungle proximity for both of these mid laners have just been through the roof, so that's something that both Blabber and River will have in mind. If if Vulcan has moved, then that's going to be really worrying for Quid.
Well, it's also one of the things I think is really interesting about us being on live patch is that you have to relearn some of these matchups. How many times did JoJo play Akali versus Taliyah since the Taliyah buffs came through, right? Like how many times have you actually been in this specific matchup? Because Taliyah both got the cooldown off the E and higher damage on the Q, and JoJo getting very low here. Yeah. He'll be able to hop away. But it gives Taliyah more push in these lanes, so you have to kind of readjust to how you play them. And so it's one of these things that it makes, playing solo queue really important. It makes the scrims in the weeks leading up to these new patches very, very important for these teams, because you've got to be on point with your practice. Make sure you're getting the most possible out of these games.
Especially if you are a team that's struggling early, which C9 has been. The fact that they've been on a 4-game losing streak, obviously ended up taking a win their last game. But if you're both juggling, trying to work on your fundamentals and synergistic points, like if you're trying to work as a team better, but at the same time, there's been a huge patch that's dropped and you have to work on different picks that you're not really confident on. There's a lot that can come into play here, so it's nice to see C9 kind of starting to get some rhythm back, but it must have been a difficult scrim week.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely trying to get that rhythm back, right? This is their first round robin results. They did go 3-4, not kind of the result that was expected at all. And I think it was made even more weird by the fact that they were killing teams in the first couple games, right? They came out and everyone's like, yep, this is what we expected. They look insane. They won every lane and they killed you in a team fight, and then the game ended, right?
Yep.
But they followed that up by one loss. We were saying, well, this first loss was against Shopify, and there was a bad dive bot, but that's not going to happen again.
Right.
And then it started to be another loss and another loss, and you're like, okay, well, what is actually wrong with this team? What is going on? And it puts a lot of pressure on these players and on this squad to try to fix things very, very quickly, because this split is going to go by fast. It is only 6 weeks of play.
Yeah, we are currently finishing up week 4, so we're already over halfway done. Cloud9's got to make sure they get it together. You can see the top lane is kind of the story that we were expecting to be told up there, as Sniper keeps the pressure on, tries to control the wave, make sure that Fudge never gets that confidence, that point of strength where he can try to go for an all-in, especially as both of them approach level 6. Speaking of level 6, is available for both of our mid laners, and we know how deadly both of these champions can be if they get unlocked and start rotating around the map.
Yeah, but generally it's been a quiet game. Both Drake has been up and Grubs have been up, but overall neither team has been comfortable with going for an early dragon. Not only has Meech and Ayla been having push, but also Jojo Pyun has been supported with another pair of Cocos, so he can actually continue to scrap the lane. So he's getting reinforcements.
He is hydrated.
Exactly. Quid is looking bot lane. How is he getting these moves?
Yep. And as much as we've been talking about Cloud9, you also have to talk about the other side of it too, which is 100 Thieves and the expectations versus reality. Because not only is Cloud9 doing much worse than expected, 100 Thieves is doing massively better than expected. They have been looking so good. When we talk about the power rankings for these teams, it was mostly 100 Thieves, down near the bottom. That was kind of where people were expecting them to be, but we'll see if a fight is going to break out here. 100 Thieves looking like they're just going to accept the leash on the Dragon.
Yeah, C9 had started up the grubs. Blabber took 2, left the last one in the pit because they wanted to rotate down. That tells me that C9 is fully confident in taking a fight in this bottom side river if you're willing to just surrender 1/3 of that first group of grubs, but no, instead 100 Thieves are just willing to say, no, we're not doing this right now. It's not the play. Vulcan and Berserker, again, just going to be shoved back underneath the turret here. Honestly, Berserker doing a fine job dealing with the early lane pressure from the Varus.
You said 1/3 of the group of grubs. Are they like a collective? Is this like one is an arm?
What is the plural of... What do they call a group of grubs?
They're not individual
I wonder what it is.
grubs?
Yeah, is it like a pod of grubs?
It a grub of grubs?
A school of grubs? I don't know. What is the plural of grub? I don't know. We'll figure that out.
A goop of grubs?
We gotta...
These are the questions.
Well, there's only one still standing. He's got no buddies left.
He's not an individual.
No, he's just part of
a very damaged
greater group of grubs. All right, Blabber.
What about when 2 more respawn?
Well, those are just imposter grubs.
What?
Yeah, those are just imposter grubs.
They're just a new collective?
No. They're just showing up.
The still say separate?
Yeah. He's
you guys don't know what I've been through.
Yeah, he's never going to be able to truly have the same bond with the 2 new grubs as Berserker has to run away with the ghost down here. Tried to step up a little bit. Meech nearly snipes him out. The Hot Cocoa's not going to get rid of all that.
Yeah. WQ does some damage when you're already low. The execute there.
That's tough. I mean, they were doing quite well, being able to soak up a lot of pressure. Speaking of, Fudge is going in, though.
Yeah, Fudge wants the all-in here with the Ragnarok Sniper. Just first bloods him.
He does it again, back-to-back days. Solo kills on these veteran top laners. He solo killed Impact yesterday. He solo kills Fudge today. And what a start to this career Sniper is having.
Uh-oh. Well, let's see if he can get away from it. Vulcan and Blabber trying to take him out here. There's not a lot of damage on these 2 champions, especially when River shows up to try to lock down the stronger of the 2. Sniper's still incredibly low. They will be able to finish that off, but River's going to take one with them. Blabber drops as JoJo shows up, immediately fires off with a Shuriken flip, but as Quid is ready to reinforce, JoJo won't get anything back.
Nice reinforcement from 100 Thieves. The fact that Quid was able to be there so he can protect River in the R2 for Akali was nice. But that makes 5 solo kills for Sniper. Now he has sole possessions of solo kill leaders. That's insane to see from him in the top lane.
Yeah, this guy has just been incredible. And I think it's been so interesting because there was obviously a lot of community expectation and hype around him just because it's someone that you've heard about for so many years.
For years,
yeah,
right?
When you talk to all the top laners coming into it, there was a lot of even public interviews, people saying, he's not actually that good, you shouldn't be that excited, I don't think he's anything special. All kinds of top laners were saying this, but he's come out and I think he's really kind of surpassed people's expectations. He has been so much better than people thought so early on into the split. He talked about it in one of his interviews with us. I think it was actually yesterday after the win. Maybe it was even with an interview with you. Just saying how he has been able to improve so quickly once he has been in these LCS scrims, these LCS games. The level is higher than what he is used to. And he's just been able to soak up all that knowledge and soak up all that experience and has really been leveling up his play.
Yeah, that interview with Jap, but the interview that I had with him on Pros, you got to really understand that he recognized that this was going to be tough to get into the league and just be able to perform and showcase the best of himself, and he was able to do that here today.
Exactly. I mean, he's able to actually chunk out Fudge, and then he kites back because, again, if you do this full 100-0 style play, the Olaf is going to win those, but he's playing around his cooldown so effectively. He got the Q1, he got the early damage down on Fudge. Fudge starts backing off. Fudge looks to turn with the ulti, and he just backs off, waits till the Q3 is ready, waits till he can go back in and get that actual damage to finish him off. It's just really well played by Sniper.
I felt like he even played out the second portion of it when Cloud9 came in as reinforcement. Him 2v2ing alongside River. They get the kill on Sejuani because he played it as well as he did. So overall, great start for 100 Thieves and for Sniper specifically.
All right, so let's take a look at where everything kind of stands right now, because the gold is even. We still have the 2 grub lead for C9, but the first Drake of the game did go over to 100 Thieves. We should have the imposter grubs reinforcing the only remaining true grub here before too much longer. Remember, they all do have those individual respawn timers. C9 still rotating the jungler. and the support around together, but they're not going to find a whole lot here just yet.
Yeah, you can see JoJo actually farming really well. To be in a melee versus range matchup, he's 121 CS before 11 minutes is actually kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
You basically just didn't miss any CS the entire game at that point. And they're now moving Berserker here over towards mid lane. I think C9 wants to fight for the second round of grubs here. And they're going to send JoJo down towards bot to answer Meech because he has TP. So if there's not someone down there to answer, it is going to be stopping things as we're seeing the gank counter there. But we've definitely seen a couple more ganks, I believe.
We've seen more, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's nice to see Berserker actually now holding on mid wave just because he did lose a wave off of that earlier poke that we saw on him, so he actually had to back away when Vulcan was roaming. So now it makes it a little easier for Vulcan to start moving alongside Blabber to find a pick while still being able to catch up in CS. So I think that's a good move here for Berserker.
I kind of want to see Cloud9 just start the grubs, to be honest with you. I mean, there's no TP on Quid, so JoJo should always be able to threaten the answer. They have TP on Fudge. He obviously just base, so maybe they're going to wait a little bit, but especially with your bot lane playing mid, when you have that strong 2v2 on top side, I feel like they should be starting up these grubs, looking to try to play around that. But for now, it is C9 not starting it up, and we can see Rivers heading back out towards bot.
Well, also worth keeping in mind, we are 12 minutes into the game. The Herald's going to take over the pit at 14, so if grubs are part of anybody's plan, they're going to have to be that sooner than later, as JoJo should be able to complete this recall. Nicely done.
And a question that I have for you, Azale, is like, who do you actually think has the scaling advantage in this game? Because it feels like Cloud9 is playing in a way where like Fudge probably feels confident taking fights going up against what Quid and River and Sniper has to offer, though he is behind in this game. They're not really pushing the tempo. So who do you think has the advantage here?
I think if it's just straight like front to back 5v5, I think it's 100 Thieves for sure. And Melio, I think, really does make a big difference in these later fights. You're going to get almost zero value from Sejuani ult. It's so easy to just have the Breath of Life to actually cleanse that away. I also think they have a really good dive to threaten Berserker. And if Akali and Olaf aren't ahead, it is very difficult for them to play. Obviously, there is always kind of the X factor of if you can come from flanks, if you can find multiple angles, then it becomes a lot easier as things like the Varus and the Talia will really struggle if you're kind of coming at them from behind, but I do think if you're just looking at straight up 5v5, if 100 Thieves are marking the flanks, it's really hard to take down their comp.
That's a big if, because that's why I was interested, because it depends on the positioning around Quid and Meech, because for sure it's going to be hard to peel off Olaf, but if Akali gets marked, it should be easy. But in general, it's going to be tough for who's going to mark her. I'm assuming it's going to be Aatrox.
Yeah, probably Aatrox will try. And the thing is, it's like, if Olaf doesn't get ahead, if Olaf is playing from behind, there's no enchanter behind him. There's no kind of, ability to actually buff him up more. You can get burst down pretty heavily, right? Like, if you just pop the ult and you're running straight at, Varus and Talia and Aatrox and whatnot, like, you can just get straight up burst down. So we'll have to see. I think Cloud9 was really depending upon this top side to get them a bit of an advantage and kind of play from ahead. Hasn't really been the case, as obviously Sniper got that solo kill on top side, and that's really been where the only action has been.
And it's 14 minutes into the game now, so no more plates. About a 1,000 gold lead for the side of 100 Thieves. You can see Sniper was moving into the river while he had the chance to secure the Scuttle Crab, place some vision down in the pit in case C9 wanted to rush after the Herald on spawn, as Quid makes his way back down into the bottom lane here, continuing to just deal with JoJo in this 1v1, as JoJo still maintains about that 3-wave lead over his opponent.
Yeah, but I will say it's going to be tough for Cloud9 here, because right now 100 Thieves have full control of mid lane. Because while Berserker is able to farm for mid, he's just getting wave consistently pushed in, which allows 100 Thieves to clear out the ward tower, and now pushes Akali off of the wave, makes it easier for them to pick Dragon up. I'm not sure. I don't think Cloud9 should fight for this at all, but that's going to be a flow that they're going to be constantly pushed in. So they're certainly going to have to fight for third Dragon, and Berserker's going to have to be willing to fight for it and be strong enough for it.
I also like 100 Thieves just, hey, you got the first Drake, prioritize the second one. If they end up trying to trade the Rift Herald back, whenever you're up against Bard, your Rift Heralds naturally have a lower value anyway, because if the Bard's on point, if he's properly tracking where the Herald handler is, he can stop the charge from being successful into the turret. But it looks like C9 are going to be the ones looking for that objective next themselves. Only a little bit of timer remaining on the Scuttle Crab vision that was secured by Sniper earlier. He is walking into what could be a very, very bad spot. He pops the world ender, but it's his world that's about to end if they aren't careful. River now diving into the middle of 3 as a teleport's ready to come in and reinforce C9. JoJo's into the back. The smoke is already popped. Sniper's trying to stay alive, but he barely gets away. JoJo ain't gonna find the kill here just yet. That cozy campfire's keeping them all warm. C9 retreating back as 5 into the topside river. Sniper lives, but it costs his flash.
Now that was so close, but my eyes were focused on that 3-inch barred portal. I was just interested to see if they could find the pick.
Not the size that counts, right? But we'll see how they're going to be able to do from here, because they also got both the summoners off of Meech, which is obviously a big concern potentially for that next fight. We'll see if there's going to be any sort of a scrap breaking out, though, because it looks like 100 Thieves are going to be the ones just walking away with a freebie on that Rift Herald. And they TP'd in JoJo. JoJo tried to get in the backline and finish off Sniper, wasn't able to do it. He forced out some sums, but at the end of the day, Cloud9 get nothing. 100 Thieves get a Herald and the bot lane tower. They're coming out looking really, really good. And the 100 Thieves success just kind of keeps on rolling. This team has really been cruising, and now Sniper looking for another.
Sniper wants another solo kill, this time on JoJo. The smoke has already been used. C9's gonna summon up reinforcements first. Fudge makes his way into the fight as Vulcan locks him down, and Sniper bit off more than he could chew. Fudge picks him up, ties up the kills 2-2.
Great strategy from C9, bait him into thinking he's got another solo kill.
It was looking very, very killable.
Yes, especially once he got that Q1 on Akali and he was just one more away from death. I was like, oh no, he's looking for it.
I thought he was going to have him. He snaps him out of the Shroud. Sniper played this well. He didn't have his ultimate. He didn't have his flash, remind you. Otherwise, maybe could have actually chased for it. So that Q2 delays him getting back into the Shroud, which pulls him back out of it. Then the Q3 lands, and you start to think, this is going to be another solo kill here for him. But then once Sniper is fully committed, Fudge comes in with the TP. This portal coming in here from Vulcan, slowing him down with the meeps, allowing him to hit confirm that Q. And Fudge just runs him down. Good play there from Cloud9, bailing JoJo out of what was a difficult situation.
Yeah, I mean, they recognize that they got flashed off him in the prior play too, so overall works out well for Cloud9. They're TP'd down, but it doesn't matter too much because of what happened prior when they were getting Rift Herald, 100 Thieves that is, they're looking for a fight here.
Yeah, Blabber's Sejuani ulti not doing what it wanted there, so Meech not locked down. JoJo's just going to keep pushing here in the top lane, utilize the power of the Akali there inside, keep the pressure on, but Quid making his entrance here with a Weaver's Wall, gets JoJo stuck on the right side of it. Now Seismic shove back over the unraveled earth. Akali ain't getting out of that one, baby. Quid picking up a kill.
No TP available to bail him out of that one. He just got pinned in, pulls tower aggro, and Quid has a 2v1 with the turret on his side.
Oh my god. Every time I see a Talia ulti go through there, I wonder where it's going to pop him, but it popped him straight into the turret.
As the resident Akali hater, I am going to sleep to that clip tonight. That was beautifully done by Quid to outplay any of Akali's mobility and shut JoJo down.
And a cool fact here about this game, as we just watched JoJo die, is he actually had the second highest total CS of any major region at 14.
Whoa.
Only player with more was Showmaker.
Hold on. Blabber immediately starting things off here as River has to disengage, and Sniper's got the kill back on the Sejuani. Both junglers are going to drop, but Fudge is also killed. 100 Thieves are up 1 in the skirmish as JoJo finally makes his way into things, but 100 Thieves are ready to keep this pressure on.
Yeah, they're looking to play for the next wave. Not sure if this next one's going to be a cannon minion, but with 2 people down from C9's side,
JoJo going in. He wants the perfect execution, but it's Quid executing JoJo. A killing spree for the Talia. A 4,000 gold lead for 100 Thieves as they knock down the tier 2 turret.
They are just obliterating Cloud9. They try to use the portal there. A little cheeky portal to get JoJo into the backline because he didn't have that flash, but there's a lot of AoE damage coming through here. We can watch this one more time as Quid pins JoJo in, and JoJo trying to get back over the pillar. How does he pull aggro here? So is it with the E?
Oh, the minion wave.
The minions are just dead.
They're just dead, yeah, of course. So it's just the minions just die off. Quid just takes them down, has them pinned in. The E doesn't get him enough of space over the wall there, and you can see the frustration setting in on JoJo. The laning phase going so well for him. Dies there, comes back after the respawn. They look for an engage after Blabber's dead, and he ends up dying again.
Yeah, I was wondering how, oh wow, just based off, I think, the Talia Qs that were kiting backwards, they were also able to get the kill on Fudge overall. We're seeing a different side of 100 Thieves, because even off their wins, they were generally pretty scrappy. They're looking for another pick on Sniper, though.
Sniper just backing away. He's already got the Edge of Night here on the Aatrox. That second item providing the spell shield makes it much harder to find these plays against him. Yeah, he has to pop the World Ender, but he's all right just using that to escape. Vulcan will try to annoy him a little bit as he grabs the Gromp, but C9 had to commit 3 up here to take that turret, and they won't get the kill in the process, while 100 Thieves moves on to Soul Point, securing the Drake at the same time.
Yeah, exactly, and it's Ocean Soul, which is going to be really powerful for some of these Drain Tank style champs. Sniper, though, good flash.
Barely gets away from that one. Nicely played. As you can see in the bottom left corner, JoJo having to escape from 100 Thieves has moved back in the mid lane.
But he's been eating a lot of pressure and playing well on weak side, and that's what I've been talking about. This is a different side of 100 Thieves that we've been seeing this split. This has to be one of their lowest kill games, and generally, even just off the last game versus Team Liquid, it was up and down. The goal difference was going crazy, and so this is a lot more of a controlled game, where it feels like Sniper's playing well on the back foot, of course getting the solo kill earlier on, but it seems like 100 Thieves recognize how to be able to play the map, and that's been the difference maker.
And this is just back-to-back games where Quid is just going crazy on the Talia. I think he had one of his best games ever in the LCS yesterday, if not his best game, and he's following it up here again. 3-0-1 on the Talia, has been making moves, getting out on the map, and has been very, very effective. And I want to quickly give a correction. So it was not all major reasons. It was out of LCK, LEC, and LCS, where we have the stat tracking. Okay. We had the second highest total CS of any player in those 3 leagues at 14. So definitely was collecting a ridiculous amount of farm. Only had been passed by Showmaker in one of his games, but it has not really resulted in anything, right? After that early laning phase, he was up good 20 CS. He farmed incredibly well. Died on top lane, died on mid lane. Hasn't been able to find much from it.
And just to kind of talk about Quid a little bit more, feels like the whole conversation about how much of the success of Quid is in River, this game has to shut them up at this point. He's been playing well outside of that pick that he found on Akali. I think, yes, he has been working well with River to playoff sides in general, but the last 2 Talia games have just been really great for him.
Well, I think it's just kind of a cool conversation, right? Because we can see the development from this guy. Because last year, there was so much talk around, how this was a wasted import slot, that he shouldn't have actually been here. We're seeing the development from Quid. This is a very young player. Obviously came in, I had heard a lot of talk last year that, Quid is not performing well on stage. No one really was going to debate that. Yeah. But that he was not showing what he was capable of. And this split, people feel that he is.
Well, Blabber going for a potential engage here on 100 Thieves as they step up into the C9 red side jungle, looking to control some vision, control more of the rift, choke C9 out. It's still about a 3,000 gold lead for the Thieves as Meech gets caught. Nice Bard ulti there. 100 Thieves are going to have to try to protect him, but Blabber and JoJo are already on the mark. Meech survives only for a moment longer as Quid flashes back over the wall. C9 gets a double kill for Fudge, and they ain't done yet. Ayla and Quid are on the run, and Sniper's in the middle of all 5 C9 players. Triple kill for Fudge. Baron is the play for C9.
That was a great play from C9. Yes, Ayla was able to cleanse from the Blabber's ulti, but Vulcan's ulti that follows, be able to catch them up and then just ram straight into him was a great follow-up in that fight.
Yeah, Berserker able to be pretty much untouched in that fight, getting a lot of damage out. Fudge as well, going crazy on the Olaf. Finds that ideal fight now and has his 2 items completed off it. So we can watch this one more time. And he called it out, the initial play there. Ayla, great positioning, does cleanse it out, but then the stun onto Meech from that Bard ulti comes over the wall. He just gets piled in on by everybody. Berserker goes over the wall. He's just firing out shots from the right side of your screen. And with Fudge unstopped in that front line, chasing him down, gets kill after kill after kill. Quid gets out. Another gets out, but it is 3 kills and the Baron for Cloud9, and just like that, they're back in this game with a shot at it.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves thought that they could play that one out well, and they were playing it out smart. They had Talia that was on top lane wave and that was able to join the fight, but there was just no way out for both Ayla and Meech in that one. And even Quid, when he joined in the fight, he took way too much damage, flashed out. There was nothing he could do there.
I mean, it had been 20 minutes of 100 Thieves building up a lead, getting those first 3 Drakes, having that 3,000 gold advantage. The plays that we were praising Quid for and Sniper for, snap your fingers, it all evaporates. The game state now favoring C9.
I mean, that's always the tough thing about League of Legends is one mistake is not equal to the other. You make a mistake post 20 minutes over by the Baron, there's such a big cost to that. 100 Thieves thought they were in that power position, wanted to look to make a big play in the enemy jungle. They get punished for it. They lose the Baron. Now, very likely going to lose the Dragon off it as well. We'll see if 100 Thieves are even going to try to challenge for this Dragon. It would be their soul, but you know they don't have the best setup for it right now. You can see it's pretty much all Cloud9 vision, you know, down in this area. All of these wards in this entire section of the minimap are really all Cloud9.
6-6, 500 gold lead for C9, but the stats on those 3 Drakes for 100 Thieves will make up more than that. Considering the bonus stats that C9 are getting from the Baron, it could be a pretty close fight here as the TP for C9 shows they are invested. They do not want to give away this Ocean Soul to 100 Thieves. Let's see whose flashes are available. Quid and Ayla without theirs. Jojo. Maybe he does. It's hard for me to tell on the thing. Hard for me to tell on the thing. There we go. All right, so let's go ahead and see here. C9. They're going to go ahead and start this up, but very slowly. Blabber can tank it pretty much forever. 100 Thieves still thinking about how they want to approach this. Quid goes back into mid lane to sit down a ward. Remember, he can join the fight whenever he needs to with the Weaver's Wall. C9 already have the Drake down to 7K. TP coming in now. They're going to have Jojo brought into the whole rest of the team. Meech gets caught again. Beautiful Bard ulting as Meech tries to flash over the wall, but Jojo's ready to follow him. Cloud9 are going to bulldoze these guys again. Sniper's trying to stop him as Berserker has to flash over the wall, but he kills River while doing it. Jojo marking Sniper with the Shuriken flip. It's 3 dead for 100 Thieves. C9 don't lose a man.
Whole bunch of credit has to go to Vulcan there. Not only does he get the ulti on Meech, but he gets a frame-perfect Q. So even though Meech flashes over the wall, is still stunned by it. So makes it so much easier for Cloud9 to follow through. Man, that was a tough one for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that was really well done there from Cloud9. They had such a good setup as well. You know, Fudge was kind of sitting over on the side. He was playing by that blast cone, so if 100 Thieves committed into the fight, he could just take the blast cone over the wall. In this case, they're the ones engaging, so he just goes forward. And 100 Thieves really wanted to force it because that was their potential soul, but they didn't have the best setup for it. They're trying to push in all from the same side. They're opening themselves up for this engages, for these flanks from Cloud9. Cloud9 really punishes them with that, and now have opened up a 4K gold lead out of seemingly nowhere. This was 4K in the favor of 100 Thieves just a couple minutes ago, and we can watch this one more time. Fudge looking for the wraparound on the side. The TP comes in from Jojo, and then here from Vulcan, you called it out, Raz. The perfect Q here, it's gonna bind whether you flash over or not because the timing was there. It sets up Jojo to fall him over the wall.
That was crazy. I was wondering how 100 Thieves were going to play it. If you know, Sniper was going to find a flank because the tri-bush was warded, but overall they didn't, as you mentioned, have the best positioning. But Vulcan just opens up, and so his Bard play is great. I know on Twitter you mentioned called himself out that he wasn't playing the best. This is a great response.
His whiff flash Q on Bard yesterday was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. So he had to make up for it, you know?
This is a good makeup.
If you don't love him at his yesterday, you don't deserve him at his today.
All right, well, we've had about an 8,000 gold swing from the peak of the 100 Thieves lead. If you're 100 Thieves, how do you stop this? I talk about stopping the bleeding. 100 Thieves has had their leg blown off from the lead that they were running with earlier. How do you get back in this game from this point?
Find a new leg.
Just that easy.
Find a new leg.
Yeah.
That's how you win this game.
Lost their leg. Sounds like you probably need to replace that.
Okay, we got to find a new leg.
Ask a pirate.
100
Maybe get a nice peg.
Thieves.
You know? But you know, on the real, I think it's all about the setup for the fights, right? You know, they have to. Clearly, Meech can't get caught like that. You know, not only did he get caught by the Bard ult, but he uses his flash after and dies anyway, so that is really, really costly. So they have to really be aware of the ults from Vulcan, but then marking the threats. No one is marking the follow-up from Jojo once he did get caught. No one is marking, you know, Fudge and trying to push him out. And I think that is going to become a lot tougher, though, obviously, at this point, because if you're not as strong as Fudge on that flank, he can just all in and kill you. Like, he has 3 items now, including the experimental Hexblade, which is really strong on Olaf, giving you the move speed and attack speed when you do pop that ulti.
Yeah.
So the job is obviously very, very difficult. Plus, one of the kind of quiet problems is Berserker's been farming this whole time. He's on 3 items now. So Zeri, once you hit 3 items, that's kind of that benchmark that you really do look for, where you can take over. So the answer is it's going to be really tough for 100 Thieves, but it's got to be about how they start out the fights, mark the flanks, force them into this kind of straight front to back where you can maybe win.
Something that I'm looking forward to them doing, they've actually already done. They're starting to overload a lot more and just sack a wave, this one being bot lane, just to find the fight. Here's one.
River immediately just getting bursted down. Nicely done with the Bard ult again from Vulcan, and C9 sees their green light. A double kill for Berserker. He's going to make it 3. Is this the return to the pit to kill Pikachu?
you. Berserker's got a Quadra. Fudge trying to keep Quid locked down. Dread it. Run from it. Zeri arrives all the same. A pentakill for Berserker.
What a fight from Berserker. Finds the angle, gets the penta. And I think that could be that for this one. It's going to be a massive lead. They get the tier 2 mid. They get 5 kills on Berserker. They're going to get the Baron as well. Cloud9 decimate 100 Thieves.
I mean, I liked what 100 Thieves were trying to do. They thought they had at least one opportunity with Olaf bot lane. Sure, he had TP, but if they can get a quick pick, that would be it for them. But man, Vulcan, what is he on today? That 3-man ulti from him that were able to make it that much easier for Berserker.
PC.
I think it would be a good idea.
This is not normal gaming.
He has been really good. Has 100% KP, by the way, on the Bard.
Yeah.
1-0 and 13. 0, 0 and 14, maybe the perfect score. So he has a little bit of work to do there.
Okay.
Shouldn't be stealing those kills from a team, but
room for improvement.
We can watch this one more time. I mean, River just kind of too far forward. I think he thought he was safe because the squad is around him, but everyone from Cloud9 is already there. River is kind of forced to ult in, ends up getting burst down. That 3-man ult from Vulcan making all the difference. Then look at Berserker, takes the Bard portal, ease over the wall. 100 Thieves in trouble again.
We are not done, gentlemen. Sniper caught in a bad spot as Fudge goes in and Meech goes down. JoJo's got the first, make it a second. Quid tries to retreat, but JoJo's got the perfect execution, and Berserker finds another kill. Sniper at least gets one back, finally shutting down the C980 carry, but it's still a 3-for-1 trade. It's still C9's fight.
Yeah, it's a 1K shutdown, which is going to feel nice, but at the end of the day, it's a 1K shutdown, and you're still down 9,000 gold here. Cloud9 going to be able to take another dragon off the back of that. And they are just running away with this now. The item completion so heavily in their favor. You're looking across at all these different carries. It's +1 full item, it feels like, for almost all the key members here now.
This game is crazy. And it's fun to see because 100 Thieves are not going to lose lying down just to see this one through. So I guess at the end, Vi does try an ulti just to buffer through the Sejuani ult, which is already a mistake. At that point, you are already in a pretty bad position. So I guess we're just going to have to watch this pentakill one more time.
Yeah, Berserker, really well played there. Playing with Vulcan on the side, so he portals over the wall, still has the E to jump over the second wall, and then with the Ghost active, with that ulti speed there, chasing down Quid, has the passive auto, zaps him down for the penta. Does get killed, of course, in that next fight, but he is now on 4-4, has the tier 2 boots, of course, as well. And you can see Fudge on 4-4 as well. These guys are getting really, really strong. Cloud9, not a great early game, definitely having some issues here. But showcasing how well they can still team fight and how well they can work together in 5v5. It's maybe not a dominant game, but at the very least, they can be happy that they've been able to pull this one back.
Exactly, they're showing improvements, and we still have like that 2-week break that's going to happen, so just being able to scrim through a lot of it is going to help them tremendously. So like, we've showed a lot of replays about how, yeah, they're about 2v2. Actually, they're going
Wait, hold on, the Bard ulti's not gonna hit the mark this time, and JoJo gets shut down. Meech has the kill, and Flower's stuck on the front line. Seismic Shot brings him back on in, and C9 have overplayed their hand. But now what about Berserker? He'll try to kite it out, fight it out, but no! Another play coming out from the Thieves as Berserker gets all the health bars low, but none of them low enough. They'll lose Ayla in exchange for 4. C9 lose the fight, but Fudge takes the inhibitor in mid lane.
That low-key looked like it was almost going to be a pentakill again. They were getting so low. Hurricane Bolt splashing through. The ulti splash damage was coming through as well. 1 or 2 more seconds there for Berserker. I think he actually kills the whole team, and then the game is just ended by Fudge, who is down in mid lane. But a great job by 100 Thieves. They know they can't just sit back, allow themselves to just get kind of ran over. So they find a window to really get aggressive here, capitalizing on this failed ultimate there from Vulcan. They kill off JoJo. They all pile in. And Quid doing such a good job with that chase down. Finding the multi-man seismic shove was really nice.
Let's have to see that one more time because they are looking for Quid there. And yes, the first pickoff that they had on Akali does set the tone.
Yep, and here it is now kind of chasing after. They get those initial kills and they say, you know what, we're going to send it. Quid goes forward, puts the E down, so gets the stun on the dash there, then the double fling. But watch this damage from Berserker. How close was he? What, needs 1, 2 more autos to probably kill the entire team there.
Yeah.
That was really close. If Quid missed him with a seismic shove or got the E out a split second later and didn't get the stun, I literally think he kills the whole team. And that is one of those montage double pentakill games here from Zeri. But they are able to get that kill. They are able to shut him down. and they're buying themselves a little bit more time because, yes, they're still down 6K, but they've closed the gap a bit. And if they could ever win a fight and get soul, hey, that gold lead doesn't really matter anymore.
That gold lead still at about 6,000. C9 with the past 2 Drakes, they've managed to stop that soul with under 2 minutes until the next Drake spawns, but there's also under 90 seconds before Baron is back on the Rift 2. If Baron's not taken immediately, we're going to have one of those tricky situations where both the buffs are up at the same time, but 100 Thieves will be in the better spot because they'll get so much value if they can take the Drake themselves. I'm really curious how they're going to play this. The map is pretty dark, pretty scary if you're on the 100 Thieves side right now.
Yeah, and if you're Cloud9 side, now the lead's been getting chopped time and time again. Just to talk about team fights, any pick, remember, Ghost on Berserker, no cleanse, any pick. It could just be Meech's ulti, it could be River going in, could immediately go into a flick from Quid, and that could just be Berserker off the map. And JoJo's been having a tough time trying to pick it. Now they're going for the turret. They're able to finally get it. But that's what Cloud9 has to deal with. This game's not just over just yet.
Turret down top side, 7,000 gold lead for C9. Recalls happening as the whole team is aware it's Baron coming up soon. 30 seconds, you can see the pings. Plenty of vision placed down by C9 as they took that top lane tier 2. They want to make sure they're set up for this objective fight.
Yeah, Quid would really like to get towards his death cap, but he needs about 1,000 more gold, about 900, I think, in fact. So he's not quite there. He has the gold for the second rod, but not for the combine of the two just yet. Oh, but he's got to be careful.
Oh, 2 ults go out, 2 ults go wide. C9 looking for their chances. JoJo wants to make an entry here with a flank. Berserker is the MVP. That's the guy you got to keep your eyes on as Blabber's going to be engaged on. And JoJo is killed in the smoke. Fudge tries to dive into the back line, but he ain't going to find the damage just yet. Berserker has to kite backwards. 100 Thieves found 3 kills. Berserker and Vulcan now seeing if they can get anything else. They want to allow the Zeri ulti to go away on 100 Thieves side. They don't want to fight Berserker in this. He's still trying to see what he might be able to pick up. 100 Thieves 5v2 are being pushed back by the 2. Berserker jumps over the wall, but he goes too far forward. Quid rides the wall trying to take him out, but the shutdown from Berserker as he burns away the ace for 1 for 100 Thieves.
They should be able to get soul now. They can go straight there. It is no one from Cloud9 alive here to be able to stop this, so they're going to be able to get soul. They're going for Baron as well. They're going to go for double objectives here. 100 Thieves. How about that turn onto JoJo, who was looking for the flank? He had the Shroud down, but River already had the ulti onto him, so as he goes into the smoke, they know exactly where he's going to be CC'd. Everyone nails the skill shots on the invisible JoJo. They burst him down immediately, and that sort of collapse, that sort of marking is exactly what 100 Thieves would have needed to get done to be able to take a fight like that. And now they've got it all. We got to watch this one more time. Just watch JoJo on the left side of your screen here, right over here. He's going to be looking for the entrance. He goes in, immediate ult, and then look at everything there. The Q from Sniper, the Q from Meech, the flip from Quid, everything nails him.
And the healing and shielding from 100 Thieves make it so much easier to deal with Fudge. Fudge didn't even feel like he could get close to killing Ayla there. But wow, it was so tough to deal with Berserker at the end of it.
Yeah, he has those ulti stacks. He has that Ghost available. You know, knows he has to look for some sort of a big play. Doesn't want them to get the soul. Doesn't want them to get the Baron. But he gets tagged by that Q there from Meech. And it's enough damage with that burn to be able to knock him down. And now it's a little bit of desperation time here for Cloud9 as they're overloading the side lane, trying to see, can we find someone out here, try to get some sort of a pick. The luxury items are coming through on the other side. Now the death cap is completed. We have double GA as well for the top side from 100 Thieves, which is going to be that next massive fight for them.
40 minutes into this game, and I have no idea who's going to walk away with the dub.
It's a banger, man.
This one's going down to the wire. It's going to come down to the execution and whatever this final fight ends up being. 100 Thieves with control over the map here again for now. It had been such a stranglehold over the Rift for Cloud9 for the past 5-10 minutes, but now it's right back in the Thieves' favor.
I mean, this gold graph, it went from about 5K in lead to 100 Thieves to about 9,000 ahead for C9 to now, oh, Quid caught.
Another huge ulti coming out from Vulcan, but JoJo is so low that he can't go in for any kind of a follow-up. Now the seismic shove on the Blabber. He's gonna drop. Meech kills him. Front line down. JoJo hurt. He's got a recall. You're gonna see a teleport also being used by 100 Thieves. Sniper bringing himself into the mid lane to get that enchanted, get that ready to go, and continue the push. They've got 40 seconds of a 5v4 for 100 Thieves.
C9 feel like they should still be able to fight this one, but 100 Thieves are going for the throat.
River just walking up, making sure that he has that presence, that he creates that space for 100 Thieves to keep the war machine pushing. C9, know they gotta try to defend this, but Weaver's wall is gonna make it hard. Jojo throws out the shuriken flip, but there's the unraveled earth. Ayla has to be ready here to protect these guys if C9 wants to go in, but right now, C9's just clearing out the waves. Another enchanted, Baroned up minion wave comes in. A little bit more chip damage under the turret, but nothing huge just yet. Cozy Campfire, buffing up the Thieves. Sniper, eating a lot of turret shots. River unafraid of the Akali smoke. But with Blabber coming back to life, 100 Thieves decide to bail.
Yeah, this is one where maybe 100 Thieves, showing a little bit of inexperience there, trying to end in a position where it was going to be very difficult to do so. They could have likely gone through bot or top and secured a double inhib, pretty much guaranteed. Instead, they try to make the aggressive move. They try to go for the game ender, and it's going to mean they can't do it. Cloud9 get the respawn on Blabber, and we're going to have another fight. We're going to very likely be going to an Elder where all of a sudden the soul advantage might not mean that much. Had 100 Thieves taken, say, a top inhib, it becomes way more difficult for Cloud9 to actually contest at that potential Elder, but that's not the situation we're living in. So Cloud9 are going to have another shot, and if they can get that perfect fight, you never know what can happen.
And you said it in the draft that it was going to be difficult for C9 to play into Talia's E. How many dashes?
Insane.
He's been playing really well, and it's been difficult for C9 to take any opportunities off the Bard ultis or any picks that they had on Quid to begin with. So that fight that they had in top lane, sure, the healing that came from Redemption from Ayla made it easy, but Jojo Pun just didn't find an angle.
We are seeing so many builds get completed now. Sniper just got his 6th item. Fudge has been on 6 items. Berserker's been there for a year and a half. Meech also almost hitting that full build point. These champions are locked and loaded.
They are, but look at Jojo. He's on 3.5, right? Like, he still needs to.
There's a reason I didn't list him.
Yeah, but that's my point, right? And it's a big deal because he is having so much difficulty entering these team fights. He's down now 130 CS to where Quid is. He's not being able to pick up the kills. Unless he finds that perfect flank, it is so difficult. And we even saw him on a good flank angle in mid lane. He can die 100-0 in the Shroud. That is the reality of his situation. So he needed to get that arm guard to have that stasis. It is that one-time use stasis here to try to immune things like the Vi ultimate, to be able to try to stay alive in that Shroud. But it's just been so hard for him to really have any value with this pick.
All right, 100 Thieves. Let's see how they're going to play this one. They get the wave shoved up into the inhibitor turret of top lane, but they cannot force anything further just yet. It's about 1 minute and change until both the Baron and the Elder are live at the same time.
So we see Berserker now. He's actually made an item change. He was already 6 items. He sold the BT and bought an LDR. How do you feel about that, Res?
Difficult one. I actually would have just liked the BT a little bit more. I don't think you're punching through too much armor in this game right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, obviously you're going to get the kind of like HP bonus damage.
Yeah.
People have a lot more health. You're going to get that flat bonus. So it is kind of just, a little bit riskier, obviously not having that additional life steal. And you're kind of betting on the fact that, hey, I can position well, I can avoid damage. I'm not going to need the additional life steal past what I have from the shield bow and my runes.
Yeah.
And trading that for a little bit higher DPS. So higher risk, higher reward, and we'll see if it pays off for him.
The best survivability is to kill all the other guys.
True.
Then there's no way that you're going to face any serious threat. C9 trying to get themselves back out onto the map now. Seismic shove, not going to find the target. Zeri Zap also missing as it fires through the ruins of that tier 1 turret. 100 Thieves making sure they stay past the river, guaranteeing that they're the ones applying the pressure. Baron and Elder both about to spawn. You
No shot you trade Baron for Elder, though. That's
coming out from 100 Thieves, yeah.
Go down to bot side.
Yeah, they're like, you can't just straight rush for the Baron. That's not, I don't think that's going to work.
The Elder's just way stronger.
Yeah.
You need to contest Elder, and now Cloud9 have full positioning. 100 Thieves sacrifice that.
C9 are just starting this one up, but they are not going to try to immediately burn it down. They're just trying to bring 100 Thieves to them. River coming around from the side, but Blabber's ulti misses. River finds Berserker, but he's all alone. River's going to have to revive now with the Guardian Angel as Quinn gets locked into the stasis. Jojo buying a little time by himself, but there's shutdown on the enemy jungle. Goes over to Berserker, snipers into the back line. He needs Berserker, but he ain't going to find him. Another Guardian Angel gets procced. Berserker is on the run. Jojo maybe still looking for an angle here off to the left. 100 Thieves lose a man, but they got pretty good health bars, and they've got Ocean Soul. They're back into the river.
Exactly, that's where the Ocean Soul is going to come into play here. Jojo's going to base, though, heal back up, and he's going to TP in. Berserker's pushing out bot lane, healing up off of that, and we'll have to see, can 100 Thieves find this re-engage here? They're trying to wait for River, and Cloud9 can just play the waves. They got to answer Berserker right now, or they're going to be losing their base, but if they go for Berserker, then they're going to lose the Elder, and Cloud9 feel like they're putting 100 Thieves in a checkmate.
I love the macro calls here from C9, applying this pressure in multiple different points. Meech and Ayla, again, just trying to keep the remaining C9 players away, but it's Quid in the enemy base. Quid now back on that mid lane inhibitor of C9. He's going to kill it in 5 auto attacks. There it goes. Jojo had to go back and try to defend that one, and C9 is right back onto it now. A TP going into the enemy base from 100 Thieves as all of C9 is fighting for the Elder Dragon. Quinn and Sniper are just trying to end it. Jojo needs the damage, but he doesn't have it here just yet. Sniper wants to go for the Nexus. Jojo is trying to burn him down. The Elder Dragon's not going to be taken, but neither will the Nexus. A double kill for Meech back in the Drake pit. It's 2 dead on 100 Thieves. It's 2 dead on C9 as Berserker tries to kite away. A triple kill for Meech.
I think 100 Thieves are going to win. They're going to go straight down mid lane, but there's pings. Jojo has TP, but I don't think he can actually race this. They're calling for the assist pings. He's going to TP and try to end the game. Here he goes. He's going right now. The 100 Thieves base, or are they trying to go for the end?
It's a base race. Fudge trying to defend 1v3 as Jojo makes his way on the Nexus turret. Jojo looking for it. 100 Thieves marching in now. Jojo with a minion wave. He's got 1 Nexus turret left to go, but he won't get there in time. 100 Thieves take the win.
That was a hell of a game from 100 Thieves and Cloud9. It had it all. It had solo kills. It had drama. It had back and forth team fights. It had base races. What more could you want from a game of League of Legends?
That was insane. I mean, Akali had to base for Super Minions too. They realized that there was a tough situation even after the kill on River. It wasn't free. Even after the mistake the 100 Thieves made going for Baron instead of Elder, they recovered, they found an angle, Talia went mid, and Sniper followed.
Man, I want to see what happened at the Elder fight because I was so locked in on if Sniper was going to be able to end the game, and I see him dying off at the Nexus on that initial play. What happened on the other side for Cloud9 that it went so bad there? Because when we looked back down, or at least when I looked back down there, it was only Berserker alive. 100 Thieves had completely wiped the map with them. You know, Meech ends up with that triple kill. How did that go so pear-shaped for Cloud9? Because I thought after they defended that TP play into the base, after they defended that, I thought they were going to get Elder. I thought they were going to win the game.
True. I don't know. That we have to look back at that.
I want to see that clip really, really badly and see, you know, what happened around the Elder, because that was nuts. Okay, here it is. So we're actually going to get it. So this is after they've TP'd back to try to defend. So it's Fudge, Vulcan, Blabber, and Berserker here. And they're trying to actually defend as Ayla goes forward, Meech goes forward. Blabber is just committing in on towards this dragon. He threw that Sejuani ult out, but it's just cleansed off by Ayla. Berserker's still hitting the Elder. I do not know why Cloud9 did not try to turn. They get basically 2v3'd in this situation. Vulcan then not retreating. Meech just goes forward, takes him down as well. And then from here, we knew what happened because River does return, and it's Berserker getting caught out as Ayla flashes over the wall. This is Cloud9. I seriously wonder, were they even watching what was going on at the Elder, or were they watching the base race too? Like, were they actually seeing, you know, panicking and kind of overwhelmed in the comms of the moment? Because that's a situation where that was a clear turn. Like, you do not burn the Elder. The Elder still had like 8k health, and Berserker is still hitting it.
It was a crazy game. It was a crazy ending, and it's time to join Jat and Ayla on stage for an interview.
Thank you very much, Ayla. Banger game. How do you feel after that one?
Yeah, it was a banger game. I mean, I tweeted about it. 100 Thieves games are always like this. Just expect it. We can't avoid it.
Why is this happening? You guys had a big lead, then Berserker gets a pentakill, then you get Soul, and then the base race happens at the end. How was the environment and the comms like within the game?
Yeah, so usually we always have like a really good early game. We're smurfing, we're doing well in lane, like River's getting really good engages off. We're in like a very solid state to win the game. I think it's just our inexperience. We make a lot of mistakes. We're willing to push the tempo up and like position forward, and I think a lot of times that bit us in the back, but I mean, it's just how we are as a team. We like to do that, and we just throw our leads.
I mean, not that often, you're 6-3. second place in the LCS. How does that align with the expectations you had when you joined this team?
I mean, I don't think anyone expected this. I knew we would be better than people thought because a lot of people rate us like way lower than we think our individual skill is. I just think we just meshed together so well, and our coaches are like really pushing us to play better that we're just performing so good right now.
Congratulations once again. I just want to check in. Do you know the all-time record between you and Vulcan?
I do not know.
Well, now it's 5-3. So congratulations on another win.
I'm
with
winning?
You're winning 5-3.
Nice.
All right, thank you, Ayla. Congratulations on the win. Dig versus Energy is up next. But first, let's take a look at our LCS Connected Comms replay presented by AT&T and voted on by chat.
Look back. Yo, look back. No flash. Kill back. Ulting the rest. Yo, look back. Var's the flash, guys. Var's the flash. I'm portaling in. Okay. I'm on Vars. Hey, A-truck, clear. Yeah, look A-truck. We can end mid. I'm finishing trucks and then mid. Don't let me die. Give me. Hey, pen. Yeah, I'll try.
He has no stop bars,
Do we have 30 seconds? Yes, we need that. We can't end when Zeri does this. No, we can. Go. Jordan, what are you doing?
I was watching Zeri.
Hey, Berserker, can we end? You did. Go Baron. No, we can't. Go Baron.
Are you sure?
No, yes, I'm 100% sure. Okay. 20-second rule. I learned from Nithy. Okay.
I chase Zeri.
I don't end, by the way. I don't end.
He's fine.
Zeri here, I saw.
Yeah. I kill Zeri.
Kill him. There's
No flash. Did you guys end?
Yeah, we can. Go.
We can ult.
Open
Ult, Kalina ult.
Kalina ult.
How long cooldown? Isn't it gonna be on?
It's gonna be on 30 seconds.
Never up. Just
TP.
Space, no?
Go front. Go.
Go.
They don't have TP, guys. They don't have.
Just sprint it. He does no damage to tower. Just like go. Oh my god. Just freaking hit him, by the way. Yeah. GG.
Holy.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You ready?
I think so.
Yeah, just remember, stay in your lane, keep your vision up at all times. Time is going to be everything here. So you don't want to go too fast, but you also don't want to be going up.
I got this.
Yeah. I think you do.
And Mark, thanks.
Whoa! Hey! No! Whoa, no. You're not taking my car. My Kia EV9? No way. No touching!
number one spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We.
Welcome back, everyone. We got Dignitas versus NRG here at the lounge. They'll be taking Champion Select, and it's nice that we got Kelsey here for us, former stage coach.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching this draft.
You know what's crazy?
What?
If Dig wins this game, they have the same record as C9.
Oh my God!
That
Stop
is-
it!
Whoa.
I'll be here all day.
He's
back.
That would be
So-
crazy.
We are not getting the Vi like we did last game with the crazy performance there. So
And let's just focus a little bit more on like Dignitas a bit. Just talking about their gold graphs over time that they've had in their games, because they've had leads early, right?
Absolutely, they just haven't been able to convert. I mean, I just talked to Thela on stage. I think this is the issue with a lot of the younger teams where mechanically they know how to get the first 50 minutes of the game through well.
Yeah.
And this has been the case with Dignitas, yet they've had 3 games where they had gold leads post 20 minutes. And like, even though it looks kind of small in this graph, they're up around 1,000. One of them was over 2,000 gold of a gold lead at 22 minutes into the game, and they still lost. So they've been in a lot of positions to win.
Yeah.
They just haven't converted at the rate that they would like.
Yeah, and I think it was really interesting then watching their game yesterday because previously, XU specifically, and also on the Vi, which we already mentioned, NRG banned out, they've had some really good early game plans. It's when those don't go well turning into the mid game that we see them lose control of the game. But yesterday, it was kind of a wait and scale up until Smolder gets 225 stacks and then Tomo takes over the game.
the Ivern Hover, absolutely excellent. I mean, Contracts is one of the best Iverns that we've had, so we'll see if this gets locked in or not. But I mean, if XU is willing to pull it out too, I think that's a big boon for Dig's draft.
Yeah, and just taking a look quickly at the gold share there, it did show that more, like a larger percentage of the gold does go towards Tomo, which does mean, like you mentioned, Smolder, that is going to be a focus. If you're putting the gold into Tomo's hands, he's going to go towards the hyper carry, and he's been playing well. Him and Isles have been having great laning phases.
Yeah, and I think it is, now that we see the Ivern locked in, super interesting to see that out of XU because, yes, he's taking it away from Contracts, but also he's had a little bit of on-stage banter kind of back and forth prior to meeting NRG in the first round robin, and then Contracts and NRG absolutely smoked Dig. So it's really interesting to see him come out with that pick as their first pick on blue side.
And last year, the NRG and EG, we were kind of the big Ivern teams, but Dig also played a lot of Ivern, and XU was like their official sub at the time. So you have same coach, same jungle sub. So,
and also you were with EG as Smolder gets taken away. I don't want to talk about that quite yet, but I'm more talking about Ivern pairs. What do you think the best team comps are for Ivern since you've played a lot of it in the past?
and I think the thing that we saw a lot last year was the Jace and the Tristana being really fixated. But the thing is that you can play ADCs with it that synergize really well. So as long as you're playing like a hyper carry ADC or really just any ADC, Ivern also is very good at setting up good skirmishes, as we do see the Tristana coming out. Really good at setting skirmishes in any lane and just letting the laner kind of 1v2. So pairings can be really flexible, honestly.
Yep, and as you already mentioned, we see the Smolder coming out for NRG. A little bit different than kind of the bot lanes that we've typically been seeing FBI and Moody play.
They better be good games. They better be good games. Game one was great.
Game one was great.
True.
Game two, I mean, look, we got the Tristana Ivern, we got Smolder coming out. Like, it looks like it's going to be good.
And we've seen 2 Smolders in the LCS, 1 win, 1 loss. I think FBI might have different tech. I know Azale's been talking about it a lot, but there are 2 different ways to play Smolder. There's the 80 carry auto attack based one, and then there's the one where you go Spear of Sojin and then go Riftmaker Leandries, and it's a bit more of a caster. It has higher win rate for Lolalytics. That could be because AD carry is hard and it's easier to just press your Q. But I'm really curious to see, since they have, you know, Orianna for a lot of damage, they have Nocturne for AD, if they go with some different tech this game.
Yeah, and then we see Energy are going to be piling that Orianna Nocturne. It was really interesting talking to Turtle yesterday about playing Smolder in the bot lane, where we were like, how does it feel to play this champ? And he's like, yeah, it feels way more like a caster than a traditional auto attack AD carry.
Which makes me think I have hope. So if I ever play the solo queue, I'm 100% going the Sojin build.
Okay.
I cannot auto attack move.
I feel like the other more viable build has just been, I've been seeing a lot more Trinity Force builds. So, like, you're right. I feel like more HP within the build is just the way to kind of survive the early portions of the game. And if you can do that, then you're just a demon. So interested to see how that goes. Right now, we've got the combo locked in for NRG, the Orianna Nocturne combo. So I like this because what makes life so much easier for Smolder is if you already have a different threat that the enemy team has to really focus on. So it's going to be interesting how they actually end up diving into or past Ivern and Nautilus. I think that combo is going to be a little harder, or at least following up on that combo.
Also, if you're going for kind of the Smolder with maybe a less strong laning phase, having like a Nocturne really deters invades and stuff like that, just because you don't want to 1v1 a Nocturne when he's chasing you out of his jungle.
Yeah.
So I do like that idea of going with that combo when you're going to play the Smolder.
That makes sense to me. And even though it's like a newer combination that we're seeing from NRG, I think the Orianna has been so good for Palafox. They have been on a bit of a losing streak, 3 games in a row. And just hearing from NRG's side how there have just been a little bit more like arguments, I guess.
Talkative team.
Talkative team. They were an argumentative team last split, but obviously with more hardships, and you face in who's generally been somebody that has been, you know, not poking the bear, but he wants to put the problems out in the open so they can resolve that. So that has been the focus. Contract said so in an interview that he had here, as you can see. About a lot of internal struggles, honestly, a lot arguing and trying to really figure out how we want to play. And so, like, it's interesting to see how even they have been focused on how the expectations are so high and how they've really been trying to answer that.
I think it's funny, though, because nothing has really changed. They were 9-9 in the summer split when they won the split and then beat G2 at Worlds. So 4-4 means they're actually 100% on track. But I completely agree with the raised expectations. It was one of the big questions we had with NRG. How are they going to deal with that approaching this 2024 split?
I also think that no matter how well Energy are going to do, there's a lot of strong personalities, a lot of people who are really, really invested in the team doing well, a lot of outspoken people with ideas on how to play the game. I think you're going to have arguments no matter what, and part of the good thing about this team, as they've even said publicly, is like how open they are about disagreeing, about like basically coming to terms with being harsh with each other in terms of criticism.
Full draft has been locked in for Dignitas too, or at least it's about to be. The Xayah in particular I'm interested in, even if it's more of a shorter range AD carry. It's a double AD carry composition with an Ivern. And just good escape for what is about to be launched into them. That's the Leona lockdown, Nocturne engage. So there's a lot that's happening, and if you lock this in.
Let's go.
Ooh. Oh, Zach top.
That's another threat for Xayah.
Yeah, this is such a heavy dive comp coming out of NRG, and we've talked about in certain scenarios when NRG are playing out these compositions, they sometimes tend to falter because they can be more difficult to execute. This one is kind of like, if Smolder scales, they all just press their buttons and everyone dies, if they can get to that point.
We don't got just one ball delivery. We have 2 ball delivery systems there. So that's been fun for us. I'm really excited to see how this game pans out. Let's send this one back to the casters.
Thank you all very much, and everybody welcome back. It's time for game number 2. Game number 1 definitely set a bar for absolute madness here today.
Let's just say it, man. LCS is the most entertaining region in the world.
Hell yeah. All right, so let's see how this one's going to play out, as immediately there goes the...
That's already at 3 stacks.
Yeah, that's a high-value snot rocket.
Yeah.
That's
He's feeling good, man.
That's what Mark called it yesterday when we were talking to him after the Smolder game.
Kelsey Giga Chad.
Yeah, dude.
Composer is League of Legends.
She's smurfing. Look at that. Even Twitch chat's saying nice stuff, and they don't say nice stuff about anybody.
True.
Hell yeah.
This is going to be a fun game. Maybe less fun for Dig. At least looking at the drafts.
This is going to be a fun game if you're one of the teams.
Yeah. At least, I don't know, if I was Dokla and and I'm 5th picking a tank top against this team, I'm feeling so good. There is no magic damage. Like, Ivern, who cares? You're not caring about
Does not
Ivern.
matter.
You're going to have so much armor here on Dokla. This guy is going to be almost invincible. You have really good backline access. You have very good scaling and wave clear between Orion and Smolder, so you can make the game go late very easily if you want to play a passive game to where you can get to that point where all the armor is going to be stacked up and you have these really powerful combos. I am also just so interested to see what is FBI going to be playing. He's playing Fleet, which I'm a big fan of.
Okay.
I think Comet is actually pretty overrated. In some of these lanes that are difficult, Fleet really helps you get through that early laning phase. And I want to see if he is finally going to do that Shojin build. I think that the Shojin Riftmaker Leandry's build, even into a 4th item as a tank item, is ridiculously powerful. It's so much about the spells on this character. You really can very rarely stand in auto non-stop. It is so hard to do because you're very short range, and if you go for those standard ADC builds, you are so squishy that any mispositioning, you'll instantly die. So I'm really kind of waiting for that evolution. Maybe we won't get it, maybe we will, but definitely going to be interested to see what FBI does cook up here, and I think they have a really good draft to play Smolder with.
Yeah, I feel like the draft just in general, what you were talking about, I mean, you've got Leona, you've got Zac, you've got 2 very, very tanky champions against a team with double 80 carry damage threat. I mean, played at Steel Caps and Randuins, you get that as Zac, how are you dying? Unless you're just, randomly out of position 1v5.
And high key, I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to talk about it much more than this if we don't see it, but with the Smolder build that I'm talking about, you can even go things like Iceborne.
Okay.
Incredibly tanky. Koenig fits in as well. And we're going to have to track how quickly FBI can stack up these passive stacks, as Palafox just kind of standing and fighting into Dove pretty effectively there. Did a good job trading back, but it's already up to 13 stacks. We had some pretty slow stacking games, especially the one from Masu. It took him like 24 minutes or something like that, maybe even later, to actually be able to get to the 225. I think it might have even been as late as like 27. I'm not 100% sure on it, but it was pretty slow.
So I do know the timers for the Dignitas game where Tomo played at the first pick of Smolder yesterday. It was 25 stacks at about 6 minutes.
225.
No, all of them. Yeah, so 25 stacks at 6 minutes, then 1645 was where he got the second evolution at 125. And then he hit the big 225 power spike at 23 minutes into the game. It was after that 1.5 minute standoff around the Drake, though, for getting that last bit, so that was slowed down a bit by that at least. But I'm very interested in seeing how those timers kind of evolve as more teams play the champion and more players get used to maximizing the farm patterns.
Well, and it's also just because it is not, like, it's not you're stacking purely based off farm. Like, a lot of the stacking is actually from skirmishing. So I have to kind of, I think adjust expectations and see what a normal time is going to be for pro. Because in solo queue, you generally just fight a lot more. So you actually get a lot more stacks. So for me, if I don't have it by like 22 minutes, that's usually a pretty slow game. I think that 10 stacks per minute is like really easily achievable in solo queue. That was a weird trade. What just happened with Palafox? He just kind of walked forward and took infinite damage for no reason.
Yeah, he's not feeling too great about that.
Was that like a misclick? That was bizarre.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what exactly
TP too
was going on. Yeah, he definitely does not want to be in that situation, but hey, now Dignitas can kind of smell the blood in the water, who he also rotating over here just to be able to respond to anything they might try to do with Palafox being chunked down like this. He's at least been able to regenerate some HP thanks to the refillable. Still at only about half though, as Dove is going to work down these last couple of minions.
Yeah, and the problem is now because he took that really bad trade, he has to base on a non-cannon wave. So he's going to lose at least one full wave for this base, and maybe even some turret damage. If Dove wants to get greedy, he could stay around and actually get some turret damage down, but I think it's actually smarter to just base and not lose tempo here. So that is -6 minions basically off of a bad trade there for Palafox, which is pretty costly.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I'm exaggerating. Maybe it's not actually going to be the -6. So it's only going to be, he loses about 4. So he lost 4 minions there. I think he would have got XP on one of them at least. So 3 minions of XP, 4 minions of farm. Which is the CS difference, but we'll see if that actually does end up resulting in anything, as Dove has made the rotation down here. Contracts.
They are just immediately jumping in on the Nocturne. He's so low, it's first blood over to Dignitas. Dove's getting paid, and this is exactly what Dig needs. They have to be ahead of the game because of the composition difference, and they're off to the races at the start.
Yeah, that's a really nice move there from Dove. Gets that prio in mid, and everyone was thinking, okay, he's just going to go back to base, right back out to mid. Instead, he goes back down towards bot lane, gets a first blood here. It is on a cannon wave. Will lose some farm for sure, but Rich is now on the move here. and he's going to at the very least pick up this farm and maybe even get something more.
Palafox gets caught by the root caller. Rich going right back in there for him with the Pathmaker, goes all out, doesn't get a lot of distance, but doesn't really need it, or does he? Oh my God, no way. No way Palafox is just gonna walk this one off. Rich has some footwork, and there it is. The last one of the Tomo strikes is Huhi, very, very low, but Isles is even lower. It's one kill going over to Energy as the support barely lives. Huhi has done this so many times now, man.
Yeah, this is actually crazy. Able to just kind of limp out of there. But look at FBI, already up to 38 stacks here, not even 7 minutes in. He is stacking very quickly. This is going to be at least one plate going over to Dove, if not more.
Nicely done. Palafox making his way back, should be able to stop this before that second one gets knocked over. Not enough minions for Dove to really keep that pressure on too much further. All right. That's cool. Works out well enough. Let's take another look at the replay here of what happened to Palafox in the mid lane as he was trying to shove up and at least get something back for Dove's rotation to kill Contracts, but no sir, XU and Rich were on it.
Yep, tries to go for a little sidestep there. XU does end up catching him with that Q anyway, and then Rich, you know, nice buffer on the W, was kind of just pointing it the way that Palafox would be going, is eventually able to chase him down, and then back over towards bot lane. X flash in there from Huhi, the W to follow it up with the Echu. And Contracts just straight up lane gank here, pre-6 on the Nocturne. Not something you would expect, a level 3. I think he was even level 3 and then leveled up as he came in lane, but maybe he was level 4. Either way, just straight up lane ganks makes it work. And getting those fights down for FBI is really, really good here. It is Dignitas on the Dragon, but FBI 46 stacks is going relatively quickly in these early minutes.
All right, the Drake with Isles and XU already there, with Dove rotating down, Palafox going for a recall. Energy's not in any sort of a spot to be able to contest this. So, all right, first objective goes over to Dig.
We have to talk a little bit about NRG. You know, this team had a pretty hot start. You know, expectations were that they were going to have actually a slow start. Then they came out the gates, looked really, really good. But these last 3 games, it has been 3 straight losses for them. And they have been kind of having some of those struggles that I think people thought they might have had earlier. And now they're running into them. So they're going to have to really do some kind of problem solving and figure out, you know, how do they want to play this game? You know, there has been discussions. We saw the quote from Contracts earlier about, you know, who he comes in. You know, he's kind of leader of his team on Golden Guardians. He has one very clear view on how he wants to play the game. The rest of the team obviously had a bit of a different view. And so they're trying to really kind of figure out, how do we want to play the game? What is going to be our goal in these games? And how to make that work?
Well, Dokla immediately popping the flash, recognizing that he cannot be forced under the turret by the Cassante or there's no way out. But now he's still stuck in the 1v1. Rich with the all-out, doing plenty of damage to him. Dokla knows that you don't really win this as a tank against Cassante. You're just going to have to wait until that ulti fades. And so Rich's timer will run out very swiftly as XU ready to make another entry, this time into the top lane, but Dokla's just going to fall back to the turret before it can happen.
Yeah, Rich is doing a really good job, though. I mean, he's going to be slightly behind on farm, but he made that roam towards mid lane and got a kill for it, so going to be feeling good about it. Zach, you know, you're not going to be taking Cassante down during his all-out in a straight 100-0 fight, but what Zach can do is, A, he has no mana cost, so you can kind of wear people down, and you have so much sustain in the kit when you're constantly hitting these abilities on the wave that allows you to slowly grind down your opponents and win out lanes in that way. The amount of sustain this guy has is just ridiculous, and you can go for some of these kind of like AP hybrid builds, which can be quite strong. I don't think this is the game for it when there's, you know, so much physical damage on the other side. I think you should just go full tank.
Right.
But Zach is incredibly powerful these days as solo lanes, both mid and top. He's solid in jungle as well. You can even play him support, so like I think it is definitely one of the strongest champions in the game right now.
Very, very strong stuff. Still about a 700 gold lead for Dignitas. That's been the story of things here for the past few minutes. The Grubs are still alive on the map. You can see at the top there, the only neutral objective taken so far this game was just that single elemental Drake. Very low Grub priority for both teams.
Yeah, no one has really been playing towards it whatsoever. Maybe just feeling like, hey, we need to be playing around bot lane, covering around bot lane. But it is going to be Rich up on that top side. Takes one play, almost gets a second, so he has been doing really good up here. You can see first major item now completed for Dove. He got that first blood, so do get the acceleration. One grub going to be taken here by Hexu, but Ivern does not take the grubs very well whatsoever, so it's just going to take the one and kind of just walk away.
Yep.
But Dove, you know, on Kraken, I think he is going to be having to go a really high DPS build this game. You know, you don't want to be going anything too defensive when you are going to be the one likely who really has to do a lot of that work on the frontliners. You know, dealing with the Leona, dealing with the Zach. And Tristana can do that, you know, if you go in towards, you know, early LBR, PD, etc. You go for these really high DPS builds. you can work through those tanks.
But it is going to put his mechanics and his positioning to the test. That DPS has to be maximized to burst through this beefy front line. Now let's see if Dignitas can set anything up down here. Energy taking some defensive positions. Contracts will walk into the brush here with the sweeper to get rid of some of that vision that Dig is trying to place down. Despite the fact that Dig have the small advantage that they do, it's nothing to really completely turn the game just yet as XU gets dove on. Mom comes in over the top, and FBI gets his first kill of the game.
The FBI going to be able to grab that kill with the first usage of the ulti. Dove back in mid lane trying to push this one out. And it is, in fact, going to be that just kind of more standard build of the Essence Reaver coming through here for FBI. So everyone so far is just playing that standard build. And it may just be that that is the only build that really ends up coming out in Pro. We'll have to kind of wait and see over these next couple of weeks. But to talk a little bit about XU and the journey that this guy has had, it's been pretty interesting because I think that the expectations were so low for him. You know, this is a player that really, I think, especially because of the cast of other junglers in the league, people thought was going to be really struggling, right? Like, there's so many good junglers in the LCS. He came up through collegiate into amateur, you know, with Cloud9, and then has been playing for Dignitas for a while now. You know, spent a lot of time with the Dignitas coaches as well, being able to watch the LCS games, talk through the situations last year, being able to kind of understand how they felt the jungler should be playing in all different situations. And I think it's kind of given him a bit of a leg up because it feels like he really has looked way stronger than people were expecting. He's looked more confident, you know, even when things are going wrong. I feel like he still stays aggressive and is able to kind of look for those game-winning plays.
Yeah, and when you look at it, I mean, think about contracts. This guy has been a huge reason for Energy's success. Hold on now. FBI and Huhi trying to work together for the 2v1 against Tomo here, but a nice use of the Xayah ulti gets Tomo away. Has to pop the cleanse as the Solar Flare comes down to escape back into the safety of Isles and XU. But no, what I was going to say is Energy, a big part of this team's surge to the top, a part of their championship run last year, was off of contracts just really smurfing in the jungle. And this is a player who didn't start off at the top of the table himself, as Huhi now getting engaged on with the ulti over the top from FBI. Not enough damage to kill anybody away, as there's XU picking up the first kill of the fight. Now Rich is teleported in as Palafox has to try to get away. He flashes out, but he's flashing right back into the waiting arms of Dove. The Tristana is running and gunning him down. Dignitas, a 4-2 game, and now they're looking to take Drake number 2.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to get it. Dignitas really looking strong in these early stages. I love what Energy have drafted, but they've just been getting straight up outplayed in the early stages. Dove has been kind of dominating in the mid lane, which is pretty unexpected. Made that roam down towards bot, off of Palafox, taking what was just a horrible trade. You're not even really a trade. He was just kind of getting beat up and not doing any damage back, but ends up having to take a weird base. That gives Dove prio. He moves down to bot, gets first blood off that, gets another kill here, has been pushing in, has taken multiple plates, and they are setting themselves up for success as Huhi was moving over into the river. This was warded out. He gets nailed on the binding there by XU. The ulti is placed pretty darn well here from FBI as they're trying to go forward, trying to take down Tomo, but with Ivern behind him, you need an overwhelming amount of damage to be able to actually kill him off. Then Palafox arrives, and Dove is just there waiting for him.
Yeah.
Steps forward, gets an easy kill, gets some more damage down on the turret, but we're back to live.
Dove trying to get away as Palafox, Contracts, and Huhi all find the Tristana, and Contracts collects the bounty. Now XU and Isles are trying to buy enough time for Tomo to jump in, as Huhi's got to be careful. He's here on the front line, but it's a 4-man play coming out from Dig. Isles is ready to lock down Palafox too, and now you got Rich going all out. Palafox can't get away just yet. One more hit will do it. And even a play that starts off with a pick on the Fed Tristana still goes the way of Dignitas.
Yeah, it goes the way of Dignitas once again here. FBI, you know, he is not with the team. It's just Palafox. So with the ulti down on Nocturne, with Palafox getting focused, there's not really a lot of pressure coming out from the Energy squad. Rich just goes all out, focuses that one threat that really was remaining, and is able to kill him off. So Dignitas putting themselves into a great spot. They're now nearly 3,000 gold ahead. They're dominating the objective game as well. They have that one grub, they have a tower, they have 2 dragons. And and they're looking like they can put themselves into a really strong spot to potentially take this game.
We talked about how Ivern's bad at taking grubs, so he just took the one and dipped. That's the only grub that anybody got the whole game, so still ends up working out for him. FBI, 121 stacks. So let's see, still in the jungle, trying to pick up the next few of them. He'll hit that mark around 16 and a half minutes or so to have more AoE, be able to stack up the remaining 100 stacks that much quicker. And like you already said, those low 20-minute marks are really what you're hoping for there.
Yeah, exactly. And so far, so good. You know, I would say, you know, generally throughout the game, it does ramp up how quickly you're stacking because obviously you get more CDR, which makes it easier and easier to get. He's already at that 125 mark. You know, hit that about 16 minutes, so that's pretty good.
Yeah.
What was the timing that?
Yesterday's was in the game where Tomo played it. He got 125 at 16:45.
Okay.
So about 45 seconds faster. Yeah,
that's pretty good. And he has the CDR boots. Does have the Essence Reaper as well. But let's talk a little bit more about Energy. You know, again, they had that hot start, but last year they're so well known for how they performed against top versus bottom teams. This year it is a little bit different. You know, they're doing pretty well against those top teams, but it is much more kind of like even how they're doing against bottom teams and top teams. Still a little bit weird to kind of see a team that, you know, is 3-2 against these top level teams and then is losing to some of those ones down on the bottom of the standings. But I would say that speaks to me more about how the LCS is this year than it does about Energy in particular, because our bottom teams are really strong.
And Contrax is now finding himself in a fight with Isles and XU, but he has to flash back away because Dignitas brought the whole damn team. Contrax is about to fall, and there's no Smolder ulti gonna change that. Another pickup back over to Dig. 7-3, 3,500 gold ahead.
Yeah, they get the pick and they get the mid lane tier 1 at the same time there. You know, we can see FBI, as you said, he throws down the ulti, gets a couple stacks from it, but that is about it. Double Kraken now completed here. Tomo has his, Dove has his. They're going to be working towards that. And you can see it is going to be armor stacked up by Dokla. They're still working towards that kind of advantageous position that I was talking about. But when you're 4,000 gold behind, as they're about to be with this turret going down, the efficiency and the itemization matters so much less. So Energy are really going to have to slow this game down, stall it out, try to get to a point where, say, they're on 2 full item completions, but their opponents don't have their 3rd yet, they just have pieces, and then look to fight around those kind of points in the game where they can really get an advantage out of their builds. It's likely just going to be a rando in second here for Dokla, which I do think is really strong. We can see Tabby's been picked up as well for Contracts. We can see that it's as well for Huhi. He's building towards a Frozen Heart, has the plated steel caps there too. So everyone is trying to get as much armor as possible, set themselves up for success. But they need Palafox to be in a better spot than he is, because he has really been struggling in this game. And FBI, especially with this crypt build, you come online so late on Smolder that you're kind of just in the Smolder waiting room, right? Like, you have to wait till this guy gets to that true late game. And then even then, even when you get to 225 stacks with this build, you are so squishy that if you miss position once, you just get Nautilus ulted and you die instantly. It's like, okay, well, what were we waiting 25 minutes for?
Yeah, I feel like we really need to see Palafox step up. This has been a pretty underwhelming game from him all the way back into the laning phase where he was taking the trades for no reason, then trying to get involved in the bottom side river fights and just getting picked off by Dove. Honestly, Dove's been making him look pretty silly this game.
Yes, Dove has been playing really, really well, and that kind of goes back to that earlier point where it's just our bottom teams are no joke. You know, yes, there is the top teams versus the bottom teams. We saw the record for Energy. You know, they're 1-2 against those bottom teams. But Dignitas, Shopify, these teams that were at the bottom of the standings after that first round robin are taking down teams left and right. They are beating good squads. You know, Shopify has taken down Energy, C9, and FlyQuest now, and they're considered one of our bottom teams, right? Like, the reality is there are no freebies in the league this year whatsoever, which has made the games really fun to watch because there's no game that you can go into and say with certainty who is going to win.
Yeah, I mean, you can just tell it from the overall scores at the top of the screen, right? Energy, our reigning champions of the LCS, are 1 game apart from Dignitas, who almost everybody had ranked either bottom or right next to the bottom. Like, that's an insane amount of parity. Also worth noting that Dignitas is now on that soul point. They just picked it up. It is a Cloud Soul, so tons of bonus power through that extra move speed. We were just talking about this the other day in a game that we were playing. Yeah, people always think about the extra move speed on ulti cast, like the proc, how good that is, but just base 20% move speed in League of Legends is nuts on anybody.
Exactly. I mean, there's a reason that people rush tier 2 boots in so many of these matchups. Move speed, I think, also scales with skill better than probably any other stat, because if you are really good at the game, you can utilize move speed. It's not just about chasing down or kiting out, it's about sidestepping abilities, sidestepping skill shots, avoiding these types of things. It really lets you play to the highest degrees, which is honestly one of the biggest reasons. You know, range and move speed to me are the two most powerful stats in the game. That's why Zeri has been OP in pro forever. And that's why, you know, we see it dominate, is because when you give players at the highest level the ability to move faster than their opponents and hit them from further than they can, it's like, well, there's not a lot of answering.
It's a pretty uninteractive game state for the person on the receiving end of those shots, as we do have the synced up builds for Dove and Tomo, as they both have the Kraken Slayer, both now completing the Navori Quick Blades as the second item, both very, very strong at this juncture.
And now I'm interested to see, you know, will they go kind of what's more standard? A lot of people would just go like BT and stuff here, or will they just go LDR? Because I really do think you need to start building towards that armor pen. There's already a lot of armor being built up. I wouldn't be shocked if Contracts even goes towards like a Death Dance or something from here, like something with some armor, to just be able to kind of get that efficiency. And I think you need to start kind of itemizing for that, right? Because if you're getting to 3-4 items and you don't have that armor pen to deal with these frontliners, they are really going to become problematic. The other side of that coin is sometimes people make the argument of like, well, we're just going to fight past them. We're not going to be hitting them. We're going to be looking for targets. But that generally isn't how things work out. So we'll see. As Dignitas moving over here to the Baron, they have double AD carry. They have this Ivern who can kind of help to make this pretty safe to take, you know, with the shields, with Daisy to tank it up. So that is a big threat, and Energy are going to have to be watching for it.
Yeah, Moonstone Renewer on the Ivern, Mikhail's as well. This guy's in a great spot to make sure these AD carries can do exactly what they need to do. Energy's still hanging around. Dignitas, they're in the spot where they have to keep this pressure alive, but you also don't just want to give them some goofy freebie, coin flip a Baron for no reason. What do you think is the best strategy for Dignitas right now to do that?
I mean, I think it's push out, and I think it's prep for the next dragon, right? Like, I don't think you need to flip a Baron. I think if Energy are getting lazy, then attempting a two-man Baron, there's nothing wrong with that because you can maybe sneak one away. But definitely don't take anything too risky. Look to play for this next dragon, because if you get Soul there, that is really big. I think that's a massive part of their win condition.
So, one thing about that next dragon, it's spawning in about a minute and a half, but if you look at FBI's stacks, 208. He should be able to get, give him everything. He needs those 17 stacks by the time this Drake arrives.
Yep, and there they go. They just gave him a couple of those mini Raptors. You know, you can give mini Raptors, you can give mini Krugs. There's lots of ways to optimize there. Obviously, Nocturne still needs farm, so have to keep that in mind. But you can, you know, very easily one-shot the back line with a W and a Q, and he's just prepping these, obviously, so he gets all 6 of those stacks. And maybe going to go up towards Krug, see if he can grab that as well. But it's Dignitas again here on the Baron, trying to force the hand of Energy.
Yeah, as soon as they see Energy moving over towards it, they don't hard commit. Smolder still needs 9 more stacks to hit that 225 sweet spot. Energy trying to respond, get ready to answer this Baron. It's down to 7,000 HP. Dignitas are not going to try to burn it here just yet. Control ward from Energy in the backside of the pit. Baron at 5K, who he's going to be engaged on. Smolder ulti over the top. Isles down below half HP as Rich goes all out. And FBI is now on the wrong side of the river. Rich is killed off the Smolder and Contracts into the middle of everybody in the worst kind of way. Who he drops next? Big Dig has absolutely crushed Energy. 5-4-0.
They did it, and they made it look easy. Triple kill there for Tomo. 5-for-0, clean ace over by the Baron. FBI gets caught, he gets decimated. And Dignitas are running away with this game. Not only will they get the Baron, not only will they get the tier 2 mid, they're also going to be able to pick up the Soul here as well. You can see Dove is running down towards bot lane. He's stealing away the enemy jungle. Rich is there to do this dragon here on spawn. And this is just almost an insurmountable lead at this point.
Man, we were joking around at the start about how this was only going to be fun for Energy. I don't think they're having a lot of fun with plays like these.
They are not having a lot of fun in this one whatsoever. We can see it one more time. Hui stepping forward. They can't really funnel into this corridor because look at the ulti coming out there from the Xayah, setting up the feathers. They can't chase in, but then it's all about Rich. Gets in on FBI. As soon as he gets pulled in, he pops both sums, tries to go over the wall, but you just get burst down instantly. You are so short range with the auto attacks. You are so vulnerable with this style of build, and that is one of the most difficult things about this champion. If you're going to go this style, he gets punished very, very heavily. As soon as he's down, they have really no hope, as Palafox is just way too behind to really make much of a difference in this one.
Yeah, we talked about Energy losing the last 3 games in a row. If this one goes how you would expect, that's a 4-game slide for a team that had an incredible performance last summer.
Absolutely, and this is a really ugly game. I mean, this is a tough one, I think, for NRG, because it feels like you're going up against one of those kind of expected wins, up against the bottom team. But not only that, they're kind of just losing from the word go. Your mid laners getting blown out. They're not really coordinating well in these team fights. Their setups aren't great. You're losing every objective. Like, everything is kind of just going bad for them.
Well done there from Rich. Decides to take the Zac Express all the way back to safety, and considering Energy sent 3 different players into mid lane to stop him, the rest of Dignitas now appear on the top side. Contracts wants to go for the dive, but that's Saya. It just ain't gonna work. Tomo puts a feather through his heart, and immediately Dokla gets locked down as he tries to ready the elastic slingshot. Now Rich has made his entrance back into the fight as he's in trouble. Dove jumps over the wall and continues auto-attacking. Dokla's trying to bounce, but the only place he's bouncing to is straight back into the fountain. Dove keeps going forward, and Palafox has to retreat. Dignitas is taking no prisoners.
Dignitas are crushing NRG. Dove just hops in. Buster shots FBI out, the only threat on the team. They knock down the Zac, and they're pushing for the Nexus.
There they go. It's a 3v5 for Energy as Rich and the rest of Dignitas keep this push going. First Nexus turret already down. Palafox back onto the stairs of the fountain. Dignitas keeping that push going. Nexus, half HP. Contracts trying to threaten Dove. FBI grabs a kill on Isles, but the game is over. 14-4. Dignitas take it.
Massive win here for Dignitas, and with that, they're going to pull even with Energy in the standings. Both of these teams will move to 4 and 5. That is 4 straight losses now, I believe, for Energy. And a couple of wins here for Dignitas. They have been picking up some steam, looking stronger and stronger. They get the win here against Energy. They look really dominant in it as well. This is a 14-4 game with Soul, a Baron, a Grub, and a Nexus in 27 minutes. That's a stomp.
It was an absolute destruction of Energy, and the mid lane, I am scratching my head at what happened to Palafox this game. I just felt like he never really found his footing. You said that, it was from the word go for the whole team of Energy. They fell behind, but for me, Palafox in particular, the mid gap this game was not something that you can really play in most situations.
No, especially because Palafox is usually one of those guys. We think back even to last year, Energy was not good in the regular season at all, but Palafox was one of the guys who was always performing, it felt like, who was really playing at the top. But a rough day for him and for Energy. They're going to have to look to bounce back after our break.
Yeah, and hey, a reminder to all y'all, Fantasy LCS is happening on Sleeper. Not too late to sign up and start a league with your friends, then crush their dreams with your own LCS super team. You can head on over to sleeper.com or sleeper.app to give it a try. There's all sorts of opportunity for crazy fantasy plays, I would have to assume. With the state of the league right now, everything is up in the air. Anybody can beat anybody. It's been a good time, and now it's time to join Kelsey and XU on stage for an interview.
Thank you so much, Flowers. I am here today with XU, the victorious jungler from Dignitas. He was just telling me, that it's been how many years since Dignitas has had a 2-0 week?
Our manager was saying he had a Facebook memory from 6 years ago today was his last 2-0 week. So, I'm just happy we got a 2-0 here.
And that's excellent. And definitely for you, how does it feel going 2-0 here? Like, what kind of momentum do you feel like gives the team?
I think it's deserved. I think, the last few weeks we had a lot of throws, and I think after yesterday where we won when we were behind, I think now we're going to be a really solid team because we can win behind and we can win ahead, so,
nice.
We'll be good.
I also noticed the Ivern. Obviously, people kind of associate that with Energy and contracts, but Dig actually played that a lot last year, and you were subbing for the team during that time. So any Ivern insight that you kind of have been able to impart or glean?
Well, Mabry just told me to hit Q, and in scrims I didn't hit Q, so he was getting nervous, but today I hit a lot of Qs, so hopefully he's proud.
Yeah, some of my favorite Qs were on enemy wolf camps, so it was very, very solid. All right, so I think what's very interesting coming up is we are going into a break. Is there anything that you guys have kind of planned or anticipated doing to help your practice during the break?
I think we're taking 2 days off, and we're scrimming on Valentine's Day because our whole team is single except me, so that's unfortunate. But we chose the worst days to take off, but that's okay. Yeah, I think we're taking 2 days off. We're just going to scrim, and then, yeah, it'll be pretty normal.
All right. Thank you so much, XU, and congrats again. Have a great break, and we're going to go to up next, Team Liquid Honda versus Shopify Rebellion. And as we go to break, let's check in with our friends from, of course, North American Challengers League.
We're the LCS Challengers League. We're the future of the LCS.
We're Challengers League. We change our name and format every 2 years. I wonder what the next one's gonna be.
We're Challengers League. Of course we play Best in Racing and Fearless Trap.
We're Challengers League. Of course we have pauses too, but ours are fire ones.
We're Challengers League. Who should actually wins here?
We're Challengers League. We play every single weekend, even if LCS takes off.
We're Challengers League. Our Twitch stream has a sub button.
We're Challengers League. FlyQuest, also #1 right now.
We're Challengers League, and we're taking over the Riot Games arena.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ay, can't stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became.
Welcome back to the LCS. 4-4 Team Liquid taking on 3-5 Shopify Rebellion, who has only beaten first place teams. At a certain point, every team in the league is going to be 4-5. If that's actually possible that we have a 6-way tie for third at the end of today,
and a 2-way tie for first.
It's been so crazy so far today.
Let's see what we end up getting here. I'm interested to see between Team Liquid and Shopify. Shopify Rebellion's composition last game, where they just smashed with what looked like just a straight up standard comp, is hilarious to me.
It's always, I always say that Zyra Khan is, if things aren't working well, just go for super easy execution, go for it. And I mean, they looked like monsters. It didn't look like an easy execution comfort comp, it looked like a domination comp, so.
Yeah, during the pre-show as well, we talked about Shopify Rebellion being the blue shell team. They've only beaten #1 seeds, so technically they'd be the underdogs here because Team Liquid is actually not in first place, but it's been a really wild team to watch, and they're still drawing Scion picks.
Oh, we got Turtle in there!
He's controlling the blue shell.
Oh my God, he's in there!
That was a fun interview at the end of yesterday when Turtle talked to Fake God. You can tell they still have a nice team culture with Turtle there on stage once again.
And absolutely, Shopify, Rebellion, Revan's even said, you know, these are kind of his boys. He's worked with all the players before in other capacities, and a lot of the drafts, obviously, we give a lot of credit to Insanity for having a wide pool, but you also have, like, historically on the C9C camp, you had a lot of the kind of double tanky boys with the Gragas and the Swain and stuff like that, so I think it's just very playing towards Revan's style as well.
A first pick Rumble I have not seen in some time. I know last split it was a dominant pick, really tough to really deal with. But with Udyr ban, which was honestly the best pick into Rumble, that you can kind of sustain past it, I guess makes it easier for Impact to go for the pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think Impact's Rumble's pretty good, but I'm a little bit surprised that that's the first pick here, but I think it will give TL like new flavor because we've definitely seen the heavy push from them out of top lane, and that's done a lot for them. So Rumble can kind of fill the same niche.
This is the week where Insanity has taken off the training weights, apparently. No more Scion and Garen. He's just throwing down the Orianna, the easy. I mean, it's tricky to blind pick Orianna because we saw him even last game. The Tristana was just hard locked against it from Dove.
Yeah.
And it worked. And APA has played a lot of Tristana, so it's a bit of a gauntlet you throw down when you blind pick Orianna like that.
And they slammed Zyra Khan last game. Feel like you could probably just end up doing it this game as well, recognizing that you're going up against a Rumble. If you have a pretty easy way to engage upon that, that'd be a pretty slick way to do so. Yeah, I think Vi makes a lot of sense here. So love to see what the pick is going to be to support it.
Kelsey, what do you want to see TL do here?
What I want to see TL do is kind of just go for a lot of the pushing styles. So they banned the Kalista, but you can still get a lot of lane power with even picks like Ashe still up. The Jarvan's very interesting. I guess we're just going for the Rumble Jarvan box into the Orianna. The immobile Orianna being a little bold with Rumble picked and Jarvan there, so.
I think it's a little too early.
Oh!
Okay.
The classic.
It got buffed and then nerfed, but still stronger.
True.
I mean, everyone knows APA for Ziggs, but Aesol is the OG always plan ahead pick. So I'm very excited to see what he's going to do here. He made it to top rank 1 on the NA ladder a couple years back, just spamming Aesol, so.
It's fun. Like, the conversation around Team Liquid has just been going with comfort picks that's worked well for APA, and feels like after the buffs that came through for Aurelion Sol, he is finally, willing to pick it out. But it's been great. Now we're seeing a strong jungler that is working alongside it, because that is the real focus, is that you're going to get pushed in. It's going to be a lot of pressure early on. At least now with Xin Zhao, you can try to combat it, maybe get a gank off on Orianna and make her feel unsafe.
Yeah, it is a lot of magic damage, but I want to pull up the champion pools of APA and Insanity because it feels like, at least in this game, they have switched roles a little bit. Insanity was the one who was playing all the off-meta stuff, but now you have the same thing on the side of APA with Ziggs picks earlier on in the year, and now the Aesol, 2 champions that only he has played in the LCS. So much diversity playing on the live patch this year.
Yeah, I mean, just hearing from the members of Shopify, they're just saying we need to get Insanity off of Scion just to pick anything else that's not just a straight tank mid. And yeah, the fact that there's that one shared Orianna, that wasn't even true at the beginning of this week.
Absolutely, and Insanity's a funny one because you always think he's the guy who's going to play all the crazy stuff, but he is actually just a good fundamental player. So he can, of course, whip out the Orianna when necessary, but we'll see how he does against the pressure from the Xin Zhao, the Rumble, and then later on the Azel.
And a lot of bot lane bans, so we could still see some unique stuff here. Yesterday, Team Liquid played Taric, Kalista. It worked okay. They actually almost Taric diffed the game at certain points, but then couldn't close it down the stretch. But look at this, Ashe, Tahm Kench, Kalista, Zeri, Varus, all banned already from the bot lane.
If Shopify wants to, they can go back to the Lucian Melio. It's something that worked well for them in both iterations of B-Voy and Wild Turtle. They've been comfortable playing around that style, and even though it's dropped off in the league, especially with how long the game has really gotten, it's something that they can go back to comfort with. How many bans have come through here? We haven't talked about Senna, so like the hover is interesting.
And this is a situation where frequently in the new season, we're seeing so many 80 bans in the first phase, so dropping 80 to second phase can be really risky. That coveted fourth pick slot does come out as the Xayah, but we already saw the Senna coming, like kind of hovered. So
yeah.
I'm a little surprised that we're going for the Xayah when the Senna is up.
Yeah, so you favor the Senna side if Yon ends up blocking this in. But there's also Tahm Kench is blocked as a pair, so they'd have to get a little bit more creative with it.
Absolutely, I think you can. You might even see like a Senna Rumble, like unironically. I don't know if Core is going to throw down, but we have seen some of that in other regions like LCK, LPL, so
True.
That's definitely still on the table.
They're taking their time with this one.
A lot of
What
days
can Spawn
ago.
and Rain overcook here? And also, you can do so many things with this. I mean, I'm trying to figure out, does Shopify have enough engaged to just go send a Seraphine? Because that's the other combo.
It's the dirty combo we thought we got rid of in week one.
It's a lot of magic damage, but there's not necessarily that many great magic resist buyers on Shopify.
So Rakan is like the classic core pick, but I don't know. We'll see what it goes.
They're just tricking up with every hover. I mean, they all make sense.
I would have liked the Seraphine. The Nautilus, though, is more core JJ.
Yeah. I also think it makes sense. Obviously, TL have been playing way more to avoid fights, but they need some kind of engage or some kind of get it out of jail free card.
Yeah, and it looks like Shopify is going to be locking in the Rakan. One thing to watch out for in this game, though, is Team Liquid's macro game, and if the laning phase even matters that much. So let's pull up their game against Cloud9, because I thought they did some lane swaps that were under-noticed, but incredibly effective in their game against Cloud9. So this is just a really sped-up version from 5 minutes onwards, where look at the Udyr in the top lane already in this clip, taking a early recall up here and going down bottom, and they really just make Cloud9 dizzy. They send the Aphelios top lane. You can see they're a little bit late on the return, so they get a free wave. Then they swap back early. Melio Lucian have to follow down the bot lane once again. And they kind of end up playing this game in ping pong multiple different times. It gives them free grubs that happen right here. And then Cloud9 actually gets faked. They fake themselves out because they try and run top lane, and it allows Team Liquid to get even more plates bottom, eventually leading to first turret. No combat happened in that sequence, but they got about 8 plates by the end of it. So just watch out for lane swaps from Team Liquid, because they've had success with it last week against Shopify Rebellion today. That's it from the draft, though. Let's send to casters.
Muchas gracias, y'all, and welcome back. We got a caster swapperoo. It's your boy Rafa and Kobe, and we have a special guest, the Random Fandom Check-In. We got Emily Rand on the cast with us for a try.
Woo! Thank you for having me.
And special guest, Aurelion Sol.
True. I know.
This is a controversial topic because in the patch, there were really, really magnificent buffs for Aurelion Sol that had to get hot fixed on day one because they were overboard with the damage amp specifically on the Astral Flight. And then when they hot fixed it, they actually lowered the damage amp to below pre-buff. But Aurelion Sol got to keep the meaningful parts of the buffs, which I agree with the idea, which was making Aurelion Sol more active. So they lowered a bunch of the mana costs, which was really, really impactful, especially on the Q, and the cooldown on your Astral Flight, trying to make Aurelion Sol more active in the way that you gain the stacks. And he did also still retain that you get 3 Stardust off of channeling on champions rather than just the one. So I'm very curious to watch APA on this champion. He's a longtime Aurelion Sol player, as the analyst mentioned. The key part is that APA played most of his Aurelion Sol pre-rework, which was a very, very different champion and didn't have all the Stardust stuff going on. So we'll see him try his hand at the new and improved Aurelion Sol on Summoner's Rift. Everybody was distracted by the Ziggs buffs, and they're like, oh, great, APA's going to spam the Ziggs, but Asol here.
But I'm actually looking at the junglers, because in this game, we actually have the 2 junglers in the LCS that have the highest forward percentage. So me and Kobe are here with stopwatches, and we're going to be competing against each other to see, does this count? I think this counts for me.
Oh, a flash away from APA as Zeyzal's grand entrance forces his hand.
Yeah, so the key here is me and Emily with our stopwatches will be timing the amount of time that the jungler for either team spends across the halfway point. Emily, you take Umpty.
Yep.
He's your favorite jungler. I will take Boogie. I'm pretty happy with taking Boogie's side after his Wukong performance yesterday. So we'll see. I think you should have like a second probably on yours right now.
Yeah, you want to throw one
that
on
counts.
there.
He was across the halfway point.
All
oh
right.
my goodness. Every second counts here, guys.
Yeah, exactly. I think the other big thing, though, is now APA's flash is blown, right? So we'll see if Boogie wants to immediately target that with the Vi.
And the key point is, the reason we're doing this and tracking these 2 junglers is because these are the 2 junglers that are the highest forward percentages. They are some of the biggest counter junglers that we have in the LCS. They always like to get as aggressive as possible with it, and we'll see which lanes they play around. Obviously, you want to go off of your pushing lanes. APA starting out pushing here on Aurelion Sol, making use of those mana buffs.
Yeah, and I mean, in tracking and looking at the jungle pathing, specifically for Umpty, the prep for this game, in his past 2 games, he's gotten onto the opposing side of the map no later than like 4 minutes into the game, like 4:09. So he's been up in his opponent's jungle a lot as we see him clearing out the bot side of the map.
And technically this game, you got in there at like level 1, so I guess,
I have 56.
I guess that counts too.
56. I have almost a full second on my stopwatch already.
So I think this is a really fun and cool idea, and I think I want to open it up to everyone else. So if you're in chat, we're going to open up a poll to who you think between Umpty or Boogie is going to have more forward percentage by the end of 14 minutes.
As we see, Umpty is going to go over this wall, and I think challenge Boogie. Oh,
Our flash is over, but Boogie was already channeling the Vault Breaker, and he gets out clean. He already took the red buff. At least Umpty is going to try and use the priority from Impact to bully Boogie away from these Krugs.
This is why we're tracking
Let's
it.
Go.
Straight up flashes in there.
Yeah, and you see him using that pushing pressure from the Rumble that they were talking about in draft, syncing up with that. Now he's going to be able to clear out the chickens as well. So this is a really good start for me.
Oh, yeah. Well, might actually end up costing him.
Oh, no. Boogie collapses on Umpty. They know he has no flash to get out, and first blood will go over to Insanity.
So, Team Boogie over here, I have 0 seconds on my clock, but I've got 1-0 on the scoreboard. Scoreboard, Emily!
It's true. I'm winning this game, but losing
at what
in
cost?
the actual game. Yeah, it's a Pyrrhic victory.
Honestly, though, always playing off of the pressure of your top laner. I blame Udyr for this phenomenon, where now a lot of the LCS teams have gotten more aggressive with it, and Impact was one of the biggest Udyr players as he just barely gets out of the chain, while Boogie was kind of around the area. Starting my clock here on the invade.
Yeah, he gets a ward in. Fake God getting ignited by Impact. Doesn't have flash from before. Impact the last harpoon, the Comet. Oh, it's not enough. Fake God lives with a sliver of HP.
Oof,
I really
so
wanted
close.
to shout Kobe there, but he did not get the kill. Almost at the long range.
Would have been good.
I think in that invade, though, you do see the difference between, obviously, when Umpty was able to go into the opposing jungler, he had that pushing wave. Here, Boogie did not have the same coming out of Fake God, and Impact is able to actually punish on the Rumble on the top side.
Teleport forced by Insanity as he's going to use it to get this back in. Starting off lane, thanks to that first blood kill, not only has a tier to his name, but also that Codex. APA so far not punished with the lack of flash yet, but Boogie still has his flash available. I wonder if around that level 6 timer, Boogie's going to try to look in and really nail APA.
Yeah, it looks like now hovering around the dragon here with the respawn. They get Scuttle Crab. They've got Zeyzal moving. Mid lane target.
Oh, Zeyzal was spotted, though, by Umpty. That might just give APA the heads up that he needs to stay safe and just hover on the left side of the lane. But Boogie, it's not going to be. The lane is too big now this season, guys.
Yeah, a little bit of vision goes a long way there. APA just hovering to the top side after they caught sight of Zeyzal.
Umti is getting really aggressive into the face, but Boogie is just right there to aid him. Umti, I don't know if he's got backup here. CoreJJ hooks him in with the dredge line. Isn't enough. Yon's going to keep him safe as now. APA floats on in. Boogie forced to flash. The Ignite ticking down. That's the kill over to CoreJJ. Insanity falls as well. Team Liquid end up big as the falling star does not clip Zeyzal and he gets out.
Yeah, I was wondering if he went in a little too early there because you saw them rotating up from bot side. Wasn't sure if they were going to get in there in time. Another thing I do want to point out about this TL team overall, Umti has also the highest first Drake percentage of any jungler in the league at 75%.
And look at this. This is pure Chad energy. He walks over the ward into enemy jungle, lands the W, and then you see the collapse from both lanes here. Aurelion Sol coming down to shortly follow Insanity. The critical part, though, is Core, JJ, and Yon. The bottom lane comes up. They hit Umti with the heal. They're able to focus down Boogie. He dies to Core JJ's Ignite. If you're a jungler looking to have a very high forward percentage, get you a support like Core JJ who's going to be there to back you up. That bottom lane made all the difference.
And this early aggression is very reminiscent of what we came to know Team Liquid as of last summer's split, when Pioshek was on that roster, and a lot of the questions around this roster going into the spring split after the first round robin is like, well, seems like if they don't play to scale, they're not winning games, because every time they went for early game compositions, it fell flat. So far, it's a good start.
Yeah, and here we also see Umti on the grubs. Going back to just tracking general things, I think Umti also has the highest, or TL has the highest percentage of grubs taken in the LCS as well at 60.
All right, well, Boogie right now currently counter jungling while you take those grubs. Red buff down, really clocking up the numbers.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you're catching up to me now.
A lot of times, junglers have begun to use the grubs as bait. I really like this strategy because not only can you counter jungle, but you can dive bottom lane as well, which is really one of the main focus points for Shopify Rebellion.
That was a really good CC combo. Yon's root there connected with Core JJ's dredge line and made him take 1 or 2 turret shots there, but Boogie looking for the dive is just going to pressure them up and make sure that they cannot threaten Zeyzal and B-Boy as they try to crash this wave in.
Yeah, it looks like Zeyzal stepped in a little too far forward.
What was that?
That was
Yon is also confused as to what happened there.
I guess he was trying to look for the Blade Caller route, but he didn't have enough feathers, or maybe it expired. I would have to take a look back at that, but that's really unfortunate because now B-Boy doesn't have a flash.
Yeah, and now Umti is on this top side of the jungle once again, taking advantage of the fact that that Impact is already at the point where he's proxy farming. And then meanwhile, APA is in a really solid position in this mid lane now. They didn't do much to punish that really early flash blown super early on in the game. And then since then, I think Umti's done a really good job of playing around TL's lanes.
Yeah, I mean, sorry for B-Boy, but he used his Blade Caller there. That was a flash Blade Caller and he just missed. We'll get a replay on
There we go again.
Okay, so they lay down the feathers, keep track of where the feathers are because they're getting a big chunk here onto Rakan.
Eyes are all on
that's not the part that they were looking for.
Yeah.
It's a little early, but it comes up after Boogie disengages here.
Yeah. Still feathers on the ground. And then you'll see him pull him back too. Even with the spectator client, you'll still see this.
Yep.
There he goes.
Oh.
He just misses.
Oof. Yeah, and that, like, even before that had happened, you could tell that they were kind of setting up for the dive, exactly like you said, Kobe. Boogie was rotating down. It was looking like they had a really good setup, and they just timed it a little too early, in my opinion.
A quick check-in, though, at 9 minutes. We still have 5 more to go before we finish our clocks on the forward percentage.
Yeah, where are you at, Kobe? I'm at 53.81 seconds.
I'm at a minute and a minute and 27.
Okay, engage into the jungle. Core JJ lining them all up with a depth charge. Multiple knockups here. Boogie might just fall here to Umti. He gets the Gromp, but he loses his life for it as B-Boy and Zeyzal now might be in trouble. There's a lot of members here from Team Liquid. The wave is not quite shoved in, so looks like no threat here.
Yep, and that's some more minutes on the clock for me. One thing I think that has been going on, again, Umti recognizing when he can go in off of general wave push as Core JJ goes in.
Dredgeline connects. Zeyzal goes back in, but loses a lot of HP on the trade off of it. Yon and Core JJ prepping this wave, but Umti is already pathing towards the top side of the map, so it should just give them the opportunity to maybe look for a reset here, but another Dredgeline connects. A lot of damage from both Yon and Core JJ. That's the Featherstorm being forced by this Team Liquid bot lane. And now they're doing a solid job so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's critical timing here when Dragon is going to come up pretty soon. Dragon will come up before that ulti does come up from B-Boy. CoreJJ definitely one of the best at timing that, going for minion kills and then hooking right after the minion dies. Gets the pretty big cooldown out there. And it's, because he used his flash to attempt that blade caller earlier too, it means that is going to be a very vulnerable Xayah.
Yeah, and we'll see what TL are looking to do on this top side. We do have Grubs spawning soon. Once again, taking advantage of their vision and pushing waves to steal that chicken camp once again. But it looks like he's just going to go back towards bot. Impact still has push in mid, and APA is pushing, or in top, and APA is pushing out this wave in mid.
Yep, Dragon just spawned here. Boogie is hovering APA and Insanity right now. He's very low, but he has Falling Star just to push Insanity back. He has teleport so he can recall, look for the TP in case Team Liquid need it to secure this Dragon. But because of the bot lane pressure that Yon and CoreJJ have been relentlessly being able to create against Zeyzal and B-Voy, this second Dragon is free for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and Team Liquid's objective focus in this game has been quite good. We heard Jat speaking about their lane assignments in that C9 game. TL have, despite their kind of 500 record, have had really good runs of focused macro play, as we've kind of attributed to Coach Spawn, who's very macro-focused coach. But you see it here in this game as well, off of obviously APA's Aurelion Sol and Impact's Rumble.
I have a lot of credit to APA as well because now.
Oh, Q flash! Caster curse from Kobe! APA, I'm sorry, brother, but that's the trade of the deal and no way to escape.
Blame Kobe for that one.
A lot of credit to him, but
more fighting. World Ender, Equalizer, Impact flashing away at the last critical second. Umpty dashes in and secures the kill for Team Liquid.
All right, solo laner for a solo laner there. They get the kill. Meanwhile, Shopify trying to deny Grubs to Team Liquid. TL did get the first 3, so Boogie only gets 1. 5 is still really good, being able to spawn those Void Mites, so Umpty's going to turn around and go for it.
Yeah.
Aurelion Sol heads right back out. That's Leandry's completed for APA.
It's a little tricky. Fake God has TP as well, can join the fight. He would have the TP to a turret, but, oh, actually, yeah, Unleash teleport at 10 minutes, my bad. As Fake God ensures that these Grubs should go over to Shopify Rebellion. Team Liquid, 3 on the bottom side of this river. APA is following up as fast as he can, but it looks like these Grubs should go securely over to Shopify.
Yeah, that was a really good timing window for Shopify to find, right? As soon as they get the Aurelion Sol, they're like, okay, we can rotate up, deny the Grub stacking from TL. Obviously now TL are fighting back with a little bit of a push in mid lane here, and we'll see if they want to engage.
Little decent fighting there. I thought it was about to break out, but
you were ready. You were ready. You're like hunched over, like kind of like us with the stopwatches. We were initially.
I think they bounce on this tower. I mean, the extra little bit of 2 damage is gonna help, even though they didn't get any more than the first 3 there for Team Liquid. An even split on the Grubs. They still get a turret plate here. And the thing I was going to compliment APA for was still his Stardust stacking on the new Aurelion Sol. Had been pretty good at that. He's at 115 now already as they go for the invade.
Zeyzal does have Splash, already uses it, and Battle Dances away to safety. That's a Summoner spell gone. And ladies and gentlemen, we are at 14 minutes. Final clock reads. What do we got?
Okay, I'm still at my 127. I'm gonna come clean though. Because I was so distracted from the stopwatch thing, I kept it going during the replay when we weren't 100% sure where Boogie was, if he was still in enemy jungle.
I ended up with 1 minute and 31 seconds.
Okay, so you still are ahead. Either way.
I won. We're at 14 minutes.
And
Umpty is the counter jungle king.
I believe chat predicted Umpty as well. It was a landslide,
job,
so
Chat.
Congrats to chat and Emily. As now our counter jungling little race was fun.
Even with my slight stat padding of replay timer.
You tried, Kobe. But no, I think if there's one thing that Umpty has been really good at, it's again like TL's objective focus. Just generally, they do have these really good runs of play, and a lot of it starts around when Umpty realizes he can invade, get some camps for himself, and then also keep track of timers like the Grubs and the Drake early.
Now it's going to be really fun to track as they play out the Aurelion Sol later on. How roam heavy APA does get, because that was his favorite style of play when He played so much Aurelion Sol pre-rework, and now they've got him in the side lane. He's still stacking up his dust down there while the rest of the team is taking another one of these neutral objectives here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I was going to say they kind of another one of those lane assignments, right, where they rotate up to be able to take this. Aurelion Sol was down on the bot side of the map. They have really good vision coverage across the board, so they can see where Shopify are going. And Shopify kind of reset, which allows TL to come in and take this Herald for themselves.
Yeah, really going to help out with a roam-heavy playstyle. You know, the Herald ensuring that they can finish up another one of the outer towers. Looks like Impact will take top side, so you definitely will be able to get mid at some point there for Team Liquid. Topside also just barely standing, so they will be able to blow up the map pretty quickly towards the mid game here. And just to give some stats for the ASOL hype that we're giving for APA, including Amateur and including all these pre-work ASOL games, he had 38, his 4th most played of his entire career as Impact is about to get dove.
3 people on top side here. Zeyzal starts off with the quickness into the grand entrance, and it's just the CC train and the damage unleashed from Fake God as Zeyzal does go down. Impact was able to find the last ticking blow from Ignite and Equalizer. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good of Impact to take that, and meanwhile, in the mid lane, TL are actually able to take advantage. Not only did Impact get the 1-for-1 in the top side, but they're crashing onto this tier 2 turret, and with the mites, no, they're not going to be able to take it down yet.
It was close, but they definitely got 1 full turret and some change on the second one, so it's going to make that next push even easier as the 3rd dragon of the game has already spawned. Team Liquid are stronger in this bottom side of the jungle. They have greater positioning, and they should be able to take it for free.
Yeah, especially since, you know, they've got mid lane and bottom lane pushing. You can just rotate ASOL over. And ASOL, with the AoE control you have with a charged up ultimate, with your singularity, you can cut off these entrances coming up to Dragon. So Shopify make a smart call. They don't want to contest number 3, and they'll wait for the actual Dragon Soul fight. They're just going to keep on trying to split push, keep on trying to counter jungle, you know, just Boogie there in the blue side jungle, taking away the little bits of jungle camps that he still can. Meanwhile, TL will be happy to keep up their timer here on the Dragons. They've got the nice gold lead, they've got the stacking ASOL.
Yeah, I mean, off of that run of play, right, you had ASOL and bot getting bot tier 1. They were able to rotate down, have full control of Dragon after crashing the Herald mid, right? So it was perfectly set up on this bot side, and it was all off of kind of Shopify overloading that top side, which isn't even a bad idea, right? It's just Impact also got the 1-for-1 trade kill, and TL, because they have such good map control, are able to get so much in the mid and bot side of the map.
Just under 20 minutes into the game, Baron hasn't spawned quite yet, but Team Liquid very strong on the map. 3,000 gold ahead as is going to go in, get some poke down on Azazel, just force him back as they start to establish vision control way ahead of time before this Baron spawns.
And then TL could get really aggressive with it. once again leading the charge in. He's got plenty of backup. They have a Senna coming over as well. Him plus Core JJ rotating over to the split push train. APA has pushed it all the way up to the tower. It's only going to take a couple of autos to knock this thing over. Meanwhile, the split push for Shopify as Fake God tries to answer on the bottom side. Should be able to get that turret. And while he does have a teleport, him teleporting into these fights right now would be really dangerous because Shopify, it's very difficult for them to actually come from multiple angles, and they didn't have any super deep wards to teleport on either, so he actually doesn't even finish that turret, and he's going to get chased down.
This could be trouble for Fake God. No turret to protect him. The rest of Shopify are trying to rally around and provide him a route of escape. Boogie thinking that maybe they can force this fight, but they're not in range quite yet. They still have a turret to defend themselves here. Jan throwing out the Pepega Frog once again, as he is just making sure that his laners stay safe.
Yeah, and meanwhile, TL finally do get that tier 1 turret on top side. That was kind of a good look at a collapse from Shopify, but it also just shows, again, with the vision control that TL have and kind of their coordination in this game thus far, Jan's able to rotate down, Impact is easily able to clear and go back to turret, so Shopify aren't able to get anything off of it.
I just want to point out here that Team Liquid, it's been a very light game in terms of just a lot of action. We had a lot of it during the first 14 minutes, but now it's been very calm, it's very collected and very calculated for them. You've already pointed out that it's been the macro that has allowed them to be successful so far, but even with the deficits that APA was experiencing with the focus, he's still up in gold against Insanity. This gold advantage is carrying them through forward, and Shopify, I feel like they're just falling behind and they can't really find a way back in this game. They're always being the reactive rather than the proactive. And then the one big thing that Team Liquid really did this game that all the other teams that they upset did poorly was attack the bot lane. Every time B-Boy and Zeyzal were focused down, they fumbled a dive, they fumbled a play. Yon and Core JJ tested the limits, never got the kills, but they always pushed them out of lane.
Now it's going to be really hard for them to regain territory. APA roams up to the top side, finishes up that wave super quickly. They have big advantages in pushing out these waves. Rumble on bottom side as well. Honestly, I think Shopify have to just try and go for one of these picks. Make use of Boogie's ultimate, and maybe Zeyzal can find something too there to pick somebody off, because TL have a really actually sturdy 5-on-5 as well. Front line, you know, they've got Core JJ and the giant ASOL ultimate that AP has been holding this whole time. Just very ominous.
Yeah.
And he's going to keep hold of that one until the Dragon Soul fight comes up. It's going to be up to Shopify to try and work something around that, or maybe get some cooldowns before that Dragon comes up.
Yeah, it looks like now TL are actually the ones setting up, not necessarily for a pick, but just to chew through this tier 2 turret in mid.
Look where Boogie is. He is waiting for them to overextend and wants to come in from a flank position, because he knows that at this point in the game, fighting a 5-on-5 front to back would be super hard losing for Shopify. It has to be about the creative angles at which you can cause disruption in this team. But Team Liquid don't bite off more than they can chew. They back off immediately.
And it's so dangerous. If Shopify actually try and contest Dragon Soul from bottom lane, it's really small now, the way that they squished up the jungle. So you pretty much have to do mid-prio if you're going to contest one of those objectives. Shopify don't want to give them the chance to set up first, though, and they force the issue on Baron. They will make Team Liquid charge at them.
Dawning Shadow comes through, gets a decent chunk out of Shopify Rebellion as well. Dashes in. FakeGod forced to peel back. The Equalizer comes through. FakeGod taking a lot of damage. Here comes Boogie over the top, trying to prevent Yon from doing damage. APA's backing him up. Boogie, one last-ditch effort, but he still goes down. Meanwhile, Team Liquid cleaned up the rest of the fight on the back half. A 4-4 impact, and this Baron belongs to Team Liquid.
APA dropped an absolute nuke there with the ASOL ultimate. That's Baron. No deaths for TL. Well, Emily.
Yeah, thanks for the leash, you know? Thanks for the leash, Shopify. I mean, again, we've talked about how this was set up by the early game that TL had, right? Like playing around their lanes, playing around their vision, focusing neutral objectives. I don't even necessarily hate this call from Shopify, right? Like they're doing it on a reset. They think they can burn it down. But as we already touched upon, they really do not want to go up against this TL team in a 5v5. And we just saw exactly why as we go into the replay.
Okay, so the Dawning Shadows early. They're looking at how close the timing is on Baron, and it's at 4.5K, so you can't continue to burn it. It's perfect timing for them to go for this counter.
Yep, and as we saw, there we go.
We get to see it from orbit. The star dropping.
Pure cinema, baby.
Yeah, I love the effects on the actual impact. And speaking of impact, great segue. That Rumble ult also did a lot to soften them up as well. And obviously, having a Rumble ult when you're taking on Baron Pit is always a great thing to have.
APA dropping the Singularity, just making it slower for Shopify Rebellion to rotate over to this inhibitor tower. They've already made short work of it, taking more than half of its HP. Meanwhile, Impact is pushing in the mid lane. Shopify Rebellion down almost 8,000 gold, running out of options as Team Liquid siege into their base.
All right, ASOL, people have had a frustrating time sieging against the ASOL, but it's also frustrating trying to defend against it. Especially with the extra Senna here on the bottom side. Extra range there. Yon able to get inside. The Baroned up minions on the inhibitor. Wants a scrap.
They're engaging, and they want to force the fight to end this game. They already find 1-2 easily. Back to back. That's the double for Yon. The Equalizer comes through. Featherstorm to dodge on the damage. The Blade Caller roots APA in his tracks, but he pops the stasis to keep himself alive. TL have done enough to be able to walk away with this inhibitor on their side, and they're going to look for more.
and they're going to get
They
more.
should be able to close out, right?
Yeah,
Unless
two inhibitors here, baroned up minions coming down.
This should be it.
A singularity dropped once again. APA just keeping them at a bay. Team Liquid now pushing in with super minions coming through 2 lanes very soon as they just have to hold the line. Fake God is respawning in the next 3 seconds. It may have been too long for Team Liquid to close this game out. It looks like they'll take the reset here, but a teleport is coming in. Last-ditch effort from Shopify. If they can find someone to get back in this game, it has to be now. He finds APA, forced a flash, but the root from Yon keeps Fake God at a distance. They blast, go back in. Umpty says, go, baby! We win these every single time! Yon finds the first one on a Fake God. Zazul will fall next. It's another double. Buki can't decide whether he wants to go in or back out. Interrupts, cease and desist over the wall. Stops APA, but before he falls, he still goes down. Triple for Yon, looking for one more. The shockwave will stop them for now, but Insanity cannot stop Team Liquid from closing out this game.
As someone who watched a lot of Umpty in his LCK career, right? It's just great to see him go in, engage on something like the Xin Zhao. He loves champs like this to just kind of go in and lead his team.
The fearless Admiral once again from Korea comes in with Team Liquid and leads them to another victory.
The classic blast cone Xin Zhao insect play. Beautiful stuff. Blast cones into the middle of the team, splits them all up with the Xin Zhao ultimate. And that's, I guess we'll end the game then. They were going to reset, but decided, you know what, we're going to fight it out. Shopify went for their teleport. TL, though, from beginning to end, controlled this game. The only real hiccup was actually the first blood, where after Upti burning his flash, kept on with the counter jungling and then went down as the first blood. But since that point, they bounced right back, controlled those neutral objectives, controlled the team fights. Azul stacking up, pushing out the side wave. Very coordinated and strong play here from Team Liquid.
And with that, concludes our match for Team Liquid and Shopify Rebellion. We're going to be headed to a break before FlyQuest versus Immortals. While we wait, let's hear from Busio after winning his first MasterCard Player of the Week.
Welcome, Busio, and congratulations on your Week 3 MasterCard Player of the Week, first of all. So, welcome.
Thank you.
So, of course, one-time Most Valuable Prospect, second year in the LCS, and interestingly enough, 4th support to win Player of the Week. Not a lot of supports get that. Woo! So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Just to refresh your memory on this one, you get 90 seconds. Rapid fire questions. You can pass if you want to. Before we even get to those questions, I'm going to ask you a question that I want a real answer to.
Okay.
Are you picking Pyke this week?
It's in the drafts.
Okay.
Could happen.
That's all I need to know. You ready?
Yeah.
Let's go. First question. The best advice a coach or a teammate has given you?
Nuke duck, just win lol.
Okay, second, the hardest thing about the decision to move from mid to support?
Playing support, just, support's generally not the best.
Yeah.
Like, in terms of mechanics and stuff, so you like restructure, but yeah.
Okay. Favorite teammate you've played with not on FlyQuest? So now you gotta start picking.
It's hard, but I guess double lift.
There it is. Where does the name Busio come from, and why did you take the C out that you originally had?
Okay, well, the C was from my last name, Swalina, and it was just a nickname given by, like, my sister, I guess, when I was super young, or just, like, my family. It doesn't mean anything. It's just, like, a random nickname, yeah.
Okay, so you just held on to it. Favorite memory on your journey to the LCS? That's a tough one.
That's a tough one. Probably, like, my first split of amateur, just, like, winning some like important series, and Challengers Uprising was the league.
Okay, champion, you get flamed for locking in the most in solo queue.
Flamed for? Flamed for.
15 seconds.
Uh-oh.
You can pass if you want.
Pass, I guess.
Why was Katarina your first main?
She was so broken. I mean, she's still so broken. Solo queue LP for free.
Okay. Stranded on an island, which one of your teammates are you to be stuck with? Just flatly, just say a name.
Inspired.
Okay, boom, finished it. Katarina as your first main. So you started as a streamer, you got Challenger when you were 15 years old. How'd you get into League? Why'd you, how'd you start streaming?
Well, how I got into League, I was like, maybe like 7. It was season 1 or 2.
Yeah.
And I'd play games with my dad, and then he installed League, so he also installed it for me, so I was playing. yeah, that's how I got into League. And then streaming, I guess, I don't actually know. Maybe I just wanted some money. I was playing Katarina and I needed some money, you know?
There we go. So congratulations, first of all. Hold that up. All right, congratulations on your first Player of the Week, and I'm sure there's more to come.
Dude, why'd you put your new rig in the basement?
Didn't you hear? Bill's a good gillionaire now.
Basically, my new connection is so strong I can game anywhere. Check it out. We've got Gamer Rocker, Gamer Floaty, Gamer Couch.
Whoa.
It's got wheels.
Gamer Bench, Gamer Throne, and Gamer Mower. What's that? It's hard to game while walking downstairs.
I get it.
That's smart.
Live like a gagillionaire with low latency everywhere. AT&T Fiber with All-Fi.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Sea Blue Edition with the taste of Juneberry. Wings for every taste.
Hello, I'm here with victorious Team Liquid jungler Umti for his first ever LCS stage interview.
Hi guys, thank you for coming.
축하합니다. Okay, so talking off camera, kind of, you were saying how in your last game you felt like you were playing a little bit scared. This game, you just kind of wanted to go crazy. So take me through how you felt like your performance was this game.
Actually, I have to explain the first thing that I was played yesterday, the Sejuani thing. I really disappointed to me that I played like a coward, you know, guys, and my fans will not like it, right? So today I decided to be like very crazy, and I just flash in 3 level, and I just fight 2v1 at the 4 level. I really like that.
The crowd loves it too. We were tracking your counter jungling, and you won the competition between you and Boogie, so congratulations. In terms of Team Liquid's early game, how has communication with your lanes been thus far?
Actually, the funny thing was like we know that Rakan was there, and APA was like, "Oh, it's okay. I have a snowboard thing, so I can just check that." And he just checked, and his flash is gone. Yeah, I don't know. That was his plan, but actually that was success because we got a blue ward. Yeah, that was success. So that was my plan to be. And the next thing that Rumble has a prior to go into enemy red, so it was very easy to go red. But I knew that the Insanity warded to Raptor side, so I saw that and I decided, okay, it's okay. I can use flash and just jump over the wall. And I watched the Boogie was going to the Krog, and yeah, that's mine. The Raptor is mine, and he just like he was very smart, you know. He just hide it like this. He didn't scare my Rumble, so I just respect him. Oh, you're very smart. I'm gonna die. Okay, thank you. And I still said I'm gonna be crazy, guys. I'm gonna be very brave man. I'm very strong, so I just decided to play that 2v1, and we won.
Yeah. It worked out for you. You have a ton of fans here, some fans from Korea. Is there anything you'd want to say to them?
Oh, sorry. Can you say it again? I'm Korean.
Yeah. Is there anything you want to say to your fans?
To fans?
Yeah.
Actually, today, I don't think that you guys know. Here's my Korean fans come here to LA. So thanks to my fans that coming to LA for like 70-hour flights or 12-hour flights. And thank you for coming to cheering our Team Liquid Honda to here. Thank you, guys.
감사합니다.
Thank
Take it to the lounge.
Welcome back. Final game of the day, FlyQuest versus Immortals. And did you guys know that if Immortals wins this game, they're tied with Cloud9?
I don't know what to say. I knew a little bit ago.
Oh,
True. Interesting.
Because Cloud9 was power ranked as #1 and Immortals was #8. So if they're the same, what does that say?
Not great things for us. But that doesn't mean we have exciting games. That's just been honestly the key to this entire week. that IMT has just been finding great wins, consistent ones, off the back of, honestly, Ole's Bard, or as a team, I think Castle's been the player that surprised me the most. I came in with pretty low expectations, but to me, his Aatrox games, he's had a few of them where he just ran through, especially in his game versus Rich, ran through him in great 1v1s.
And Kelsey, since we have you here during the draft phase, I do want to ask you about FlyQuest, because FlyQuest is the first place team. So what has stood out to you about FlyQuest so far this split for you?
I think FlyQuest, just if you have heard Inspired's comms or if you've worked with him, he always has very, very solid leadership. He makes it very easy for his team to get started and go from go. Also, you have Whippo, who everyone knows he loves to mentor like kind of the younger, the bot lane, and then I think all of them kind of working together. They've just had surprising synergy from the very beginning, so for me that's a huge thing. I also appreciate that they're banning my boy Armeo's Ivern, also Jat's boy Armeo's Ivern. He's been very successful on that, so to me, you know, oh no, solid scouting off the bat.
Something we've been tracking for quite some time overall is his highest win rate picks, because at least for Ole, he's made it very clear that he will go towards the highest win rate supports, and he's found success off of, like, a great example is Maokai. So let's see what the highest win rate supports that he could be choosing one. Oh my God.
Oh, it's still Maokai, and Maokai's not bad.
We've got Maokai and we've got Poppy. Zyra, that'd be interesting. I believe G2 played it, right?
It's just gonna be
and Zyra did get buffed on this patch also, so good times there.
Well, they first picked the Maokai, so that.
The second pick them high. We do not want to flex.
I was gonna be like, well, it could be going bot, but it could be going to Armeo. But now that Vi locked in, we know it is already going bot. Numbers don't lie, as Ole says always.
The rule is consistent, I guess. I mean. All right, but we do have the Kalista picked. I do think that there's a lot of options that you can have into the Kalista. So interesting to see IMT go for something like the Vi instead of something like the Poppy, which I kind of expect to see. But the Maokai also makes a lot of sense into Kalista to me. It's very hard to play versus that champ in a lot of situations.
Yeah, Kalista Renata for FlyQuest. Obviously, they were the #1 team. They had a letdown game yesterday against Shopify Rebellion. There was that whole distraction about Busio winning Player of the Week, saying he'd pick Pyke. Then he picks Blitzcrank to combo up with Smolder. There was just a lot of weird stuff going on in that game for FlyQuest. So I feel like going back here to Kalista Renata is a little bit of normalcy. And I agree with the sign. Bjerg should come back.
I just want to start shit.
I think it's pretty interesting for Masu though, because when I think, not that Kalista isn't great at team fights, because she is, but obviously I think of Masu, I don't necessarily think of him as a super lane dominant AD, and one thing I'd love to give him and Busio credit for thus far in this split is they've actually had a really strong, or stronger 2v2 than I had expected, having watched Masu in Challengers. I don't know if you agree with me, Kelsey.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that. I think that it's cool to see it for sure, especially since Busio, his start, he also struggled a bit with the laning, but it's definitely something that they've clearly been working on a lot. I know that they 2v2 like their NACL bot line sometimes, just practice matchups and other things like that. The other thing, it's just it has to help a lot to have like this kind of level of mentorship, making sure that you level up very quickly.
With the Taliyah locked in there, it's really funny because earlier in the split, Mask was a victim to the Taliyah, like specifically Vi, as he was playing the Azir, getting hunted down by Xuse Vi. Now he's in the opposite side of things with the Taliyah Vi combo going up against Jensen's Azir. So that should be the focus for my IMP side, is that you're likely going to be tracking where the Azir is if he's on side lane, or just early on in the laning phase to try and get him off the map.
And tracking the rest of this draft, I mean, there is a little bit of difference in the champions they picked, because Kalista Renata being a full bot lane locked in for FlyQuest, and Immortals, they do have the support, but there's so many 80 carry bands that could be thrown towards Tactical. Tactical going into the week was leading the league in kills, basically got shut out yesterday though when Immortals lost. So I want to see them put him in a situation to succeed, and it's going to be tricky, right, when you're just picking your support off win rate and you're giving up Kalista Renata.
Well, they have picked a combo, a topside that makes it very difficult for the enemy AD to play, so you
that
could
helps.
argue
That's true.
that they're setting up Tactical for success, and I agree. He's been actually a very big shining star for IMT. We talked a lot about Ole, but I think their bot lane in general has just been extremely stellar performance.
It's a really good pairing, Ole with Tactical.
Makes it easier for them to play the bot side, which was, it seemed like, their expectation going into the split. So with the 80 carry bans, actually only came in.
Yeah, no, they're just doing topside bans. This is a Whippo party right here, trying to shut him out. Darius
Get the
Sejuani.
Darius out there. Sejuani's probably, hopefully against Inspired.
Udyr's fallen ridiculously far this draft.
Yeah, we are not seeing the Udyr yet. I'm very surprised, but I think it's definitely something that FlyQuest might look for.
Yeah.
And it's also something that Castle might look for, right? So I think in another one of their games, he had a really strong Udyr performance.
They're talking about Tactical's pick, or this isn't live. I imagine they're talking about Tactical's pick because he's hovering 80 carries.
Unbelievable.
Like against Whippo, you want to take away his counter pick. So even though normally you'd save this for later.
I'm waiting for the onstage acting to see
Wow.
Okay,
that can be
so
bot lane TF.
It could be bot lane TF. It also could be AD TF top.
It could be Talia Maokai lane, maybe as well. It's unlikely, but it's a good chain.
Seems like the anti-Callista comp.
I guess so.
Got gold card, rocks from Talia, Vi ultimate, or just in general Vi lockdown with the Maokai. Callista just existing in fights is going to be difficult.
Yeah, but I mean, on the other hand, FlyQuest, they do have a very solid comp. They're not necessarily reliant on Callista to do a lot of damage because they have the Azir. They have the Udyr, and then they can always just throw in, and Renata will do well into the engage.
And I do want to mention that the TF can still be a flex. We saw Broken Blade picking Twisted Fate top lane earlier this morning. So while I fully believe it's bot lane, it still is treated as a flex here.
Yeah, it's something, ADTF is something we talked about on the previous patch. Again, you mentioned Broken Blade. I saw ADTF played. It was in mid lane, but it was like the Kraken Slayer build for Shochi in NACL a few days ago. And ADTF top is just something that has been spammed in solo queue a lot.
It could also be something Tactical plays, though, as we lock the Cassante
instantly.
And it's bot lane ADTF.
Nice.
I can't remember the last ADTF in LCS.
Okay, so
That's
our
insane.
stats guy is saying never. He's also saying he doesn't think it's ever happened in professional League of Legends history. I'd love it if someone proves us wrong, because if not, this is super cool.
I think
Surely
it
bot
definitely
lane
happened
TF
in
is happening.
season 2, for sure. People were running it all the time in my solo queue games, including myself.
Yeah, that was 12 years ago. So in the last decade.
Are you calling me old?
That's
Jack?
wild. I'm calling myself old.
I'm calling you old.
Okay, Immortals Cup, very fun. Absolutely, 100%. I think still we're looking for a little bit of damage to fight with the FlyQuest Udyr, but I think Fly can take this still.
Either way, let's see if the ADTF pans out for Mortals. Casters, take it away.
Muchas gracias, chat. A historical first, y'all. AD Twisted Fate. The first time in League of Legends professional history. We've seen Twisted Fate jungle from Kickus. We've seen Twisted Fate top earlier today from Broken Blade. And of course, mid lane Twisted Fate. And now, Tactical bringing out the Twisted Fate in the 80 carry role.
Bottom lane, Twisted Fate comes to the LCS. It's pretty funny because we're like, live patch, live patch. This happened last patch. These 80 Twisted Fate buffs were actually last patch. There was 14.2, and we were all looking for it. We're like, oh my God, this is so fun. It's actually taking over solo queue. A lot of people are playing in solo queue. It's a three-way flex. You can play it mid lane, top lane, or bottom lane right now, but it's actually making its way to the LCS stage in the hands of Tactical, who is one of these critical players on Immortals, and a big part of the recent success of Immortals in their last couple of weeks of games, where they have started to really take a lot of games off the top teams that were unexpected. So
a lot of surprise wins. I want to remind everyone, the entire broadcast team had Immortals ranked 8th at Power Rankings at the beginning of the split. They're nowhere close to that. They are now in the middle of the pack, and they are challenging FlyQuest with a win like this. As the analyst or the lounge already mentioned, they will be tied with Cloud9, who was predicted to be first place in our preseason power rankings. It just goes to show that this season has been insanely chaotic, but insanely fun as well. And as you already mentioned, Kobe, Tactical, the only returning member for Immortals. We saw glimmers of hope even in their few wins last summer split was when Tactical was ahead, and now the spotlight is on him as he is making League of Legends Pro history with his Twisted Fate.
Yeah, I feel like this Immortals team has really shown through in the last couple weeks. Castle with his Aatrox play, outplays after outplays, you know, Mask having some big ones, Armeo on the invades. Now they're bringing out some of the spice here. The LCS continues to deliver so many fun picks opened up here, playing on the live patch. Players more willing to try out new champs, new builds. And let me go over just what the actual changes were for attack damage Twisted Fate, because it was in 14.2 and didn't make its way to the stage till now, but they added some non-existent AD ratios to Q. Previously it was 0, now it's plus 50% of your bonus AD onto Q. They also added one onto the stacked deck, the E.75 of your bonus AD ratio. So pretty decent there, as well as adding the crit ratio onto your W. And critically, in my opinion, one of the biggest ones is increasing the base attack speed ratio, because the way the attack speed works in League of Legends, some of the champions are just not built for building attack speed because the items are increasing your base attack speed. So if your base attack speed is terrible, then the attack speed items are going to be relatively worse for you. So now with the increase in Twisted Fate's base attack speed, makes it even better building those items. And I will also say some of these changes do just make, you know, regular AP Twisted Fate that people are playing like mid lane and top lane as well sometimes is a bit better, because that often included a rapid fire cannon for the extended gold card. So
True.
All over basically Twisted Fate getting some nice buffs, just objectively better no matter what you're building than it was before. Obviously way bigger of buffs for our full attack damage build, and that's why we're seeing Tactical try his hands at it. One of the big reasons, though, specifically picked here, is that you can, and Raz mentioned this, you know, gold carding Kalista here puts a very quick stop to it. You have really reliable CC chains in Twisted Fate and Maokai on bottom side of the map, so maybe if they can get jungle down there. It's not going to happen early, obviously, because Armeo started on his Wolves and then is clearing up towards top side, and he's currently getting counter jungled by Inspired, who wants to split the map and possibly look for an early dive.
Yeah, I mean, if you see a novelty pick like AD Twisted Fate, you want to shut it down as fast as possible, as Bwipo is already getting the priority. He went in early, got some early vision down onto Armeo's Raptor camps, knowing that he started on the bot or started somewhere else, and now they want to pressure.
Yeah, especially with Bwipo going for the invade there on Udyr, proxy farming, like they're definitely just going to destroy this pick. Welcome to the LCS, AD carry Twisted Fate. You have, I believe, 1 CS still he's sitting at. Tactical does not even get to look at his minions. He does not, he cannot even ult down there right now. He's still level 1. Please pull up the CS again real quick. I just want to check. I'm pretty sure, yeah, 1 CS.
Oh man, this is brutal. Ole has to do the majority of the farming for him. Ole's level 2 Tactical has been bullied off the experience range as well. This is
why players don't want to innovate, Rafa. Because like, oh man, I'm going to pick the new pick here. They just get targeted by the opponents. Big props to Inspired, though. You know, this is a guy that's in the running for MVP in the league every time he is in the league.
Yeah.
Regardless of which region he is in. Goes for the split map here. Wants to play off of the pushing early game here. Kalista Renata, one of the best, most aggressive duos that you can draft in the game, and they don't want to let Twisted Fate start to stack up the items. They don't want to let him, get to the point where you have to worry about these CC chains that are going to come through. Gold Card and Maokai and Vi into seismic shoves coming from the Taliyah, which definitely will become a problem later. But early game, really like the execution and the plan here from FlyQuest, from Inspired.
Just trying to put Tactical behind in levels, because once he has access to that level 6, this will be one of the few times where a marksman can roam and try to affect the sidelines, as Jensen might be in trouble from Mask. Does he want to look for a flash rock here? Just the rocks itself, the flash forward, the auto trying to connect. Oh, Mask not able to play it out correctly as Jensen just dodges, didn't even have to burn his own flash.
Definitely love it. Getting aggressive, going super deep, leaves behind a ward, and they see Inspired clearing out the control ward on the other side as well. So gets aggressive, blows his flash. I like the killer instinct, but now you're going to be a target.
Yep.
You are for sure going to have a huge target on your head because once Jensen gets to level 6, the Seer will shove you back.
Busio already in trouble, forced to flash away, but Ole's flash is also expended as he's burning down from the Ignite. You can already see the kill lane setup though there. Gold card into Maokai's full CC root down under the tower, and now Mass might be in trouble. Inspired. Flash guaranteed the root on down. He should have enough damage here. Mass has nowhere to go, and he gives it over to Jensen for first blood.
They don't even wait for the Azir level 6. They don't even wait for that guaranteed punish. Inspired goes in, makes him look silly, flashes on him, hits the stun, back steps the seismic shove, which was the only hope that Mask had of living here. Nice little back step there. Just on the edge there, too. Doesn't waste any sort of time, gets right back in. So beautiful stuff again from Inspired. I guess we can continue to plug his MVP campaign with play after play for this game.
Yeah. I mean, one of the most iconic moments of Inspired's career was back on Rogue in the LEC when he got that pentakill on this Viego. And we talked about it during the draft as well. I, as a Viego player, would love to pick it into a team that has a bunch of point-and-click CC, because if you possess them after, then that is easy CC for you to start following and chaining those resets and Heartbreakers.
Yeah, ultimate very useful there as well. And one of the big things that, since there was so much action, we didn't super get to highlight on the invade that he did earlier and zoning off Twisted Fate. You even get more of a reward when you zone Twisted Fate away from the minions, because he has the built-in extra gold from the passive. So if you're CSing way less in this game, as you can see, still feeling that pain of losing so many minion waves early, you get even extra pain from losing out on the possible gold generation of your passive, which, by the way, was also buffed to add the critical strike synergy in there as well. Obviously, he didn't have any critical strike early on, but just look at how it's going to change the way this game plays out. Inspired gets to run the map. Bottom lane gets to continue to zone out Tactical and Ole. They get the Dragon uncontested, and now we're going to get a lane gank.
Oh, Ole looking for Busio. They know his flash is down from the turret dive before. Armeo's there to follow up, and the bailout is not going to save him this time. Ole pings up the kill. Looking for another gold card, but cannot get in range, and Inspired hovering to see if he needs to protect Masu from getting dove.
My cursing powers are in overdrive today.
They're incredible.
Had the APA curse, got the bottom lane curse. Castle here gonna get a turret plate for himself with his, Whippo, excuse me.
Masu? Oh, he's looking, he cleanses it! Masu! No way it gets out! It's a trade 1-for-1, but man, that was an NACL Challengers moment where Masu just, in the face of adversity, 1v2 and picks up a kill.
Yeah, they're gonna go for the trade kill there. Does get him down, and he's gonna keep his CS lead. Whippo, that's another turret plate that he earns on the top side in the face of Castle. Excuse me. Meanwhile, Inspired did escape that attempt on his life, only to get back into enemy jungler and continue counter jungling as well. We did the kind of look at both Umti and Boogie in the last game in their time spent in enemy territory. Inspired has just been living in both sides of the enemy jungle.
And just watch the timing of this cleanse too. It is frame perfect.
Boom. Gets the kill. Would have been super cool if he got out alive also, but getting the trade kill there and making sure that Tactical doesn't get any more at the turret either, still so big for him.
And I believe the last time you cast one of their games, it was with Kangas, and he told you the story about the Wi-Fi wizard, if I'm correct. For those that don't know yet, Masu, when he first started playing in Challengers, was on Wi-Fi, did not have an Ethernet cable from Toronto, and then it wasn't until a couple weeks in, FlyQuest were like, why do you have 120 ping? And he was just playing on Wi-Fi, and he eventually made the upgrade to Ethernet cable before coming in person to the FlyQuest studios themselves in LA. And you could see moments where he was so used to the Wi-Fi ping, he would pre-cleanse, timing it from that ping. But as he's gotten adjusted, this guy has insane reaction timings, insane hands. It's why he's such a hyped up prospect.
Mechanics on point, but ganks also on point.
3-on-2. I don't know if he can outplay this one. Wait, Busio, the Fate's Call has dragged him towards. They find Tactical on the back half. Maybe the bailout will give him enough time. The red stack, one more auto attack. Oh, it's so close, but Armeo flashes out in time. He goes back in with the wall breaker. Busio is gonna survive as Inspired is there to protect him from further danger.
I really thought he was going to get it there. Armeo's barely able to escape, and they get the flash down as well. So more summoner spells being burned down here. It is just going to be a constant battle with the looks of it. Another attempt at a lane gank comes down here. Really good setup once again. As we mentioned, Maokai goes into the ultimate. The Renata ultimate getting off there. As it went through, though, Busia got a really good timing on that one, and then he really saves the bailout to get the maximum from it here. And even with that flash, barely finished off in time. That was by the slimmest of margins there. Almost had the really big outplay in the 2v3.
Oh man, you can see it's so slight. He was like, oh man, it was so close. Amasu there, you almost had it, buddy. You're getting there, you're getting better every time I see you on stage in the LCS. Squippo now just making life difficult for Castle, doing Udi or proxy things. The second rotation of Grumbies have spawned. Armeo's in the area, but he doesn't have Prow from either of his mid or top lane at the moment, so it would not be safe for him to go for it quite yet.
Bottom lane really got that main character action going, though. Even though the camera's on the top lane and Bwipo just keeps farming turret plates, bottom lane has really been the hot spot for the action. As you mentioned, it was inspired again, going for another invade off the pushing bottom lane. They were able to get inside. No more blue buff there. And only after they take that, he rotates up top and looks for the grubs. This would even it up, a nice even 3-on-3 on the grubs. And so there's not going to be any extra exciting split push shenanigans later on with those Void Mites spawning, but really nice stuff here from FlyQuest, playing off of both sides of their pressure.
Yeah. It's been a decently proactive game from both sides. Obviously, a lot of attention towards that bottom lane of Tactical and Ole from Inspired, but Armeo has been paying his dues and trying to get them back into this game. They might look for another move here in the mid lane against Jensen, but Inspired floating on over from the last grub, not revealing how many he took quite yet, and just making sure that Jensen is safe here. The flash from Ole, but he goes into the stealth of his Shroud, and he dodges out on potential setup from Ole.
Yeah, all you need to do is grab 2 to deny the extra Void Mite spawning, so just grabs the 2, job done there, the blocking on the grubs, and then rotate back over to cover.
You know, at the start of this game, Kobe, we talked about how, Mortals preseason power rankings at 8th place, but they've been able to pull off surprise upsets. Past 4 games so far, win against Cloud9, win against NRG, loss against Dignitas and 100 Thieves. They're able to tango with some of the best that we have, but obviously there are still things that are figuring out, but it's way better than where everyone else expected them to be.
And even if you go too further back than that, it's 1 win and 1 loss where they lost to TL and they beat Shopify Rebellion. So it has been a lot of split weeks for Immortals, win 1, lose 1, win 1, lose 1. But that is, to your point, way better than people expected from this team. They have been able to fight in so many of these scenarios. Very impressed, though, at the possibilities of still trying to turn it around, considering the early game. Still think the most impactful single move in the game so far was the bottom side early invade and the complete zoning of Tactical early on. He's also gone for the new static Shiv here with the Twisted Fate, which is just looking at the minion pushing. Much cheaper, but just for pushing out minions for Twisted Fate. Also really nice because he does have the loaded dice, so we'll see if this does pay dividends and if they can get their split push game style going, because Immortals, it is pretty hard to play a map-wide composition when you start the game out with a deficit.
Yeah. Jensen's in a bad spot here. Tactical is going to use the gate to try and give them vision. Gold card right on top. There's the point-and-click CC train. No way for Jensen to escape that one. And even though that was very exciting from our 80 Twisted Fate, I regret to inform you all that we actually lost the race to first Twisted Fate AD carry. It was picked in the LGL earlier this morning. However, this is the first ever TF AD carry in a major region, but not quite the first.
Yeah, nice little update there. Everyone was on the edge of their seat. They're like, oh, really? Really? Is it the first one? Stats update, though. LJL, congratulations. Honestly, though, they did still lose out on the push on bottom side. They did get Jensen, flash down on Jensen, too, so maybe Immortals can do something to follow up and pressure him there. They do have that Vi to Leah combination that we've been looking for, and they even threw in the extra ingredients. Maokai and Twisted Fate for good measure, but that was 4 players all sent mid for the kill. So you do give up a lot when you all in for these types of plays. We'll see though for Immortals. Obviously, this comp functions really well if you can get the outer towers down. That's where you really get to shine with having the extra global of an AD carry Twisted Fate and a Taliyah on your team. Because then you're constantly trying to push out these waves. You've got the static shiv doing work for tactical, and you push the wave first, then look for your move. Push the wave first, then look for your collapse and your pick. And you want to constantly rinse and repeat that cycle instead of just going for straight 5-on-5s, because your pick off potential is just so strong.
And I kind of actually like what Armeo has done for his first item, because normally a lot of Vise have gone more of a durable build with a Black Cleaver Rush, but he's gone for Triforce, and I imagine that he just needs to bring that extra little burst and oomph to any pick plays between him, Mask, or Tactical, because most of the time, Taliyah Burst might be enough, but Twisted Fate Burst might not be there yet in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, also when you see your bottom lane get zoned off of like 3-4 waves early on, you're like, well, I think we might need another damage source.
True. Good adaptation.
Our Twisted Fate's going to take a while to farm back into this one. Tactical's trying his best, but so Armeo picks up a little bit of slack there too. So indexes, like you say, much more heavily into the DPS route. Trinity Force with the extra attack speeds too. We'll see if they can make good use of it. Because again, the best sorts of plays here for this Immortal squad is looking for the picks. And once again, they've done the vision work. They've cleared out this river, so they get to roam between the mid lane here and bottom lane undetected.
Tactical pushing or just soaking up this wave by himself, but any time that you see Mass disappear from lane, you have to wonder where he is going. Thankfully for Busio and Masu, they're able to push in this wave safely. No harm, no foul. As we continue on, we're about 16.5 minutes into the game. Only a 1,000 gold advantage for the side of FlyQuest. Nothing really to run away with the game with. And as you already mentioned, Kobe, the difficult thing for FlyQuest as they move into further and further stages of the game, anyone that's pushing up on these side lanes is going to be in heavy threat from pretty much the Avengers coming from Immortals with all these globals.
All right, well, they're grouping up first here for FlyQuest. They retake vision around this dragon spawn preemptively. Nicely done there. They're even drawing out some of these saplings, walk close to the brush to aggro it, pull it out, try and remove them, try and clear as many as you can out before. Almost able to get the handshake into blast cone angle. Ole's barely got enough time to move over to the side, so he doesn't get put into danger, but it looks like Castle split push continues on top side while FlyQuest have complete control here over the dragon. I like this call from Immortals. It's just dragon #2 for either side. You know, whoever gets it isn't going to be super close to Dragon Soul or any big power spike for them, so they want to open up the map. They want to get that top turret instead.
Weaver's Wall going to try to cut off this Rift Herald, but it still makes the charge all the same. FlyQuest will take themselves that tower. The dragon has spawned as well. This is the third one of the game, and we are in Ocean Soul territory. FlyQuest have prior from both mid lane and bot lane. No way that Immortals can realistically contest this.
Yep, so Castle just finishes up that top tower. They do lose out on all of their defenses here, so we'll see if they can get these pick plays off the ground in the mid game, or if FlyQuest are just going to be that unstoppable force moving forward. It is worth noting with the new Stride Breaker on the patch as well, Inspired opting for that build. Even though the Kraken Slayer buffs caused a lot of solo queue Viegos to really love rushing for Kraken Slayer Viego. That thing is feels very, very nice to build right now.
Yeah.
A little bit more tanky and has the new cleave on the Stride Breaker here for this instance though, and level 11 as well. Just getting some extra health with the Ruby Crystals. Trying to set himself up, just be around long enough so he can get his reset plays with the rest of the team, since Azir and Kalista will be able to handle most of the DPS.
Yeah, because you're really limited on terms of hard engage from the side of FlyQuest, so you're depending on Inspired and Whippo to be the first ones to step up, soak a lot more damage. Can't really get that done on a more volatile build like the Kraken Slayer. It'll be Pog, but you know, Inspired's making sure that he's playing for the team, as FlyQuest did drop their game yesterday against Shopify Rebellion in quite an upset from them, and FlyQuest seems to be hammering down and ensuring that it does not happen the same way against Immortals.
Okay, to pick or not to pick? Can they make it happen? Vision doing a lot of work here. FlyQuest, as long as they don't expose anybody off too far in a side lane, then they should be able to use their numbers to their advantage. Looks like everybody, though, from Immortals looking top at Jensen. Flashes are all at the ready for FlyQuest members, though, so if you go for that pick for Immortals, you better make it quick. Rest of the team is there, and they could buy enough time for them to collapse.
20 minutes has come and by. The Baron Nashor has spawned, and Immortals not really in a position to safely wrestle vision control quite yet, as the rest of FlyQuest are starting to redeploy back on the map. I imagine that while the Dragon still has another couple minutes before it spawns, that FlyQuest can realistically play for this Baron. They have the Viego, they have the Azir, they have this Kalista as well to quickly burst it down or force Immortals to play their hand.
Well, Tactical's gonna hold his hand close to his chest right now, trying to push out quickly with his static shiv. Ultimate is still at the ready for the pop if they are able to get anybody out of position at the moment. Threatening around the Baron, and with the second item, Rapid Fire, you've got everything necessary to operate Twisted Fate towards the mid game. You can push minion waves very quickly, and you can land the long-range stun with your gold card.
Multi-lane camp shows up as we get Whippo already setting up this wave for success on the bottom side of the map. Has teleport available if he wants to be the first one to get over to the Baron's side. Castle is going to try to interrupt. Has no idea. Was looking for a pretty good guess, but Whippo gets his chance to reset right now. And Immortals still trying to wrestle control back, but with the vision line that has already been set up advantageously for FlyQuest, it is putting the pressure on Immortals and making sure that they cannot step further past this mid lane line.
We've got the standoff.
It's so tense.
Not willing to make the move, not willing to pull the trigger here without complete information. And everybody holding on to their cooldowns here, so looks like we will wait until you get that other dragon pop up on the other side. FlyQuest have been pretty defensive here. Nobody really going across the halfway point, and when either Jensen or Masu are pushing up pretty far to farm, the entire team hovers by them in the river to make sure when Immortals go for their pick play that FlyQuest will be able to defend it. Whipple's fine, he's a different case, you know, that's Udyr.
Yep.
he can run around forever, so as long as the rest of the team plays in this group of four to protect the Jensen farming and the Masu farming, they should be able to just wait out these timers, wait for next dragon, and then force Immortals to really make a call. When are you going to make your stand? When are you going to actually go for your big play?
And at this moment, Immortals are really depending on Mask and Armail to really bring the damage because, you know, while Tactical high utility build, as you already called it out, pushing these waves fast and having the rapid fire cannon for the extended gold card range, I don't know how much realistic DPS that Twisted Fate is going to be able to do.
Less than Kalista.
Yeah.
Less than a Rage Blade, a Bork Kalista.
Uh-oh.
That is for sure.
Inspire might just get on top of him, but Armail is there to hover just to make sure that he's fine. They're just catching the wave here. Ole is also matching as well. And Tactical could join at a moment's notice with the gate. FlyQuest, every time they're hovering and collapsing, looking for a potential pick, they have to respect the offset chance that Immortals look for the all-in play with these globals. But Bwipo, because of the prio that he gained on the bottom side of the map, Udyr does a lot of max HP damage and can burn down this dragon while the rest of Immortals have no idea it's happening.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this play from FlyQuest. They don't have to do anything crazy here. They can be conservative with their play, wait for these objective timers, not extend any target out here for Immortals to pick up, and then FlyQuest will just slowly march their way towards the Dragon Soul, towards the win of a team fight.
It's definitely been so tense though, like still 2,000 gold advantage, but FlyQuest are making all the right macro decisions, just taking things strategically one step at a time away from Immortals as we get ready potentially for another setup now around the Baron.
I mean, it's gonna get even more difficult for Immortals. If they aren't able to pick anyone off, then you're gonna have to fight your way through this monstrosity of an Udyr that, correctly so, you know, Bwipo rushed the Frozen Heart. The attack speed aura does so much work versus this Immortals team. he's going to be a very difficult problem to deal with, and it should be difficult for Immortals to really kill both carries. Like, maybe you can pull your combo off on one of them, but once you've spent everything here with your Vi Taliyah combination, then it feels like FlyQuest would be able to just run over the remainder of the team fight. And that's why we're seeing this trepidatious play. If you make the mistake now, if Immortals make one more mistake, the game kind of just goes the way of FlyQuest. They can annihilate objectives afterwards. They've got great DPS for Baron.
I think Whipple just spotted Armeo here, so that's the call for FlyQuest to immediately start burning down this Baron. Busio might be in a bad spot. He doesn't flash over the wall, but he gets in range. The Fate's call thanks to Masu burning him over. 2,000 HP. The secure comes from FlyQuest. Here comes the Avengers. Immortals trying to collapse on in. Weaver's Water already cuts off their escape route. Whipple's trying to deal with Armeo on the backside, and he's chunking him out, but Castle's already found Busio onto the back. The rest of FlyQuest have to keep them at bay. Good Emperor's Divide from Jemson. Holds the line against Immortals, as now Masu, it's all up to him and Inspired to look for the reset. Here it comes. Heartbreaker 1 flashes away. He draws. It's a gold card. Looks for the stun in the castle. Reset again. Another Heartbreaker. And Masu cleans up the last one. FlyQuest completely destroy Immortals.
FlyQuest run them over. They're not going to wait around for the Dragon Soul. They burn down the Baron. And Busio sacrifices his life for the greater good of the team. Here's another look. He does flash early, and then he gets Fate's called back to the rest of the team. But FlyQuest are able to rend out the Baron, smite it through here for Inspired, and Whippo just annihilates Armeo down on the bottom side of the map. So even though they get the kill onto Busio and the extra 4 members of Immortals are trying to rush down FlyQuest, with the Azir ultimate, they buy enough time for Whippo to finish off his kill onto Armeo, and then Whippo also picks up the second one there onto the Maokai, and the rest of the squad can just turn the numbers at that point.
All relieved smiles we saw for the past 5-6 minutes of what this game's outcome was going to be like, but surely now this seems to be FlyQuest's game with a solid 4,000 gold advantage and much on their side. So we're gonna ask chat, who do you think is the best player on FlyQuest? They have by far been one of the most dominant teams we've had in this spring split. I'm curious for your thoughts.
Yeah, in fact, if they win this game, they will be the most dominant, and they will be the sole owners of that first place that Immortals, or that 100 Thieves really wanted to share with them. So FlyQuest here, I'm very curious to see what chat will say. This game, I feel like Inspired has had such an amazing game. Maybe it's a little bit unfair. Whippo did a lot of work, but top laners are underappreciated, and people could say, he's just on Udyr, you know, and he's up there being annoying. He took the whole tower by himself. He ran through the team, but I could see people chalking that up to the champion. Meanwhile, we are going to get the siege.
Nice knockup from Castle, but doesn't get much done. Ole throws out the ultimate to look for the AoE route, but Whippo, like the proud dad he is on FlyQuest, guards the rest of his younger players behind him as the rest of Immortals just desperately throw out whatever spells they can get to look for another pick. But Busio's holding the line against Tactical as they make short work of this inhibitor tower. Jensen's working on the next one with Masu. Whippo once again holding the line and guarding the rest of FlyQuest's backline. Castle tries to make his advancement forward, but Inspired's been marking Armeo this whole time on the left side as well. Armeo, does he want to commit here? The gate gives vision of all 5 members here to give Immortals exactly all the information they need. But even with that information, they know that there's no way to win this fight.
I've got some information for you. FlyQuest is smashing you.
Darn.
What can we do with this information? Well, Dragon's coming up. Dragon Soul, a potential. Never mind. Whippo's just going to run at your face.
He's burning them down. Tactical trying to do as much damage as he can. It's not enough. Teleport comes in from Mask, as they're going to make potentially one last Hail Mary for this Dragon Soul that has just spawned. Inspired is beelining seemingly towards the Dragon first, and the rest of Immortals are trying to get into the pit.
They've got to make a play now. This is their only hope for Immortals.
Ole is able to dash on through with the Twisted Advance to the Rift, or the Scuttle Crab. Whippo makes his front advancements first. Here comes Castle, sees him desist right into Masu. They look for the rookie. Castle tries to does everything he can. Tactical's hitting one card after the other. Inspired's able to chase them out. Masu falls. Huge knockup. Multiple bounce outs. What the hell is going on in this fight? Inspired is looking for the resets as well. Can he be able to clean up as he flights right on his Mask? Castle and Tactical, can they clean this one up? It's so close, but here comes Inspired. It was a last-ditch effort, but Inspired made a name on this champion in EU,
let me take a guess at chat's vote. Inspired winning the
Pretty good odds there.
Really big stuff for FlyQuest, though. This is your #1 LCS squad.
FlyQuest soaring to sole possession of first place at the end of week 4. And it is Bwipo that wins the chat vote. Very nicely done. As I called it too early, I thought they were going to look for the end of the game, but Immortals are able to hold maybe for one last time.
Bwipo solo took his own tower on top side. He ran through the Baron fight there. Even when they had picked off Busio, he was a monster, a beast on this Udyr. So nice call from chat this time around. I think my jungle bias would still say inspired, but
another Hail Mary I respect it from Immortals. I mean, you got to try something. He cannot just passively lose this game. Castle teleports in, but the rest of FlyQuest are there to assist. Gold card comes out from onto Bwipo. Oh, cease and desist right into Masu. He tries to get away, but Armeo is forced to flash backwards. Here comes Inspired looking for the Heartbreaker to try and close the distance here. Meanwhile, Bwipo is just 1v4ing the rest of Immortals. You cannot kill this man. Ole falls, and here comes the rest of FlyQuest ready to collapse. Tactical tries to pop the game, but he's not porting anywhere except back to the fountain on a gray screen. Triple kill for Jensen as the rest of FlyQuest just rout the remainder of Immortals. Quadra for him. And let's try this one more time. FlyQuest march into the base to soar to first place in the LCS.
Everybody's getting quadras on FlyQuest, and they're gonna get the dub in the LCS.
We're gonna pat the KDA too. Oh my goodness, guys, relax. Finish the game. I love the LCS, man. This season's been awesome. FlyQuest, congrats on the win. 7-3 or 7? No. How many wins? What's the score record right now? It's 7 and something. 7-2. Sole possession of first place. Sorry, 100 Thieves. I made a tweet earlier saying they are tied for first place. That didn't last long. That aged like moldy bread. But you know what? FlyQuest, the most dominant team we have in the LCS right now.
And it's a really fun team to watch. You know, the combination whenever you have these young players in the bottom lane with the veterans that people know, those household names of Inspired and Bwipo and Jensen coming back. The amalgamation on the Rift is beautiful, and this FlyQuest squad soaring to new heights here in the LCS. You love to see it. They saw the Twisted Fate locked in for bottom lane, and they absolutely destroyed it. They pushed up, they split the map, they invaded, they denied this Twisted Fate multiple waves early on, and they never let Immortals get the game plan of having this map-wide pick potential return any sort of dividends for them. So really good stuff. Identifying your opponent's win condition and destroying it.
It's incredible stuff all around from this squad. It was definitely very shocking to drop the game against Shopify. Maybe it was a case of trying to attack B-Boy and Zazel in hindsight, but FlyQuest learned from it well. And with that, that'll conclude our match, but we're going to be joining Kelsey and Bwipo on stage for an interview.
Hello, I am Kelsey, and I'm here with Bwipo, the victorious top laner from the previous game. So, there we go. All right, so first thing I have to ask about, very different look today. You went with the Smolder yesterday, and then today we had the Kalista immediately locked in first pick. So what was the pivot?
I mean, I think we just had a meta read on Smolder. We liked him a lot. We didn't really get to execute on the things that were happening in scrims. I think it was just a disconnect in the mentality of the draft. Something that I want us to work on as a team, like when we load into the game, that all players have the same mindset. Like for example, yesterday I was like farming equally, trying to play a very stable game, very slow game, outscale the opponents, but that wasn't really quite what the whole draft wanted to do. Like we didn't want to approach that way, so I felt very bad that I was disconnected when really if I had been a pressure point for my team yesterday, I think we would have been able to play through my lane and still had a win condition. Unfortunately, I had a different point of view, so even though the Smolder didn't work out, I still believe in Masu. I think he's an incredible player, and just a huge shout out to him. I think as a rookie, he's had a fantastic first round robin, and he's looking like one of the best ADs in the LCS. So I'm just really happy to see him succeed, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work with him and make sure his vision is something that we can also display as a team.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, he had the turnaround today. We had the level 1 tactical under tower for several minutes. So, meanwhile, top lane, you talked about being a pressure point, taking the first turret, like 12 minutes. So
yeah, that's not how the matchup goes. I think he just, yeah, I will not speak.
All right. But what I would like you to speak about is no Triforce today.
I think this game, their damage comp was like really low. That Twisted Fatalia, which are champions that need like a super slow fight, lots of kiting. And I figured that if I go full tank this game, it'll be really good. I'm still a believer of going Leandries on Udyr, but I think just this game, their damage was so low and our composition just profited so much from a long team fight that it just made sense, especially given the fact that I got like a whole tower 12 minutes. So I was just so rich that I figured if I go full tank Udyr, I'm never going to die, which, I mean, turned out the laser was countering me, but hey, I died for a good purpose.
All right, well, you were definitely unkillable in that last fight, but I have to ask, new look for the LCS schedule. We're going into a long break. Any plans for you guys going up? Anything you're focusing on?
Yeah, I mean, in general, like I mentioned, I think that right now, kind of the veterans are taking over in the sense of, or have taken over, like how we play as a team, like a very slow, stable team. I wouldn't say we're slow necessarily, but we're a very stable team. And I think Masu's like a bit more, how do I say this? Excited to play, you know? Nice. So he's looking forward to some more early game action, and in general, like even when there are fights and angles where we can like really take risks, that's something that he's trying to encourage the team to do. And if you know me from the past, you know that I was a part of a team once upon a time that was very well known for sending it. So I would say that I'm more than happy to realize that with him, and I want teams that when we walk into playoffs, like they don't know what to expect. You know, we're able to turn it up or turn it down whenever we need to, whenever we want to. And I'm looking forward to just working as a team and really, when we load into the game with any given draft, that all 5 players have the exact same idea of how the game is being played, how we want to play, and also what the champions do. Because I think that's the biggest disconnect right now, where there's some discrepancies in how we view champions in the meta. And this break is going to allow us to really discuss and talk through, you know, what does this meta champion do? Like, what do we want to get out of this meta champion when we draft it? What do we have to do to attack that win condition from the meta champion, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm looking forward to it. I mean, it's gonna be interesting to get a break because, like, obviously some teams that are struggling, C9, are gonna have some time to see if they can come back, and that's pretty scary, you know, because like if this was just a regular split and you just go all the way through, maybe they boom all the way and don't make it back for playoffs mentally, right? With a break, who knows? Maybe our dearest super team will come back.
All right, well, I look forward to that and the full send FlyQuest after the break. But thank you very much, Whippo. Congrats on the win. Congrats on the first place. And
thank you very much.
Good luck going forward. We will be sending over to Raz and Emily to close out the day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. It was interesting to hear Bwippo's thoughts on kind of the break in general that we're going to be entering into and hearing how it could be good for some teams, right? Because obviously C9 lost again today. Sure. Kind of everyone's looking at them. NRG as well. Maybe can regroup mentally.
I mean, I completely forgot about the fact that when I was talking to one of the players, they're like, yeah, we're going to be scrimming for the full 2 weeks. Makes sense. Understandable. Especially, I think it's going to be on the new patch too. So now they can go through a lot of the fundamental issues they have and not be too concerned about, like, the draft. Because I swear every patch had been a bomb, like, of what they had to wrap their head around.
You know who's been good at draft, though? Who? And good in the game? 100 Thieves. And
True.
They, spoiler alert, have your MasterCard Player of the Week. Who do you think it is?
Boom! I don't even have to guess.
It's Quid. I mean, Quid's resurgence, right, has been phenomenal. I talked to Golden Glue about it at top of day, how Quid kind of just came to him one day and was like, I got it. I figured it out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play like Scrim Quid on stage, and he's been performing super well.
His Talia performance, especially today in the banger game, Game 1 versus Cloud9, was crazy. He had the Talia ulti that came up and got the kill on Akali, multiple team fight flicks. This was one of them, so that was great. And then the other one that happened topside, there were way too many moments in which Quid was the difference maker. And I don't think I would have ever been, like, imagine myself to have said that last split. There were genuine questions as to whether he was coming back, and when he did, he came back stronger. And credit to his teammates. We credit River, of course, his coaching staff. Like, everybody made him, like, feel comfortable. And you're right, He said I'm good, and looks like he's even better than that. He's the player of the week.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's like popping off the fact that he just had the confidence to go to Golden Blue. Was like, yeah, I'm ready. I got this. And obviously 100 Thieves as a whole have been performing really well as a team, right? So it's not just Quid, who is our player of the week. There you see his stats once again. But also just 100 Thieves in general have been a really pleasant surprise as we kind of take a look at the LCS going into the 2-week break we have.
Yeah, I mean, amongst mid laners, he was the kill leader.
Yep.
And it speaks volumes to, I guess, how they play the game, that they are still the bloodiest team in the world right now. But he's the guy that really gets the engine going alongside River. So it's quite the evolution as a player that he has had. And it's now something that you kind of have to, every mid laner in the split has to look at him and figure out how to not only deal with River, but to deal with Quid.
Exactly. And I think he won player of the game, but let's see the rest of the player of the games for today. There you see 100 Thieves Quid for game 1. Raz, you have anything to say?
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. Look, we have 2 mid laners. But the Umti one was great too, because Umti, not only did he have a fantastic interview with you where you got to see a lot of personality out of him, but like also in the game, the guy flashed over the wall, got Krugs.
Yep.
Obviously he died at Raptors, but that stopped him?
No.
He invaded again. So he has been an engine starter for Team Liquid, and they're in winning ways right now.
Yeah, I think my favorite was the final play with the blast cone in Engage.
Yeah.
I had not seen that one before. But let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week as well. Really interesting to see, again, one player who won player of the week today, but we didn't touch upon, had a good performance for Dignitas, was Dove. I'd like to shout him out as well. I thought he and XU worked really well together in Dig's win today.
I agree. That was their cleanest win that I've seen this split. And on top of that, Dove has been a great surprise to me. Like a Silas play, love to see more of that. Castle coming in at first fastest to 100 CS, speaking of surprises. There's a lot of competition in this split. I know people focus on the fact there's a lot of mistakes, but it's just genuinely been the teams like Dignitas and IMT that we expect, who are at the bottom, that popped right back up. So
yeah, if you're wondering what happened, this is actually the updated version from, I assume, last game. That's now including Jensen, who just overtook Dove. Obviously had a really strong performance, and Masu entering the fastest kill time down there from that. So good to call them out. Obviously, FlyQuest coming in their final win, and Jensen being a big part of that.
Absolutely. So love to see how many players that are out there. For me, I mean, I already mentioned them to you. And Cloud9's back, Labber and Berserker.
And a reminder that Samsung has partnered with Sleeper and Fantasy LCS, and you can earn bonus points every week for drafting the best performers to your team. So congrats to all of you who claimed that reward this week. Plus, use code SSD990PROLCS through March 29th to get 20% off 990 Pro 1, 2, and 4 terabyte SSDs. Now, thank you, Samsung, for that. And we are going to take a look at the current standings, because as we alluded to, they're not what we expected.
Yeah. Did we get the, let me see, 3 and 6? 3 and 6? No, we didn't. We didn't get the nightmare scenario of 6 teams at 4 and 6. But overall, like as you mentioned, big surprise to me. I mean, Dignitas is 4 and 5, and he would. Mr. Jat would love to remind you that they're tied with C9.
True.
He would love to remind you. And also IMT is 1 game away from C9.
Yeah, I think the big things to call out, obviously, FlyQuest winning again today. They're in sole possession of first place once more, about 100 Thieves in sole possession of second going into this break. And then the 2 teams I'm really looking at are both tied at 4 and 5 right now, alongside Dignitas, and that's NRG and C9. And I am really curious to see how they use these next 2 weeks scrimming. We'll see that the upcoming schedule that we will see in 2 weeks. If you're wondering why I'm stressing this over and over again, it's because we are going to be having a 2-week break. But when we return March 2nd, it's going to be Cloud9 taking on FlyQuest.
That's a big one. That's a banger. 100 Thieves versus Dignitas, NRG versus Team Liquid Honda, and Shopify Rebellion versus Immortals. And remember, Immortals and Shopify right now are tied for last. It's interesting. Now you have to start thinking about playoff time. 2 teams get nicked out of that.
Yep.
And Shopify and IMT are right now, if you think of that classic Simpsons episode, the 2 monkeys with the going at it.
Everyone else is like cheering on. Yeah.
I'm cheering them on right now. In fact, I'm supplying the knife.
And just a reminder, don't forget, we have Challenger Series going on right after this. Lit and Fear up first tonight, and that is it for us. Once again, I've repeated this ad nauseum, but we are taking a 2-week break before returning on Saturday, March 2nd at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific. If you want more LCS in the meantime, check out Pros on YouTube tomorrow morning. Jat is sitting over there getting ready to record it.
Yes.
And we are sending it over to the NACL. Thank you so much. Go, Raz, go! Oh my God, you actually hurt yourself. Are you okay?
I'm okay. He's not okay.
Graham just like lost his shit watching that.
Yes, we need that. Hey, we can't win Zeri does this. No, we can. Go. Jordan, what are you doing? I was watching a Zeri. Hey, Berserker, can we end? You did go Baron. No, we can't. Go Baron.
Are you sure?
No, yes, I'm 100% sure. Okay, 20-second rule. I learned from Nick.
He's so useless, by the way.
I chase Zeri.
I don't end, by the way. I don't end.
It's fine.
Zeri, I stopped.
Yeah. I can. Yeah, kill Zeri.
Kill him. Did you guys end?
Yeah, we can. Go front. Go. They don't have TP, guys. They don't have.
Just sprint it. He does no damage to tower. Just go! Oh my God! Just freaking hit him, by the way. Yeah! Holy! They're so useless. Yeah.
I don't see.
Small. On the right.
Nocturne. We win.
We're hard winning.
We can do Nash.
I'm looking.
Can we end?
No. I think just Soul Nash is good, no?
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Let's get tower. Just hit. What? Go! Wow.
Go for Toby.
Let's go.
Iron's broken. Good.
Think about it, Chuck CB.
Guys,
help.
Yeah, I'm going.
Let's split.
I'm fun.
I'm joining. Let's split.
Actually, not bad. I'm going.
I'm taking this.
I'm taking this.
I'm joining Audio 2, okay?
Yeah. On the trucks.
I'm fine.
Yeah. Jaya is low. Wing go forward, watch fire. Yeah, Jaya have ult. Just think about it. Wing go forward. Wing still go forward.
Yeah,
I'm going. I am stood up. I'm fine, watch fire. Yeah. I'm still going to Oriana. Jaya.
Nice, good job.
Go.
Today I decided to be like very crazy, and I just flash in 3 level, and I just fight 2v1 at the 4 level. I really like that.
I think and hit the first one.
Why is that?
Okay.
Get this guy first, okay?
I'm still looking for the reason.
We need to start hit. On my way behind you guys. I'm behind you. I'm winning from my side, okay?
I have Sterax.
Kill this guy too. I'm coming.
I have gold card.
Stun this guy.
I will chase the Xavier with you.
8 seconds.
Two.
Guys.
It was the last-ditch effort, but Inspired made a name on this champion in EU, and it shows why he is so damn good on Viego.
Set up end.
Yeah, we go.
Wait, my fly? What happened to my fly? What?
Worth the try.